Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In the blink of an eye, the bookstore was filled with all kinds of medicine bottles, all of different sizes. Some can be held by hand, and some can hold several people. They are colorful, and the liquid inside is crystal clear, shining brightly under the light, just like crystal. They are so beautiful that they dazzle your eyes, and you can tell at a glance that they have extraordinary effects. The little ragdoll cat holds its chest up in akimbo, with a smile like a blooming flower. His little medicine storehouse is too big to be filled here, but he still insists on filling it to show his father. Hughes was stunned when he saw this scene. The gray cat and the black cat reacted and rushed over to stop the wanton ragdoll cat. Black cat, you idiot. Some things can't be said directly. The gray cat was so nervous that his fur stood on end. But the ragdoll cats had no consciousness and predicted their actions, so they all avoided and cursed. You little brothers, how dare you hinder your sister? All cooked. When Hughes came back to his senses, he saw the three cats quarreling with each other. The little ragdoll cat grabbed the gray cat and the black cat with two paws respectively, looking like a big sister. This scene shocked Hughes again. Hughes was confused, picked up a bottle next to him, and asked, "Buyer, what is this?" The ragdoll cat turned around and told his father the truth. "It's a resurrection potion. Awesome or not?" Hughes was shocked. Resurrection. Does it mean resurrection? The ragdoll cat nodded naturally. "That's right. It's the potion that brings people back to life." The gray cat and the black cat looked desperate. What is the resurrection potion? It is the rarest legendary potion with the highest difficulty level known. Human beings currently don't even have a prescription, let alone a refining method, or even the final product. Not even God can exist. Your little kitten suddenly appears and grabs a lot of legendary potions. Do you think this is ridiculous? Impas thought it was all over. His father would definitely find something wrong. Eliog was still trying to struggle, but the poison buyer had given to him was so terrifying and so targeted. It was definitely specially refined for him when he took his blood. Good guy. He definitely still has it in his hands. There are a lot of potions against fellow humans. It's so abominable. The young man was stunned for a moment, observing and thinking about the potion in his hand, and suddenly his expression became solemn, as if he had thought of something crucial. The gray cat and the black cat were in trouble. The little ragdoll cat raised its head and meowed, its sweet and soft voice making people's hearts melt. Hughes reacted, touched the little ragdoll cat's head, and said with a smile, "Really? There is such a powerful medicine in this room. I remember when you were a child, you often wanted to make it. Today, you finally succeeded." Meow. Buyer was overjoyed and rubbed his father's palm again. Hughes' smile deepened, and he continued to praise. "Did you make all these medicines?" Meow. "It's amazing." Meow meow. The gray cat and the black cat were frightened and looked at each other, fearing that the matter was about to be exposed. However, after listening for a while, they found that something was a bit strange. Why was their father not angry at all, nor did he look like he had discovered that they were lying? Impose was stunned for a moment, feeling that there was something slightly wrong with the interaction between his father and buyer. Eliog sat up, made a fist with his left paw, and hit the palm of his right paw, and suddenly realized, "Impas, it's okay because my father didn't take it seriously." Imbosi paused and didn't take it seriously. Looking carefully, the young man had a doting expression on his face and smiled lightly. "Really? You have become so powerful over the years. Dad is very happy, right? You were not bullied in the abyss, right?" The ragdoll cat shook its head confidently, looking very energetic. "Like this, you beat them all away. It's really awesome. You are worthy of our buyer." The young man kept praising him, his tone full of doting. Now, because Persia understood that it was too exaggerated to say that the resurrection potion was said by a kitten, his father subconsciously thought that it was the same as before an exaggeration by Bayer. Eliog looked at Impas and said to himself, having said that, it is true that Bayer used to boast in front of his father. Although he has really done it now, he was still a cub after all. His father was very fond of Bayer. The impression is still stuck in the past. Because Bosie's mentality is too reasonable. If your own child suddenly jumps out and says to you, I am number one in the world, you don't seem to take it seriously. I saw that the young man still had a doting expression on his face, nodding while listening to Bayer's story. Are you at full level now? Yes, you are very good. That is proud of you, eh? Compare with them? Bye. Yael, good baby, there is no comparison between compatriots. The two cats looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Indeed, with their foreshadowing, if a child suddenly jumped out and said that he was at the full level, his father would only think it was a joke. Bayer, on the other hand, has a pure mind and has been fond of chatting and exaggerating since he was a child. It is difficult not to make people think so. It's true, because what he said was so real, he escaped the disaster for the time being. We need to arrange a confession with Bayer later. Eliog's eyes were serious. Yinbosi turned around and looked at the various legendary potions in the bookstore. Although he didn't need them himself, and his research on magic rarely involved the field of potions, these were legendary potions. How could he not look straight at it? Moreover, because Bosi thought of a person who was in great need of potion, that guy Roger said he was going to investigate the Church of Dawn. It has been almost 2 days now. Why haven't the results of the investigation been obtained yet? Thinking of this, Impose glanced at his father, and his cat eyes flashed with some complexity. Eliog caught the change in his eyes and asked what was wrong. Impose remembered that Eliog had missed a lot of things due to his absence, so he briefly explained about the attack of alien gods, the attempt to save the Aussie Empire, and the reunion between father and Roger. Eliog listened silently, a little surprised but not much. When he heard Pre-Sherlin, his pupils shrank suddenly and his cat first stood on end. He always suspected that the guy who had his father killed twice would definitely come into contact with his father again. However, I didn't expect that the other party would come so quickly, and he would actually be the one who led his father out of the abyss. Although there is no evidence, Eliog believed that the guy who wants to kill his father is either Pre-Sharin, or there is an inseparable connection between the two. But the question also arises. The other party tried to kill his father twice. Why didn't he kill him this time? There is a plan. My father has just emerged from the abyss. There is no power around him. The brave man of the past is no longer there. And they're no longer there. Isn't it the best time? Why didn't Priest Shilling take action? Instead, he led his father to the Ashan Empire, provided him with accommodation and a job, and allowed his father to meet them? This author, Hui Yutian, reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, we'll be updated with the latest chapter as soon as possible. Remember, this series of events is too weird, but Eliog has been observing various games and struggles for many years. So how could he not see the trick in it? When this happens, it is usually because the other party has insufficient strength and cannot successfully achieve his or her intention. This is the result of repeated obstacles. The ultimate goal remains the same, which is to kill his father. Thinking of this, darkness grew in Eliog's heart, and his eyes were cold and piercing. There was a god who wanted to kill their father over and over again. That thing must die a good death. Impose told Eliog. Luagia is already investigating, and all doubts are focused on the Church of Dawn. Eliog frowned, his face suddenly changed, and he dropped the cat body. Imbos, you idiot, you also know Roger's physical condition. Wouldn't you be willing to die by asking him to investigate? After a pause, it seemed like it was true. Eliog broke the space and was about to leave. Impose grabbed a bottle of resurrection potion and threw it to Eliog. Go and check the situation. Eliog turned around and left, no longer looking like he was poisoned. Impas patted his head and thought, how could he not think of this? Maybe Luo Jie was too confident at that time, so he didn't have any doubts. Hope it's okay. After a while, Hughes coaxed Bayer and was about to take the cats back to the room to sleep when he found that the gray cat was a little depressed. What's wrong? As he spoke, Bayer, who was lying on his shoulder, blinked. The gray cat shook his head and said nothing. Hughes looked at him and didn't know what he was thinking. He just touched the gray cat's head and said, "Tell Daddy if you have any troubles." The gray cat was shocked and opened his mouth, but did not say anything. After Hughes went to bed, Bayer walked out of the dormitory and stared directly at Impose. "Tell me, what happened after my father came back?" Impose was still thinking, turned his head to meet Bayer's eyes, and said everything honestly. "Imposs, so don't tell father the truth yet." Bayer raised a cat's paw and said bluntly, "I think I should tell the truth." Impose immediately said, "Wait a moment, and Visego is looking for Agars." Bayer tilted his head. "Agars is hard to find in the dreamland." Impose insisted, "Vashik can always be found." Bayer approached without saying a word, raised his shiny paw, and stopped in front of Imposs, as if he wanted to give Imposs a beating. Impose subconsciously tilted his head, but Bayer flicked his forehead. It flicked lightly without much force. Impose blinked quickly, as if he didn't understand, and looked at Bayer strangely. Bayer looked down at his little brother, who was ranked 22nd, his eyebrows slightly curved, and said, "Let me make it clear first, I did not lie to my father." Impose was stunned for a moment. Bayer continued, "You also stole my. I will forgive you this time. It will not happen next time. Those are medicines given to your father. You can't steal your father's things." Impose was dumbfounded. Bayer smiled brightly. Then his face darkened. "You are looking for the god who killed your father, right? I fully agree and support this. That thing should be caught, flooded with fire, buried in the earth, and suffocated to death." Imposs almost failed to keep up with Bayer's rhythm, but after thinking about it, he knew how their sister Boer's violent temper would allow a god to covet his father. A united front has been reached. The other side, half an hour ago, Roger walked into a certain dawn church in the night. He searched for a long time without rest, and finally found a suspicious place. Could be a trap, but he still has to go. The church was dilapidated and dusty. There was no one around, and it was deathly quiet, except for the sound of his footsteps. He was familiar with the secret places of the church. Most churches like to bury their secrets underground, so it was not difficult to find them. Roger walked to a door. He didn't need to move. He just released his magic power, and the door opened. The dust was billowing, and there was a chill. Ordinary people would probably have to retreat when they reached this point, because the front is extremely dangerous no matter how you look at it. There is something inside with a level of at least 90. It may not be a human, it may be a subspace monster. Luo Jie did not hesitate and went straight in. He did encounter 2 level 90 monsters on the way, both of which were small and highly concealed monsters. He successfully killed them and reached the deepest level underground smoothly. Roger doesn't think that the Church of Dawn believes in all gods. This kind of chaotic belief is not faith, but animism. Animism does not require a church, is meaningless, and cannot form an organization. You must know that the most powerful religions in the world are monotheistic. They are extremely cohesive, exclusive, and highly effective. Just imagine, if it weren't for monotheism and there was just one more god, would they still have such a powerful fighting power? No way. So the more I think about it, the more I feel that the so-called belief in all gods is actually a scam, even if they actually operate like a broker who recommends gods to anyone who comes and has any needs. Most of the seemingly convenient things in this world are tricky. Luo Jie's eyes darkened, and his magic power shook open the stone door. With a bang, the stone door shattered and the dust dispersed. He walked inside, his pupils narrowed, and his gaze was fixed on It is too eye-catching. It is about 8 meters long and has a human shape. The head has been destroyed, there are numerous cracks on the body, and both hands are broken. The specific posture of the hands cannot be seen clearly, and the clothing cannot indicate the specific era. It does not correspond to any god that Roger knows, but conversely, it could also be any god that Roger knows or does not know. Luo Jie stared at it for a few seconds. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he looked around and saw various gods that matched his impression on the damaged walls. The god of light, the god of Hades, the god of war, the god of rain who has not yet been devoured, the god of wind who has not yet devoured the god of rain, the goddess of luck who is still the god of luck, the goddess of virtue who remains unchanged, the goddess of harmony who rarely frowns. Even if the mural has been damaged and the paint has oxidized in the air, the vividness can still be seen. Lifelike, not drawn by ordinary people. With a single god in the center and all the gods on the side, the design of this space expresses one thing. The designer wanted the central god to be the god among gods, the god of gods. Luo Jie felt chilled in his heart. To put it bluntly, why were there so many divine wars that destroyed the continent? The answer is because many gods want to become the god of gods, and want to declare to all gods that he is the strongest god. Not only all living things, but even gods must believe in him, instead of just respecting him as the king of gods. There are many god kings, but there is only one god of gods. The age of gods ended. Luo Jie thought that such an outrageous struggle was over, but now it seems that it is not over yet. Still going on. There is a god behind the scenes who is still plotting to fulfill his ambitions. Who is he? Roger's face was solemn. After witnessing such a scene, he did not flinch and continued to approach the statue. Several names of gods flashed through his mind, each more likely than the last. But he couldn't figure out how the other party was going to realize his plot. By establishing the Church of Dawn everywhere, what benefits can he gain besides causing trouble to mankind? Luo Jie held a god-level dagger in his right hand, his brows furrowed, and his vigilance raised to the highest level. He has a warrior profession, and his specific duties are light warrior, heavy on agility, but lacking a bit of frontal attack power, and he has developed extremely high values in perception. However, the sudden attack blocked all his perceptions. He swayed and stumbled suddenly. He opened his eyes wide and saw blood spurting out of his chest as a sharp weapon passed directly through his chest. He immediately turned around to fight back, but the sharp weapon devoured his life force crazily. In just a thought, he almost lost the ability to move. Ahem, who are you? Luo Jie grabbed the dagger on his chest and swayed, almost falling down. At the same time, the border area between the Oedipal Empire and the Roman Kingdom. Dreams swallow up the real world, and black mist envelopes the world. Sword Master Farrell appeared in the mountains with an ugly face, as if he was holding his breath. Finally, the brave Roger died, and the era of the brave was over. You suddenly said that the 5 missing braves might have returned, and even Wang Chang'er appeared again. How do you want him to accept it? Farrell was already feeling aggrieved about being pushed down in the rankings, so this news was another bolt from the blue. He wants to know what is going on and why those relics from the old era have escaped again. Farrell snorted coldly, grabbed a long sword from the void, jumped off the magic warship, and his whole body was submerged in the thick black mist. There are various monsters living in the dream, but most of them are between level 30 and 80. To him, it's just a sword effort. He gathered his magic power and slashed his sword through the air, causing countless monsters to scream. The black fog also faded a lot. Farrell squinted his eyes and moved quickly towards the place with the highest concentration of magic power, until he really saw something. He stopped suddenly, his eyes widening. A figure appeared in the distance. The man had his back turned to him. He didn't know what he was looking at. He didn't know if he noticed his gaze and turned around slowly. Farrell was confused and had goosebumps, but when the other party turned around, what he saw was the face of the brave Wang Chang'er. The sense of crisis suddenly increased, but it was too late. Farrell could not react at all. When his mind realized it, the oncoming terrifying slash had already cut off his left hand. His intuition, which he had trained countless times in life and death, was only enough for him to avoid fatal blows. The pain hit him crazily, and his survival instinct reacted immediately, activating the teleportation on the spot. Everyone on the warship was immediately stunned, because the Sword Master Farrell, who had just explored the dreamland, returned covered in blood. Lord Farrell, what happened? Get ready to heal. The scene suddenly became chaotic, but the violent vibration that followed frightened everyone. A terrifying slash from bottom to top struck the middle of the warship, and the aftermath shattered the sky, frightening everyone with its power. There are many layers of blocking magic surrounding the warship, which cannot be easily broken. But what happened now? Seeing this, Pharaoh was horrified and yelled, "Run!" Everyone immediately find a way to evacuate, as far away from the border as possible. Everyone was shocked, their hair stood on end, and their faces were full of panic. But they also realized that if they didn't leave, the terrifying enemies below would tear them apart completely. Run, run quickly! As soon as Pharaoh finished speaking, everyone fled for their lives in a panic and were completely defeated. They just escaped, and in a blink of an eye, in just a few seconds, their warship was completely chopped into pieces, leaving only countless warship fragments in the sky. What exactly is going on? Who is the enemy? The one who can defeat a country's warships in a few seconds must be a human being above level 90. Monsters can't slash. That's a technique only humans can do. In other words, someone attacked under the black mist and wanted to kill them all. Who are they? Knowing that they are members of the Oedipus Empire, they still take action. Do they want to declare war on them? Is it the Roman kingdom? Everyone was furious, but after Pharaoh managed to stop the bleeding, his face turned dark, and he said in a trembling voice, "He is a brave man." The sound frightened everyone. They had just fled to the teleportation point in a nearby abandoned city in embarrassment, and their moods had not calmed down. How could they understand such horrific news? "Why, Young, you want to kill us?" A veteran walked straight towards Pharaoh with a look of disbelief on his face. "Lord Pharaoh, did you see that the brave man in the black mist wanted to kill us?" The staff officer next to him had a look of despair and screamed, "Impossible. The brave men are the heroes who have saved the world. How could they attack humans?" Lord Pharaoh must have seen it wrong. Pharaoh was leaning against the stone wall, sweating profusely. If it weren't for the healing magic, he would have fainted from blood loss. But he still had to say it. "It's the brave Wang Chang'er. I saw him with my own eyes. He cut me head on. He cut off my hand. How is this possible?" Everyone turned pale. The staff officer hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. Is it true that a brave man appears in the black mist?" The veteran questioned, "It's impossible. It must be fake. How can a brave man? How could it possibly kill us? It must be a false projection of a dream." Pharaoh was panting and just about to take a few steps. He suddenly sensed the crisis again and shouted, "Go quickly. Leave immediately." Just a few seconds after he finished speaking, the ruined city had been chopped into pieces. Seeing this, everyone who fled in embarrassment could not care about anything else. Escape. Escape as far as you can. There is a big problem at this dreamland border. At the same time, Eliog chased all the way to the ruined church where Roger was and moved directly underground without caring about anything. Then just for a moment, he also paused, because he actually saw the brave Mingjie in black stabbing the brave Luo Jie in the back. The unbelievable scene slowed his reaction for a moment. The man in black turned his eyes and was still fixed on him. Eliog activated his power without saying a word, and the opponent seemed to realize that he was not strong enough and evacuated immediately. The black mist dissipated, and Eliog had no time to pursue him. He caught Roger first, using his huge magic power to maintain Roger's last chance of life, and then fed him the resurrection potion with his backhand. Bayer's medicine always works wonders, but it took a few seconds before Roger barely regained his life. The attack just now was obviously to kill Roger. Eliog's eyes were dim. He had always suspected that there were bad guys among the brave men, but he didn't expect that someone would suddenly jump out today. But the thought lasted only a moment. He immediately shook his head because he sensed that the magic power was wrong, and what was left here was the magic power of the dream beast. Of course, this could also be a cover-up. In any case, the primary issue at the moment is to save Luo Jie. This man cannot die. His father will be sad if he dies. Eliog disappeared immediately, then appeared in the bookstore, secretly calling Bayer. Bayer immediately appeared, staring at Roger, who was put down by Eliog, his cat eyes flickering, his eyes serious, and he whispered, "The person who attacked him really wants his life." Impos followed and was shocked to see Roger's condition. He almost died, his heart was stabbed, and an ordinary level 90 expert wouldn't know how many times he would die at this moment. In other words, Luo Jie has been able to hold on until now, and he is worthy of being a legendary brave man who has endured for more than 8,000 years. Iliog, can I be saved? Bayer looked at Roger and suddenly raised his face and smiled. Of course, who do you think I am? After saying that, his magic power started to move, and he hung Luo Jie's body sideways in the air. He inserted his right hand into the void, took out a green bottle, and poured it into Luo Jie's mouth without saying a word. The next second, green magic power arose all over Luo Jie's body. After struggling for a while, his pale face finally regained some vitality, and he knew he had been saved. Bayer lowered his eyes and extracted the magic power that corroded Roger. That magic power seems to have life and is extremely corrosive. As long as any life is touched, it will lose all vitality and then wither and die. It could theoretically kill Roger, and the success probability reached 99%, but it happened to meet Bayer. Bayer slapped his paw, and a bottle appeared out of thin air. He stored it perfectly and entered the analysis process. All right, Bayer finished with ease. Song, Luo Jie was temporarily sent to the medicine house in his subspace. His life was saved, but recovery will take time, so wait slowly. Iliog watched the whole process and asked, Bayer, what do you think? There are more than 20 of their compatriots, each of whom is good or not good at it. Bayer's ability in substance analysis and medicine production is well known to the ceiling, and there is no one. Bayer tilted his head, not knowing yet, underscore. Halfway through, he looked into Iliog's eyes and said, Investigation is your specialty, isn't it? Iliog paused and nodded. Bayer said coldly, Oh, after more than 8,000 years of silence, that thing. Iliog said bluntly, This is a good time to catch him. You and Beelzebub go investigate, but Beelzebub is cursed by the goddess of luck and is sometimes unreliable. Bayer flicked his tail and turned to walk back to the dormitory. Suddenly he turned his head and said, We will protect our father for the rest. Do you understand? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Iliog's human form disappeared. Impas was stunned and suddenly felt that Bayer was worthy of being their older compatriot. He just likes to use his compatriots to make medicine, which worries the devil the most. Speaking of which, Bayer smiled and said, I have a suggestion about my father. What advice? Impos didn't understand. When Bayer finished speaking, he smiled, raised his cat's paw, and said, I have also told my father about this suggestion. Bayer blinked. Really? A few minutes later, King Levin, who received the news from the front line, was stiff and his eyes were full of disbelief. This can't be true, brave man. This is no longer a problem that we, Oedipus, can solve. We have to ask the Continental Human Alliance. The other side, Hughes dreamed about the past for a long time. At that time, the 7 of them came before the king for the first time. Without saying a word, the king knelt down on the spot and begged them to save mankind from the gods. The love is so genuine that it's hard to refuse. He was the first to nod, even though his strength was the weakest among all the heroes, so his opinion should be the least important. He expected some to say no, but in the end, everyone nodded. You're already here. What can you do if you don't save her? Mingjie said, playing with the short knife. Yes, I think if we want to go back, we have to complete the rescue mission. Yi Qingyi said. Wang Chang'er nodded. We have to do something. In such a ridiculous world, even if we don't take the initiative to provoke the gods will not let us go. Chun Lingxi agreed. I think so too. Justin was silent for a few seconds. Well, I agree. After that day, they firmed up their goals, left the kingdom, and started leveling up everywhere. The memory in the dream was very clear, and Hughes could even see their specific expressions. He stared at it for a long time, rising and falling, almost immersed in it. He slowly woke up, opened his eyes, and looked into a pair of dark green eyes. Bayer lowered his head, blinked, touched the cat's paws, and felt warm. The warm flesh pad is pressed against the face, and the little movements are so cute. Hughes woke up and said, Good morning, Bayer. The little ragdoll cat jumped with joy and rubbed its head against Tai Tai again. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, his children really fell in love with the shape of cats. But he also likes it. Half an hour later, Hughes finished handling his chores and opened the door of the bookstore. For some reason, the pedestrians' expressions were much more solemn than yesterday, and they were walking in a hurry, feeling inexplicably anxious, as if something big had happened to Oedipus' empire. Hughes felt something was wrong, so he opened the system page and saw that the news channel was full of news. The latest update in it is actually, the brave Wang Chang'er is suspected of reappearing on the mainland. The next one is that the brave king Chang'er attacked the warship of the Oedipus Empire and almost killed the swordmaster Pharaoh. Hughes was stunned and denied the news in his heart, because he knew that Wang Chang'er would never do such a thing. So it's fake? Someone is pretending to be his old friend to cause trouble? Looking at the messages one after another, Hughes frowned deeper and deeper. How could he remain indifferent to his old friend's identity being stolen and his reputation in crisis? Could it be the work of dream creatures? Understood. But as far as Hughes knows, most dream creatures don't do such complicated things. They are fragmented dreams of various realities. Just as dreams are illogical, reflective, and intermittent, so are their existences with all kinds of irrationality. So who did it? Hughes thought of some outrageous conspiracy, and at this moment he felt a softness in his arms. When he looked down, he saw that it was Impose grabbing his arm. What's wrong? Hughes looked at Impose and pinched the flailing cat's paws. Impose rolled over and then asked his father if he remembered the advice from last time. Hughes was stunned for a moment. Of course he remembered it, but that suggestion was a bit difficult to handle. At least, he found it easy to expose. And Bayer shook his hand, as if he was acting like a spoiled child, hoping that his father would agree to that suggestion. Xiu was a little embarrassed, but it was hard to refuse his daughter's request, so he asked, "Do you think it's really okay?" Bayer nodded, patted his belly with one paw, as if to say, "Leave it to us." Xiu was still a little hesitant, and said, "In this matter, even if we do this, it doesn't seem to be of any use, right?" The two cats shook their heads at the same time, shaking his left and right hands respectively, with their eyes shining. Xiu was hit by his own cubs. How could he refuse? Just do it. As the father of the children, it's just a small thing. How can he not do it? Think about it. It's almost like CSBY, fight for the cubs. Just try it. If it doesn't work, we'll run away immediately, okay? In Bosi, is the instant transfer artifact you mentioned really useful? Okay, let's just pick a random spot and try it out. Be careful to stay away from the palace and find a place where no one is. Can this robe shield the level judgment? The artifact you picked up in the abyss? Okay, the above conversation took place in the bookstore before the operation began. The front door was closed, and the little ragdoll cat took out a huge box from the void and buried his head in searching, throwing a set of clothes on the left and a set of jewelry on the right. Today will be a historic day. The whole world should pay attention. Pay attention. Bayer's eyes lit up, and he was super excited and full of motivation. Go, 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 make trouble. The other side, around 9 o'clock in the morning, the Continental Human Alliance received a request for help from the Oedipus Empire and launched an investigation as soon as possible. There were already people under their command near the border, and the local situation was under their observation. They had also received rumors about the suspected appearance of the hero a long time ago. But they didn't expect that the person who looked like a hero attacked Sword Saint Farrell in the Black Fog, chased out of the Black Fog, and shot down the warship sent by the Oedipus Empire to investigate. It turned out that it was not an illusion, but a real thing that could discover their situation and even chase them. If Sword Saint Farrell hadn't been alert, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. As a combat-type strongman currently ranked 73rd in human beings, it is conceivable that the opponent who could make him so embarrassed. I don't know if it was because they ran away from the Black Fog that Wang Chang'er didn't catch up. They were almost wiped out, and they didn't expect this at all. God knows that this would happen with a sword saint on the warship. The opponent is at least a human strongman above level 95. The mainland human alliance is short of manpower, so it sent out an investigation team composed of Wilkin, Simon, and Leah. Wilkin is young and powerful, with a level of 96, and is currently ranked 11th in human beings. With him, most tasks can be solved. Although Simon is old and his strength has declined, he is knowledgeable and experienced, which just makes up for Wilkin's shortcomings. As a veteran who has inherited the title of Sword Saint for more than 10 years, Leah heard that the first-generation Sword Saint Wang Chang'er was suspected to appear and couldn't help wanting to see what was going on. So she took the initiative to ask to go. Before going to the Oedipus Empire, the three held a small discussion. Wilkin felt that the resurrection of the hero was absurd, especially Wang Chang'er. His disappearance was not a sudden disappearance, but thousands of years ago, he fought against the alien god number 002, was seriously injured and dying, and disappeared with him. Generally speaking, this should not be understood as disappearance, but death. It is said that the flesh was beaten to pieces at that time, and only the spirit was left to fight. The warrior profession is not like a magician. It is possible to survive with only the spirit. Without the flesh, it loses 99.9% of the possibility of survival. Moreover, according to historical records, the space in that place was torn and the time was mixed, and it was not a place where life could survive. Therefore, in the minds of most people, Wang Chang'er had already died in the war against the gods, but a few people still had a glimmer of hope that Wang Chang'er would miraculously revive. In Wilkin's view, even if Wang Chang'er could survive under such circumstances, it would be impossible for him to have the strength of his peak period. As a brave warrior, Roger just couldn't resist the years, and his strength declined to 70 or 80 levels. If Wang Chang'er was still alive, under normal time flow, he would be at most a few levels higher than Roger. Wilkin thought what Farrell said was too mysterious. But he thought about it and didn't say so, but said, "It's not impossible. Want to watch Hui Yutian's after the Lord of the Abyss awakens? Please remember the domain name." In response, Simon and Leah looked at each other. Simon thought that there was too little information and it was difficult to judge. Leah was the same. We still have to reach the Oedipus Empire to know. Wilkin heard this and suddenly changed the subject. He said in a deep voice, "The Intelligence Institute said that the airborne ranked first was also in Oedipus. The waves caused by the ranking incident have not subsided yet. Many people are still worried, especially Wilkin. He took on this task just to go to Oedipus to see who this ranked first is, why did he suddenly airborne, and how he could suppress others. Is there something wrong with the brain of the ranking god?" In response, Simon and Leah were curious. If the other party did not suddenly come out of the subspace, then the other party suddenly advanced from below the 100th place in the ranking within a year. Is it possible to be ranked first? Absolutely impossible. This is not a matter of miracle or not, but it is unreasonable. However, beings at that level are not easy to approach. If you investigate someone secretly, if you're discovered, no matter how good-tempered they are, their favorability will be lowered. And it is impossible for that kind of being not to know that you are investigating. However, Wilkin questioned, it is likely that the ranking god made a mistake, so he ran away and can't be found anywhere. Leah frowned slightly and couldn't help asking, "Why do you think so?" Wilkin turned his head and stared at her and said, "Do you know the former number one in the ranking?" Leah didn't know him. Even Simon had only heard of him. Wilkin said seriously, "I have seen him and know him. He has taken that step. I dare say that no one among humans can suppress him. He is the strongest in history, surpassing Roger and Wang Changer. He is definitely the strongest human." He was too sure and spoke forcefully and plausibly, as if he was preaching the truth. He is also a strong man and does not easily agree that others are strong, but that person is different. That person is the absolute ceiling and is not on the same level as all humans. Wilkin couldn't figure it out at all. How could anyone be stronger than him? The god of ranking is not necessarily absolute. I heard that the top-ranked empire is already looking for him everywhere. We will know the truth by then. Simon was silent for a few seconds. In his opinion, it was a good thing for mankind to have a strong man, but he was afraid that this strong human being would not be pro-human and might even be anti-human. However, Simon could also see that the essential reason for Wilkins' question was jealousy. As we all know, in a human field, only young people can increase their strength by leaps and bounds. If it is true that the airborne ranking is number one, then the other party has the most potential. Maybe he is a young man who is a rival on the track with Wilkin. Leah stood up slowly, holding the sword handle at her waist with one hand, and said solemnly, "It's pointless to speculate. Let's talk about it when we get there. Although the sword master Farrell has such a character, he is not weak in strength. He was killed by a sword. I advise everyone to stay focused on the mission, so as not to risk your life there." The air suddenly became solemn, and then there was silence. Half an hour later, as a representative team of the Continental Human Alliance, they came to the imperial city of the Oedipus Empire just in time for a military meeting. "Go ahead." Simon led the crowd and was at the front at the beginning. Wilkins suddenly took a step faster and was now at the front. The Alliance's designated captain is Simon, but Wilkin is obviously not prepared to obey the Alliance. Instead, he respects strength and will not give in to Simon. Leah was speechless, with clear disdain flashing in her eyes. Guys with strong talents and fast breakthroughs are basically like this. They have unique strength and unique self-esteem. But when Simon saw this, he didn't say anything and deliberately walked a few steps slower. The diplomat on the opposite side recognized Wilkin and immediately flattered him, praising him for being so powerful at such a young age that he would be number one in just a few decades. But this flattery was not right. Wilkin's face was a little dark, and he actually said bluntly, "The number one ranking among human beings is your Oedipal empire. Your country is really powerful. If you continue to rank countries, your country will be ranked first. The first human being is definitely the first." The diplomat was ashamed and said with a smile, "That person is probably not one of our nationals and does not count as our combat strength." There was something in Wilkins' words, and he squinted and said, "Oh, it seems you know who it is." The diplomat shook his head. No, we know nothing. If there is such a strong person among our citizens, we will not be happy enough." Wilkins' eyes showed dissatisfaction, and he said coldly, "Huh, really?" His depression continued into the round table. More than a dozen important people were present, including King Levin and Farrell, who was seriously injured but insisted on attending. Seeing Wilkin and other visitors, the Empire expressed full respect, served tea and water, and were careful not to cause dissatisfaction. But Wilkins' attitude was not mutual respect. He had a bad look throughout the whole process, and his brows were knitted into knots, which made everyone present feel the pressure. Levin glanced at Wilkin out of the corner of his eye, feeling confused but unable to speak directly. The intelligence agent finished reporting the basic situation, and there was no new information, because since Farrell was attacked, they could no longer meet the brave man in the fog. After listening to the report, Farrell couldn't wait to speak. There is no doubt that those are the brave men themselves. They came back from the subspace to kill us. Except for Wilkin, everyone's expressions changed. I can't understand this statement at once. Who is the brave man? The hero who saved mankind? Why do they come back to kill humans for no reason? Simon and Leah looked at each other and felt that Farrell was obviously a little crazy after his arm was cut off. Farrell said, "I don't know the specific reason, but don't you know the motive?" His question startled the others. Indeed, anyone who has read history knows that the 7 brave men came from another world. The human king at that time summoned them, but could not send them back, which was tantamount to deception and use. How is it not a fault to kidnap a stranger in the name of righteousness? The brave men do have reasons to resent and curse humans. Even if humans are retaliated by the brave, it is common sense in the world, and they cannot blame others. But taking revenge now? Farrell held the table with one hand and said with a cold expression, "Anyway, I'll leave my words here. It's your business to believe it or not." Representatives sent by the Alliance. If you regard this incident as an ordinary abnormal incident, then you will definitely pay the same price as me, or even worse. Everyone glanced at his left arm intentionally or unintentionally. The L was broken there, and it contained a curse that would probably never be cured. For a warrior, losing a hand means a lot. But Levin didn't understand why Farrell insisted that the brave man did it. There was no evidence, and it was all based on feeling. Could it be because he knew that even if he was wrong, the missing hero would not be able to argue with him? Even if the brave man returns later and learns about this incident, he will not do anything to him based on the virtues of the brave men in the history books. Thinking of this, Levin felt sick in his heart. Farrell could talk such nonsense because the only living brave Roger was dead. If Roger was still alive, how could he be allowed to insult his reputation by taking advantage of his absence? At this time, Simon and Leah exchanged glances and were about to retort. Unexpectedly, Wilkin actually caught Farrell's words and said, "It may indeed be the brave man himself." "Why are you going crazy too?" Simon stared. Leah was stunned. The air felt heavy. Only Farrell answered and said, "Lord Wilkin, you really have extraordinary insights." Wilkin raised half of his lips and said, "Swordmaster Farrell is the only person who has had close contact with the opponent. Naturally, Swordmaster Farrell's judgment should be the standard." Simon's face darkened. Levin was stunned. The Prime Minister on the side was silent, as if he had already figured it out. Wilkin continued, "Even if the brave himself comes to kill us, everyone does not need to worry too much. Today is different from the past. The level of human beings is rising and their strength is increasing. The braves are people from the old era, and this era is human beings. This era belongs to our native humans. If they want to take revenge on us, we will fight against them. We, the native humans, will not lose to them." What kind of statement is this? There was silence in the conference room. Simon didn't know how he came up with such shameless words. He was either stupid or bad. And with all this said, are you really treating the brave men as suspects without any basis? Can they be so slandered just because they are missing? Simon was angry, but hadn't spoken yet. Levin stood up first and said angrily, "Mr. Wilkin, it's inappropriate for you to say that." As a king with no weight, he actually dared to contradict the 11th ranked human being. Oedip and the others were also stunned. Some people are immediately anxious because offending Wilkin is no joke. This guy has the power to destroy the country. However, Levin spoke too quickly, stared into Wilkin's eyes, and said bluntly, "We are here today thanks to the brave men back then." "What do you mean by making unfounded speculations? Also, they just changed. So what if you are weak?" "Strength is the only criteria." Farrell looked sideways. Wilkin stood up with a smile, his eyes sparkling. "Strength is the only criterion. Didn't your tutor teach you, little king? How many years can you live if you are so reckless as a king?" It was actually a direct threat to life. There was an absolute level of intimidation in his voice, and everyone else was wearing it. Cold sweat, let alone face to face with Levine. Levin was sweating profusely, his knees were shaking, and fear crawled all over his body like thousands of ants. And just then, an unexpected voice sounded. It was a chuckle. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at where the laughter came from. I saw a man in gray robe suddenly walking out from behind the wall. The figure of the man, his face covered by his cloak, could not be seen clearly, but his lips could be vaguely raised, as if he had heard something interesting. Everyone looked at him, not knowing how he appeared, and they immediately became vigilant. The double guard was about to stop him, and he seemed to be looking at Wilkin and said calmly, "You said that the brave men of the old era were not as good as today's people." There was no emotion in the sentence, but it was inexplicably creepy. At this time, everyone used the system to try to determine the level of the mysterious person. However, the results that emerged made everyone pale. It is actually an unconventional existence that cannot be spied on. This means that he is most likely to be above level 95. Wilkinson changed his arrogance from just now, secretly prepared for an attack, and said, "I am questioning who you are and why you are here." The man in gray robe slowly approached and stopped less than 2 steps away from Levin. His ghostly steps made it impossible for the guards on both sides to react. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm just passing by. What matters is that what you say is interesting. The man in gray robe seemed to have no ill intentions, and there was always a hint of smile in his voice. Wilkin clenched his fists, his eyes as sharp as blades. Interesting? Prepare for a rainy day and prevent the heroes from turning against each other. What's the problem? They have disappeared from the subspace for so many years, and maybe they have been assimilated by the subspace creatures, so they came to attack us. He was obviously over the top and was deliberately confrontational with his words. Simon and others did not expect him to be so aggressive, and they could not respond immediately even if they wanted to refute. However, the man in gray robe was indifferent. His tone remained calm, and he said with a smile, "Why don't you say it first, my child? If you talk like this, your life will be short." His name was actually Wilkin. Child? Everyone stared. Levin, who was nearest, had his clothes soaked in cold sweat and was shaking with fear. If two beings above level 95 were to fight here, the entire Imperial City, let alone the palace, might be destroyed. Wilkin's face turned green with anger at this title. Powerful magic surged out, covering the entire conference room. It also caused a magic storm, and a fight was about to begin. However, Wilkin's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was startled, and his pupils trembled. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at the man in gray robe, and their expressions changed drastically. The space was distorted, magic power was flowing, and two abyss monarchs actually walked out from behind the gray-robed man. With silver hair and blue eyes, and an extraordinarily beautiful face, this is Bayer, who ranks 10th. He has black hair and blue eyes, an indistinguishable androgynous appearance, and a six-winged shadow behind him. He is the 11th ranked impose. What is going on? Everyone was so scared that they were frozen and completely at a loss. The system automatically determines that they are all entities. It's not projected. This position is even more obvious. It shows one thing: they obey the man in gray robe. I would like to ask, what level of strong man must be to make the Lord of the Abyss show such an attitude? A legend immediately popped into their minds. Right? That is the legend of the Lord of the Abyss. I don't know since which year, there's a legend circulating in the world. The Abyss has a master. He shaped all the creatures of the Abyss, is the master of the entire Abyss, and even the Lord of the Abyss has to obey him. For a long time, many people thought that this was just a legend. After the death of the god of the Abyss, some mysteries could not be explained, so people invented the Lord of the Abyss. Could this person be the legendary Lord of the Abyss? No matter how proud Wilkin was, he was shocked and extremely nervous. How could he deal with two Lords of the Abyss at the same time? Not to mention the more terrifying Lord of the Abyss. What is this situation? Why did the Lord of the Abyss pass by their meeting? Brave man. What is the relationship between the Lord of the Abyss and a brave man? Countless thoughts flashed through Wilkin's mind in an instant, and his pupils trembled, because if the Lord of the Abyss had any friendship with a brave man, then what he said just now was simply courting death. At this moment, the silver-haired and green-eyed Bayer narrowed his eyes, and the magic power was unexpectedly released, and the pressure was about to crush him to death. Those cold eyes seemed to be saying, "Who are you, and how dare you talk to that person?" The level difference is absolute. In just 1 second, Wilkins seemed to have been ravaged for several months. He was panicked and took a step back on the spot. You. He was just making a confident argument. But now his teeth were trembling, his voice was broken, and he was hoarse as if his defense was broken. What is it? The gray-robed man suppressed the whole scene, but still had a calm attitude. No one dared to move, fearing that any movement would be noticed by the Lord of the Abyss. The few who still had fighting spirit were Simon and Leah. But they looked at each other, sweating profusely, and did not think that they should have a head-on conflict. What is the principle of the Continental Human Alliance against the Lord of the Abyss? Facing any body of the Lord of the Abyss, those ranked below the top 10 must evacuate immediately and must not have a head-on conflict. But the existence they're facing now is very likely to be the Lord of the Abyss, who is stronger than the Lord of the Abyss. Any retreat action or thought may cause his displeasure. Behind them are millions of people in the imperial city, and they must not retreat at this moment. Do not act rashly. In this suffocating silence, only the gray-robed man was walking slowly. The gentle footsteps were like the death knell ringing in his chest. Wilkin had never felt so threatened. It seemed that every breath he took was controlled by the other party. He would suffocate to death with just a look from the other party. In the approaching footsteps, he seemed to hear the sound of his glass-like pride being shattered step by step. This shouldn't happen. He is a strong man. He is a strong man. How could he be timid in front of a monster? Wilkin tried to overcome his fear and refined his mental strength to the extreme, even activating 2 or 3 top mental stabilization skills. There were only 3 steps left. Wilkin was in silence and pressure. Exploding, his mental power suddenly broke through 90, and he immediately unlocked the SS level identification skill, Golden Eye. God help me. He was overjoyed. There were only 2 steps left. He immediately activated Golden Eye to see what this gray-robed man was. Then his pupils trembled, his lips turned pale, and the whole person seemed to be completely lifeless. What did he see? He actually saw tubes of blood bars circling like dragons with no end in sight. Monster! How could there be such a monster? It is impossible for humans to beat such a monster. Wilkin's confidence that he had just supported was shattered, and he retreated several steps in panic, as if the opponent's approach could kill him. And he didn't want to die. The crowd of onlookers witnessed the embarrassing situation of the human ranking 11, and they were afraid and panicked. But what could they do? I saw that the gray-robed man finally stopped, and he was calm and composed from beginning to end, as if he was just taking a walk, as he said at the beginning. However, who can blame some people for not keeping their mouths open and saying things they shouldn't say? Thinking of this, Pharaoh also felt cold all over, and his newly healed arm suddenly felt severe pain, and the curse broke out crazily. The fear and the feared formed a sharp difference, and the composition was really beautiful. Fire's fingers touched his lips elegantly, as if he had wanted to see this scene for a long time. The next second, the gray-robed man who didn't see his face lowered his eyes and said without any joy or anger, "Now, do you still think you can beat the brave man?" Wigener was shivering all over, and he was unable to answer at all. They are very powerful, more powerful than you think. Today, you have not experienced the age of gods, let alone the age of demons, but you have the courage to evaluate their strength or even their virtue. The gray-robed man said, and smiled again, as if he really thought this was a very funny thing. "It's very interesting, isn't it?" Wilkin almost suffocated because he could no longer see the figure on the other side. His system identification was out of control and kept showing. Identified as an exceptional existence in the divine realm, please do not disturb. Identified as the ultimate trial of mankind, please do not approach. Run, run, run. Even the system was out of control. Wilkin's mental strength was collapsing. His brain ignored his will. In order to survive, he controlled his mouth and said, "Yes, you are right. The heroes have lived through the age of gods and the age of demons. How can our children now make comments rashly?" The gray-robed man seemed a little relieved. "Do you understand?" Wilkin nodded immediately. "Yes, you are right. It is impossible that the hero appeared at the border. The evidence is that if they were the hero, Pharaoh would not leave an arm, but his body." Wilkin was surprisingly obedient. This change scared everyone present. Simon and Leah gritted their teeth. Their spirits were stretched to the extreme, but they still did not dare to act rashly. Because Wilkin obviously saw something, he definitely saw the real body of the opposite side, the gray-robed man. No, the Lord of the Abyss, what kind of existence is he? And he actually made the 11th human ranking have no resistance. Go and solve the problem. Talking about conspiracy theories will not make you look wise. The gray-robed man seemed to be bored, and the others just felt suffocated. Wilkins said hoarsely, "Yes, as you said, I thought about it. The one who appeared at the border should be a rare race in the dream. The memory beast, they can store someone recorded at a certain moment, wait until everything is ripe, hatch the memory, and perfectly reproduce the person in the memory. Want to read chapter 44 of After the Awakening of the Lord of the Abyss, written by Huiyutian? Please remember the domain name of this website. When Levin heard this, he thought to himself, "You know the suspect, what a joke." The eyes of the others all changed. Simon and Leah both agreed with this statement. It is a dream again, and the reappearance of people from the past, so there are not many possibilities that can be thought of. As long as you don't go crazy, it is still easy to think of. The main problem is how to deal with it. As for this, the gray-robed man seemed to have lost interest and casually said, "Boring," and then his figure gradually faded and finally disappeared. The two Abyss Lords also disappeared, and one of them smiled meaningfully at them. That kind of eyes are not looking at people at all, but looking at food or even medicinal materials. It is said that the Abyss Lord buyer loves to capture people to make medicine. So crazy, now seeing it, it is really scary. The scalp was numb. The pounding hearts of the people finally calmed down a little. When they came to their senses, everyone was sweating and their knees were weak. The Lord of the Abyss passed by their round table meeting and spoke out because of Wilkin's words. This matter must be recorded in history, because the Lord of the Abyss, who has always been a legend, actually appeared. They paused for several minutes, but still couldn't figure out the reason. They could only infer that the Lord of the Abyss knew the hero and was probably familiar with him. Therefore, Wilkin's words offended the Lord of the Abyss. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Wilkin. They saw that Wilkin, who was aggressive just now, fell on the chair with a bang, and his whole body was lost, as if his confidence was shattered. Confidence is very important for warrior professions. It is an important weapon for survival. A warrior without confidence is no match for a corpse. Different. Generally, teachers will focus on cultivating students' confidence. Sometimes too much is as bad as too little, and overconfident individuals will emerge. Wilkin is by no means a person without strength, but this time the person he offended was too terrifying, and the disaster came from his mouth. Simon had no sympathy for this, because there are some things in this world that are more important than so-called talent and strength. On the other side, in the dormitory behind the bookstore, voices were heard from time to time. Only one person was talking, but he was definitely not talking to himself. How could I get the wrong transmission point and be transmitted to the National Military Conference Room? I was so scared at the time, and I was thinking about what to do if I was discovered. In the end, I was really discovered, so I had to bite the bullet and walk out. Well, that guy was really talking nonsense. I really couldn't listen to it. Hugh sat beside the bed. There was a gray robe on the left hand, and two cats were lying on the right hand. But I didn't expect that I could get through it successfully. Is it because the props you gave me are too useful? I feel that after putting on that gray robe, I became inexplicably more comfortable. After that, he just improvised and never expected that he really succeeded in passing the level. All the opponents seemed to be unable to see his specific level, so they were fooled by him. It was really a close call. This CS. I dare not do it again next time. Shio shook his head and calmed down. Hui Yuqian's work, After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens, latest chapter, is first updated by All Network, domain name. How could he know that the two cats beside him laughed? Buyer and Inbos clapped their hands, with a happy expression of satisfaction that the plan was successful. Inpo said excitedly, "I have dreamed of this day for a long time. Our father should be feared and worshipped by the whole world." Buyer laughed. "I agree. Father is so good. I know that father has the temperament of a big BSS behind the scenes." Inpos. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and the most dangerous identity is the safest identity. Father's CS Lord of the Abyss will not attract the attention of other compatriots. They will only think that we are playing around. Buyer. Haha. I think the Lord of the Abyss was the identity that Agars gave to my father in advance. And now it is confirmed. They looked at each other and then recalled the charming moment of their father at that meeting. That temperament, tone, pace. So handsome. He is worthy of being our great father. A human who ranked 11th, not even in the top 10, also wants to make trouble in front of my father. Humph, get out. Obviously, It was a carefully designed script for Zeus to move there. Inpos thought that the scene should be painted into a large oil painting and hung in the largest hall of the abyss. Bayer deeply agrees and even thinks that the supporting roles are not powerful enough, and there are not enough onlookers. Their father should be known to more people, with awe, faith, and worship. Meow. Our great father, I like him so much. The two cats were excited and wanted to tell the world that their father was the best in the world and would not accept any rebuttal. At this time, Xiaoxi was still recalling what had just happened. It was okay to recall the first time, but after recalling the first time, he felt a little bit of a first. No, not a little, it was a very first. Xiaoxi felt awkward for no reason, even if there was no one else here, only his cute cubs. Next time? Well, no next time. Disguising one's identity to stir up the world is very risky. It was lucky that he was not discovered this time. But what about next time? There is no guarantee. And something went wrong this time. Forget it, let it go. Xiaoxi seriously reflected. His eyes were serious, and he was determined to seal the first, but his sleeve was scratched by the cat's claws. He lowered his head and wondered what happened. I saw two cats looking at him with sparkling eyes. Father, do it again. Hui Yuqian recommends his other works to you. I hope you like it too. Chevron_left. Zhu Si was almost stunned and stayed where he was. But the little ragdoll cat had come up with countless styles at this time, each of which was cool and handsome, super suitable for his father. The gray cat grabbed Hugh's hand and shook it, attacking from both sides. The two cats were too excited, as if they had seen the beautiful picture of the whole world in awe of their father. Hughes knew nothing about their great plan, but facing the sugar-coated bullets from the children, he simply couldn't resist. The other side, after the Lord of the Abyss left, the military meeting room was silent for a long time, and everyone looked at each other. After more than 10 minutes, they restarted the discussion. In any case, the border problem must be solved. Wilkins still stayed at the round table. His eyes were dull, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years older. He inexplicably gave birth to a bit of old age. He did not participate in the discussion. His mouth was half open, and his eyes were dull. Farrell was the same. The shock just now caused his injuries to worsen. His eyes turned black, and he fell directly, and then he was sent to emergency treatment. The fighting power has decreased, but the people who stayed behind seem to be fine. Because no matter how powerful the fighting power is, if it is unstable, it will cause disasters. What's more, these two people definitely offended the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss was merciful enough not to kill them on the spot. God knows if he will suddenly remember to deal with them. As far as they know, which existence in the first echelon is not the Lord who kills at will. They kill for no reason. They kill people with a thought, destroy a country with a thought, and even destroy a planet. What can you do? The Lord of the Abyss is not an existence they can contact or try to influence. To survive on this continent, you must first understand that the difference in level and strength means the difference in level. Low-level people should not try to touch high-level people, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. It is very good to die just one or two people. However, Simon and Leah always report this matter to the top of the Human Alliance on the continent. This is something that the top should worry about, and their task is to solve what happened on the border. The dream is unstable, invading reality, and even the memory beast ran out. Why is it? They requested assistance for this matter, and about an hour later, the Alliance Research Institute sent an ace monster research expert. The expert has some research on memory beasts. He had seen memory beasts when he was a child, and he is considered a relatively powerful researcher in this field. As a giant organization that brings together the elites of all mankind, the Continental Human Alliance is divided into 6 functional departments in addition to 3 major factions. The 3 major factions are the Continental Association, the Truth Association, and the Unknown Association. The 6 functional departments are the Research Institute, the Reconnaissance Institute, the Stargazing Institute, the History and Culture Institute, the Special Intelligence Department, and the Actual Combat Execution Department. There is also the Magic Court, which is independent of the 6 functional departments. Factions are equivalent to political parties and usually have common ideals, common goals, and relatively self-consistent organizational programs. In addition to completing the tasks assigned by the alliance, they will also do what their faction thinks is right, but they may not be made public to outsiders. People belonging to the faction also have their numbers in the 6 functional departments. In the alliance, more than 80% of the people are backed by the 3 major factions, and the rest are free people. For example, the expert on the scene, Agus Thomaston. As an expert at the Institute, he is responsible for researching and analyzing various things, and dreams are his specialty. But after reading the border-related information, Argus frowned and was puzzled. He thought for a long time and finally said, "It's very strange. Although memory beasts are not friendly to humans, they are not hostile to humans or even murderous. They generally live in the deep areas of dreams and don't easily float out of the shallows, let alone appear in the world. At least in historical records, there has never been a memory beast that has actively emerged." Hearing this, everyone had their own thoughts. Simon said, "Is it because the deep areas of dreams are unstable, causing them to be restless and unable to continue to live, so they have to float out of the shallow areas?" Argus shook his head. Dreams are vast and boundless. If there is any instability, just stay away. It is impossible that all the deep areas are unstable and must be moved out. Leo was curious. Why not? Argus looked into Leah's eyes and said seriously, "If the deep areas are all in chaos, we can't chat here safely now. If something happens in dreams, not only the continent, but also the subspace will set off a magic storm. Because dreams are the dreams of all living things." Levin then asked, "So why?" Argus lowered his head in thought, but he hadn't answered yet. The Prime Minister turned to look at Levin and said, "Your Majesty, this is probably because someone has done something." Levin paused. "What?" The Prime Minister analyzed. "Things should run naturally. And suddenly one day, they're not natural, so there's only one possibility. Something broke their natural state." Levin reacted, and his thoughts came to his mind, saying, "You mean these memory beasts were deliberately let out by someone?" Everyone's face changed, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Who would do this? Why? The Prime Minister continued. "Not only are they let out, why do they appear in the image of heroes, Your Majesty? What do you think?" Levin frowned, and he had no idea in his mind. Simon took over the question and said to the Prime Minister, "Is it because the heroes are strong enough? The memory beasts must have stored a lot of memories of ancient strongmen, and among all these memories, the memories of the heroes should be the strongest." The Prime Minister shook his head and denied. The healing hero, Justin, also appeared. Simon understood immediately. Indeed, as a healing profession, Justin, no matter how strong his level and strength are, his combat effectiveness will definitely not be very high. At least among the strong men at the same level, there will definitely not be few who are stronger than him. If the selection is based on strength, there is no need for Memory Beast to choose Justin. Leah thought thoughtfully and murmured, "So, if there really is a person behind the scenes, does this person deliberately allow the Braves to reappear?" Levin couldn't figure out why and asked, "What's the benefit of doing this? Is it to slander the brave men?" But once they investigate, they will find out, just like now, that they're not the hero himself at all, but fakes, and their true identities are the memory beasts in the dream. At this time, Agus interjected, "Memory beasts are not a race that can be easily manipulated. Their racial strength ranges from level 60 to level 97, and their newborn cubs are level 6. The strength, the mental power value starts at 70. If there's really a mastermind behind it, I don't think this guy can control them freely." The Prime Minister touched his beard and said, "Combined, couldn't it be that someone tried to control the Memory Beast, but the Memory Beast is not that easy to control? Under their evil deeds, some Memory Beasts went wild and out of control, and even the person couldn't control it. The story of living and running away from this world Everyone looked at the Prime Minister with shock on their faces. When they couldn't figure out a single clue, the Prime Minister actually came up with a complete story based on the existing clues. His thinking ability is too powerful that in the end, they concluded two possibilities. One was that the memory beasts deliberately attacked humans, with unknown motives and unknown reasons for using the images of heroes. One is that there is a deliberate plan by someone behind the scenes to control the memory beast to attack humans. The motive is unknown, and it may be simply to cause destruction. Leah said, "It is not uncommon for lunatics to kill people and set fires for no reason. In recent years, there have been more and more people. According to the Research Institute, subspace is getting closer and closer to the real world, and the human spirit is affected and prone to collapse, leading to the behavior is disordered. It may not be useful to trace the matter solely on motives or interests." Simon was silent for a few seconds and asked Levin, "Has your country offended anyone?" Levin paused and looked at the Prime Minister. The old Prime Minister was there and said calmly, "That's too much, Simon Sore Master. A country cannot be without sins. Up and down, inside and outside, we have offended many people who want to take revenge on our people or country. It's all too much." Simon was surprised by the Prime Minister's calmness. He had heard that the royal family of the Oedipal Empire had no power and was just a puppet mascot of a noble family. Prime Minister Norwich was not born into a noble family, but he was able to achieve such a high position and manage the country in an orderly manner. His knowledge and strength were extraordinary, unusual. From the beginning of the meeting to the present, Simon has paid attention to the Prime Minister Norwich. He found that Norwich likes to reduce his sense of existence, does not fight for the right to speak, and does not express much weighted opinions. He only tells facts and insights, and his words are clever and can make everyone feel comfortable. It can be seen that the city is very deep, and I don't know what kind of personality is underneath the surface. While Simon was discussing, he couldn't help but pay attention to the Prime Minister. At this time, Leah broke the delicate silence between the two and said, "Is there a more likely suspect?" Levin had no idea, so he thought for a while and said, "If you really want to say it, we have a territorial conflict with the Roman kingdom on that border." Simon shook his head and said, "The Roman kingdom has also been attacked. Secondly, their king does not seem to be a man who can conspire. The implication is very clear. In fact, everyone basically knows that the king of the Roman kingdom is a well-known romantic, simple-minded, extremely fond of beauty, and likes to collect famous paintings from all walks of life. Because of the War of Peace, all the citizens of the Roman kingdom lost their aesthetic ability, and as the king, he almost collapsed. Recently, the Kingdom of Light was destroyed by the Lord of the Abyss, and the Roman kingdom returned to its normal aesthetic. The king was overjoyed and was busy admiring beauties all over the world these days. What conspiracy could he have to secretly deal with the Oedipus Empire? To be honest, intrigues were too heavy for that king's mind. In addition, the origin of the territorial conflict between the two countries. They have been fighting for a long time, but they rarely actually kill each other. At most, there are verbal exchanges and annual exchanges. It is unlikely that the Roman kingdom secretly planned to cause such a big thing because of the territorial conflict. Simon thought for a moment and thought, maybe he is not the enemy of Oedipus Empire. Leah's eyes were serious. Is it an indiscriminate attack? Levin was stunned for a moment, thinking, does this mean we are unlucky? Simon suddenly looked at the Prime Minister and remembered that story of the Prime Minister. Agus paused, his pupils narrowed, and he lowered his face, as if he thought of something, and pursed his lips in silence. They discussed for a long time, but did not come up with a definite answer. They decided to collect intelligence first and let Simon and Leah team up to explore the Black Mist. In view of the memory beast's strength, they must be prepared to run away when they meet. The reconnaissance mission is very dangerous, but you have to act. Argus talked a lot about the habits of memory beasts. One of the most useful pieces of information is that memory beasts cannot always load memories. They can maintain the image of a brave man for at most 3 to 10 minutes. As long as they survive this time, they can find a way to drag it into memory. By exposing the beast's true form, we might be able to get a chance to communicate and understand why they suddenly attack humans. There is no storm without waves. Memory beasts definitely don't attack humans for no reason. The meeting ended, and everyone went about their duties. Wilkin remained silent, his expression extremely ugly, and he muttered as if in a whisper. If someone could read the lip reading clearly, they might be able to tell that he kept repeating one sentence. The final trial of mankind. However, Simon eventually took him with him, because no matter what, Wilkin is a person sent by the Alliance, and, as the captain, he has to deal with it. Levin watched everyone leave, feeling deeply powerless and uneasy. As a king, he was too incompetent. Even if his rank was low, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. As the people said privately, he was just an empire mascot. Sometimes he felt that he shouldn't attend these meetings, because there was almost no difference with him or without him. While he was deep in thought, the Prime Minister's voice suddenly sounded. "Are you worried, Your Majesty?" Levin paused and subconsciously raised his eyes to look at the middle-aged man walking slowly towards him. The Prime Minister is 57 years old, with white temples and three-dimensional facial features. He looks tough in appearance, but he has a gentle temperament and a gentle tone of voice, like a kind elder. It's hard not to have a crush on him and even want to rely on him. Levin did not answer the Prime Minister's question, but everyone could see that he was troubled. The Prime Minister smiled, walked by slowly, put one hand on Levin's shoulder, and whispered, "Your Majesty, only by thinking can you grow. Don't run away, think positively, and be present more often. No matter whether it can be used or not, the experience of being present will help you gradually grow." Levin's heart skipped a beat, and his expression was a little weird. The Prime Minister's smile deepened. He squinted his eyes and said, "Your Majesty's performance in facing Wilkin is very good, but he is too reckless. That kind of person has a strong self-esteem. If you make him unable to come to power, he will make it difficult for you to come to power. As a person, king, you should learn how to get along with the powerful people on the continent." Levin was silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, everything the Prime Minister said made sense. He did. There are really too many shortcomings. "I see," Levin said muffledly. The Prime Minister glanced at him and then walked out of the conference room, leaving Levin with his head down and thinking. The other side. After receiving the information uploaded by Simon, there was a stir among the top management of the mainland Human Alliance. Many congressmen were in disbelief and rushed over because of important matters. The Lord of the Abyss appears at Oedipus Military Council under does he really exist? The Abyss Lords Buyer and Impose also appeared. Wasn't Impose still in the OS Empire before? Parliamentarians are composed of representatives from various countries, and what they know will be known to the top leaders of each country. This matter cannot be hidden because there are many people present at the meeting. So the legend is true, and the Lord of the Abyss exists. Then, isn't he the Lord of all the Abyss monarchs? Wait a minute. Weren't there rumors that the Lord of the Abyss was looking for a human? Is that human related to the Lord of the Abyss? What are you thinking? The Lord of the Abyss cannot be human. No, it's hard to say. It's too confusing. Don't make any assertions yet. Discussions within the Continental Human Alliance continue. The elders at the Institute of History and Culture were especially excited. The news gradually spread out, and there were also rumors in some circles. "Do you know about the Lord of the Abyss?" "What? Isn't that a legend?" "It seems to be true. Someone has witnessed his true form. Real or fake? It can't be a fake, right? There have been several fakes claiming to be Lords of the Abyss in our country. 10 minutes ago, Roman Kingdom. Eliog finally found Beelzebub and told Beelzebub about a series of recent events. Beelzebub was surprised, but not surprised. Hearing the last word, his face turned extremely cold, and he said, "Then wipe out all the Dawn Church." Eliog reminded, "Not everyone in the Church of Dawn is evil. There's still a normal organization on the surface." Beelzebub seemed to have seen too much of this kind of organization and said bluntly, "Good deeds wrap up evil deeds. I have seen it too much. Good is the most suitable thing to use to cover up evil." In Beelzebub's view, All things are good and evil. It is just a matter of the ratio of doping. No matter what Beelzebub thinks, Eliog emphasized. In short, our purpose is to find out who is behind the scenes, not to vent our anger. Beelzebub glanced at Eliog. His eyes were deep, with a flash of extremely dangerous darkness. And after a few seconds he said, "Of course I know. Leave it to me to investigate the Church of Dawn. Eliog, you go do that." Eliog raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Beelzebub was shocked when he said, "History has been tampered with. Have you forgotten? We have a lot of history that you need to modify." Eliog suddenly widened his eyes. He had indeed forgotten that Beelzebub was so angry in the subspace before. He had forgotten that this matter was also very important. He had to clean up the dark history before his father's system was restored. Otherwise, his father would definitely be angry when he found out. That's not something you can fool by just pretending to be cute. But Eliog was worried about Beelzebub and questioned, "What about your curse? You are forgetful at critical times. Can you investigate it?" Beelzebub was quite confident and said, "I have my own method." Eliog didn't quite believe it and said, "Are you sure?" Beelzebub said seriously, "I will not be blindly confident in my father's affairs." Eliog stared at him. Beelzebub said bluntly, "It will never be like that day again." The air suddenly became serious. Of course, Eliog knew which day he was referring to. There was chaos in the abyss that day, and they were forced to separate from their father. Only Beelzebub and Baal were close to their father and rushed into the time and space rift where their father fell in time. They thought it was enough to catch up with their father. With Baal and Beelzebub here, nothing could happen to their father. But how did they know that the time and space rift was actually filled with abyssal beasts above level 80, and there were dozens of them at level 90? Baal is very strong, but facing so many abyssal beasts, even he is at a loss. They tried their best, but in the end they couldn't protect their father. That day was not only the psychological shadow of Beelzebub, but also the psychological shadow of the demon Baal. Since then, their eldest brother has been pursuing power like crazy, and the already crazy demon has become even crazier. That state is really not good. That's why they hesitated not to tell Baal. Eliog looked at Beelzebub. Since Beelzebub said so, he couldn't find any reason to question it. "Okay, I will go over to your place from time to time to check on the situation, and you can give me your spot." The so-called location sounds like coordinates, but it does not refer to the absolute objective coordinates of the three-dimensional world. It was impossible for Beelzebub to stay in one place, nor to tell Eliog his three-dimensional coordinates in time wherever he went. A point is a four-dimensional coordinate that changes over time. It's hard to understand and a little troublesome to extract, but that's just a small thing for Beelzebub. With a casual twist, he grabbed a piece of information from the space around him and handed it to Eliog. Eliog took it, looked at Beelzebub with a slightly complicated look, and said, "Please remember to remove the curse of the goddess of luck when you have time." Beelzebub raised his chin, with arrogance in his eyes. "Just kill the goddess of luck." Eliog thought that was a bit difficult because the goddess of luck was hiding. Her continuous blessings and curses for thousands of years eventually attracted countless enemies. His character was arbitrary, but he was also afraid of trouble. So as early as 1,000 years ago, the traces of him disappeared many years ago. No one knows where he is, and even the reckoning cannot find him. In this regard, Beelzebub said, "He will appear because he cannot bear loneliness." Eliog was convinced that if he didn't let the goddess of luck hold a masquerade, it would cost her life. The goddess of luck likes to be the center of attention. This is also her divinity and cannot be changed. "Let's talk about it then." Eliog thought for a moment and said, if he dares to come back, he should also be ready to apologize. Otherwise, let alone them, the ancient gods in the sky would first come down and tear him apart. The opinions are unanimous for now. Let's do this for now. Just as Eliog was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed, and he blurted out, said, "I just received news that the Lord of the Abyss has appeared in front of mankind." "What?" Beelzebub just took a step and almost stumbled. Eliog said in shock. He also said that Bayer and Impose were with him. What was going on? They were dumbfounded at the same time, and then quickly thought of what was going on. Eliog suspected Mo Sheng and said excitedly, "Those two idiots actually let their father play the role of the Lord of the Abyss." Beelzebub's pupils trembled. I objected when Impose said it before, but I didn't expect that he and Bayer hit it off so well that they really started to get involved. Eliog's brain was tingling, and it was hard to imagine how his father had been deceived by them. Those two guys are outrageous, but it is undeniable that my father is indeed handsome. As expected of his father, he suppressed the whole audience when he debuted. Damn it, I really want to see it live. Beelzebub couldn't suppress his excitement in his heart, although on the surface he still said, "What if other compatriots discover?" Eliog sighed, "Whatever they can do, they have done it, and they won't do it just once." Beelzebub thought to himself, "Then we can just let it go. I hope it won't be discovered so soon." Eliog, remind them to run away if something happens. Other guys are fine. Don't attract Baal's attention. If he knows about it, he will definitely teach us a lesson. Indeed. At the same time, a palace in the north. Tens of thousands of books are piled up haphazardly, forming a mountain of books and a sea of books. The light is projected from the magnificent flower windows, strand after strand, like neatly combed hair, shining with gold and silver, bringing a touch of warmth. Suddenly, a book fell unsteadily, breaking the dangerous balance, and dozens of mountains of books collapsed. At this time, buried under countless books, a snow-white and translucent hand suddenly stretched out. The 5 fingers are slender, the joints are beautiful, and the muscles are smooth, giving it a sense of beauty and strength. Then, an inaudible voice sounded. It is a low-alto voice that is indistinguishable from male to female. He murmured to himself, "Lord of the Abyss?" At the same time, a certain country in the east. In a vast basement, mountains of gold and silver sparkled. Someone seemed to be buried under gold and silver jewelry, with only a section of his right arm and left thigh exposed, and he was not even breathing. This space is extremely luxurious and has gathered the wealth of the entire continent. It stands to reason that its owners should not be depressed, but enjoy it every day, with endless money and endless fun. However, he seemed to have been buried among the gold and silver jewels for some time, motionless like a corpse. For a long time, he didn't know what news he heard. He suddenly moved, sat up slowly, grabbed his hair, and let the gold and silver jewelry slip from his body, making a crisp and sweet sound. He frowned, as if he was extremely unhappy in his heart, and whispered, "What Lord of the Abyss? Bayer, impasse. Are you finally crazy? Because you can't find your father, so you look for his father's imposter? A substitute? Crazy. Obviously, no matter what you do, father will never come back." Horse. Erbo was in an irritable mood, and his magic power boiled, melting all the gold, silver, and jewelry around him. "It's just one time. I won't care. There will be no next time." The latest chapter of Hui Yutian's work, after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, is first updated on the entire network. The domain name is, on the other side, the Great Empire of Oedipus. Under the sugar-coated bombardment of the children, Hughes finally agreed, but he must also be cautious. "We can't act rashly. This is a very dangerous thing. If we are discovered, we will be finished. We can't just do it, you know." He reminded the children to touch their heads one by one. The little ragdoll cats pretended to be well-behaved, but in their hearts they were thinking, "Hey, they were the ones who were found dead." The gray cat raises its paws, guaranteed not to go wrong. The lively look is so cute. Hughes was amused by them. To be honest, when they first made that suggestion, he was confused and couldn't understand what was going on. He is just a level 30 creator who is studying intermediate magic. If you want him to run around as a vest and stir up troubles in the world, this is impossible no matter how you think about it, right? He knew that he should have an unknown golden finger on his body, but he didn't think that his golden finger was enough to blind the eyes of those strong men and make them all believe it, thinking that he was the legendary Lord of the Abyss. But unexpectedly, it really succeeded, and even Wilkin, who was ranked 12th among humans, was frightened by him. The whole process was smooth and successful, almost a miracle. However, Hughes also did not expect that in this era, there would be people trying to build their reputation by pulling down brave men. Native humans is indeed an interesting term. Hughes has been in the workplace for many years and knows all kinds of marketing methods and business wars. Of course, he knows that this is a kind of pull marketing. When an unknown company brand tries to rise, there are many methods to choose from, such as bundling with big brands, sending brainwashing releases to the entire network, etc. One of the marketing methods is to step on outdated but well-known brands. In short, it's just to attract attention. For those young people, breaking old authority is a convenient means of establishing new authority. Anyway, the old authority is missing and dead, and it is almost impossible to come out to argue with them. What a bunch of arrogant young people. If the world were a little worse, they might even use old things to get gold coins. It deserves a lesson. But Hughes thought thoughtfully and said to himself, it turns out that such a big thing happened at the border, and the memory beast even ran out of dreams. The lowest level of the memory beast is level 60, which is not something he can deal with, let alone investigate. But if he left it alone, he couldn't feel at ease. Hughes felt that this matter should have something to do with his old friends. It was impossible for the memory beast to read the images of his old friends without any reason. Could they be doing this intentionally? And what message do they want to express? If so, who do they want to talk to? Hughes thought for a moment, and his sleeves were pulled by the cat's paws again. He lowered his head and met Impose's eyes. The gray cat blinked, shining brightly. Hughes understood and asked, "You have a way, right?" The gray cat nodded and took out some props from the void. The little ragdoll cat grabbed the robe from the box and ran over quickly. The expectant looks in the children's eyes are really something they can't live up to. Hughes felt an inexplicable sense of mission in his heart. Even if the children want him to be the light, he must do it. Isn't it just CS? Let's fight. The next day, Simon and Leah teamed up to enter the Black Mist and launched an exploration operation with extreme vigilance. The two searched all morning but found nothing and almost lost their way. The two came out midway and asked Agus if he had discovered anything. They set up a temporary camp nearby and moved several large-scale magic detection equipment. But after testing for a long time, they found nothing. The scope of the dream's influence is getting larger and larger, covering the entire mountain. The magicians set up the screen tent, which should be able to slow down the erosion process if it is effective, but it is only a delay. Even if the memory beast matter is not resolved, this dreamland must be resolved. Otherwise, it will not only affect this area, but 2 countries or even the entire continent. Simon and Leah took a break and challenged the Black Mist again. This time, they finally met. The other party was Yi Qingyi, who was wearing the robe of a great mentor. It was just a meeting, and her huge magic power directly dominated the entire space. Their reaction was fast enough, but they still couldn't move. Under the terrifying level pressure, they couldn't move a finger, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be completely drained. There was no skill, only level pressure. This is the strength of the brave, what relics of the old times. Seeing is believing. The 2 current sword masters looked at each other, and each of them gathered the strongest sword strike with all their magic power. In just a moment, the magic power was like a mountain pressing down, and they joined forces to release the strongest sword strike. The powerful magic wrapped in the sword energy, and the slash approached Yi Qingyi directly, causing her blue hair to spread and her face to glow. Simon and Leah gritted their teeth and waited for the sword strike to take effect. However, the slash stopped in front of Yi Qingyi and was frozen along with the magic power, turning into 2 thin white lines, and then shattered with a bang. Simon and Leah immediately felt bad, but the time to evacuate was too late. Yi Qingyi smiled faintly and raised 2 fingers, as if they pressed down, their lives would be immediately extinguished. Despair was at this moment. Simon was nervous and trembling all over. However, the magic power gathered at the other party's fingertips had sentenced them to death. At this moment, the cold voice that had been heard before suddenly sounded. Is this all you can do? As soon as he finished speaking, the space shook. Simon and Leah were knocked several hundred meters away on the spot. They stabbed the ground with their long swords and gathered their magic power to barely stabilize their bodies. What happened? They all felt confused and immediately looked ahead. Ahead was shrouded in black mist and the space was distorted, and they faintly saw the terrifying figure. There is no doubt that the other party is the Lord of the Abyss whom they just met yesterday. How could he appear here? Immediately afterwards, the void next to the Lord of the Abyss suddenly distorted, and a small white bird the size of a fist ran out. He was radiant all over, like the scorching sun in the dark fog, dazzling and illuminating the entire mountain. The two of them were stunned because they recognized what kind of power it was. Isn't it the power of the God of Light? What is the relationship between that little white bird and the God of Light? And why are you with the Lord of the Abyss? However, what was even more shocking was what happened next. Just as the little white bird ran out, another little black bird ran out of the void. The world suddenly darkened, as if all the light had been swallowed up by the little black bird. The two of them could sense from a distance that the little black bird had the power of Hades. The divine powers of light and darkness overlap and illuminate the Lord of the Abyss together. How is this possible? The two were dumbfounded. As we all know, the God of Light and the God of Hades are mortal enemies. Anyone favored by the God of Light will be cursed by the God of Hades. The opposite is also true. Their power cannot protect an existence at the same time. Never seen it since ancient times. The God of Light and the God of Hades are sworn enemies, and their relatives are the sworn enemies among their sworn enemies. How is this possible? And are they ordinary dependents? The two of them stared wide-eyed and stared ahead, not daring to miss any momentary change in the situation. I saw that Yi Qingyi seemed to hesitate. The magic power condensed on the fingertips did not explode, but gradually disappeared. She stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the Lord of the Abyss. For some unknown reason, this memory beast stopped moving. Facing the Lord of the Abyss, her expression changed significantly. If the distance wasn't too far, Liao might be able to see Yi Qingyi's eyes were slightly red, as if she saw a friend she hadn't seen for a long time. Yi Qingyi has clearly accumulated her strength to the extreme and has completed the construction of several levels of super magic, showing an unparalleled presence behind her, like blooming flowers. However, she suddenly stopped releasing her magic power and lowered her raised. The two of them were horrified and shocked by what happened in front of them. Is it that the memory beast cannot attack the Lord of the Abyss, or that Yi Qingyi will not attack the Lord of the Abyss even if it is just a memory? The two of them were puzzled, but in the next second another burst of magic power suddenly erupted, this time flying them directly out of the black mist. Simon almost couldn't protect himself and crashed into a nearby mountain. His head was bloody and his body was covered in gravel. Leah might be doing better and managed to gain a firm footing on the plain, but the hand holding the sword was numb and faintly bleeding. The inspectors from the base rushed out immediately, fearing that the two of them had gotten out of the way. What happened? But I saw the two people looking in a trance, as if they had witnessed some extremely terrifying scene. Simon's hand holding the sword was trembling, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of shock. Faced with the intelligence officer's inquiry, he didn't know whether to say anything. Why did the Lord of the Abyss appear? Why are there the powers of the God of Light and the God of Hades around me? What is the relationship with the brave Yi Qingyi? Simon's mind was filled with these questions. He and Leah looked at each other, then both looked at black mist. The black mist expanded even more, the magic value inside doubled, and the risk index also rose crazily. What will happen? Regarding this issue, Hughes actually wanted to know why. It had been a long time since he saw Yi Qingyi, and he was filled with nostalgia. If the person in front of him was not the person in front of him, but the memory beast, he might not be able to help but want to say hello. His plan was to show up suddenly, see if he could scare it, and, if not, run away immediately. Seeing the opponent holding a super magic spell, To be honest, Hughes couldn't be indifferent. He was already ready to escape, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't take action. He just looked at him quietly. As a memory, it was like my similarity reaches 80%. Instead of attacking him, it stared at him. Her long aqua hair fluttered in the wind. Her slender eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Her purple eyes were as deep as the sea, and her posture was solemn and elegant, incompatible with the black fog surrounding her, like a touch of blue in thick ink. Hughes couldn't help but remember that when they played the game, they could customize the character's characteristics. His customization was the most common. Without thinking too much, he directly chose the same black hair and eyes as in reality, and they were colorful and different. There are various combinations of hair colors and eye colors, which is quite free. For example, Wang Changer has long fiery red hair, which is very flamboyant and impressive at first glance. According to Wang Changer himself, the reason why he pinches people like this is because the more ordinary the reality is, the less ordinary the game becomes. He has longed for red hair for a long time and has never dared to dye it. The game has realized one of his ideals. Chun-Ling-Si has silver hair and blue eyes, and her race in the game is actually elves, not humans. Yi Qingyi chose blue hair and purple eyes, which is rare among people from other worlds and can be recognized from a distance. However, memory is still memory. After looking at it for a few seconds, Hugh saw an obvious difference. The other person was only slightly similar to Yi Qingyi, but his soul was completely different from his own. I don't know if it was because he discovered it, but the memory beast's disguise gradually peeled off, revealing its true form. A pure white energy body with no specific form, in the shape of a ring, with a radius of about half a meter, rotates regularly in midair. It does not look like a living thing, but a geometric pattern that has come to life. In the middle is a spherical core. The spherical surface is colorful, and the high light flows, dispersing the black mist, leaving a vast area empty. Hughes remained motionless, following the settings of the Lord of the Abyss and staring at it calmly. The two birds seemed to be tired of flying and landed on his left and right shoulders respectively, looking around curiously. Because they hadn't been out for a long time, they were a little excited. Their big eyes were unblinking. When they saw the memory beast, they even tilted their heads. Little blackbird. Oh, so the memory beast looks like this. The little white bird didn't quite understand their structure and showed curious and inquiring eyes. Remember, the remembrance beast was obviously frightened by them and was about to move over, but was inexplicably frozen in place, with all the energy in its body spinning around, as if it was also thinking about what kind of existence the other party was and why it had the god of light and the god of Hades around it. And there's so much divinity mixed in him. There are contradictions and irreconcilable forces. If they get together, they will definitely curse each other. However, they miraculously coexist in harmony, blessing and guarding the oneness together. The memory beast was stunned, instinctively feeling fear. It has never seen such an abnormal and terrifying existence. I saw the man in gray robe smiling, as if he was just passing by and saw something interesting, and said lightly, "So, why do you appear as a brave man, and what do you want to do to humans?" The memory beast was stunned. It wanted to hesitate and consider how to answer, but was glared at by the ferocious little black bird. The physical suppression of gods and beasts was too absolute. It was so frightened that it spoke human words. Human beings are too hateful. They want to invade the dreamland. They deserve to die. After saying that, the memory beast was visibly trembling in its core, fearing that it had said the wrong thing. The man in gray robe had no reaction to this, as if he found this statement boring, and remained silent for a moment. The little black bird was impatient and said directly, "The two people just came to invade the dreamland. What happened to your race? Tell me quickly." The memory beast was stunned and was glared at by the little black bird again. God-level existences have an extremely powerful deterrent effect on any living creature. Its energy body trembled again, and it quickly sorted out the information in its mind and said respectfully, "A few months ago, Humans invaded the dreamland and took away our compatriots. We must find them and take back our compatriots. The sudden revelation was shocking. Hughes was surprised. Humans ran to the dreamland to snatch the memory beast? For what? The memory beast continued. Humans want to use our special nature to become a perfect hero and kill whatever beings we can as heroes. There are a lot fewer of our compatriots, and they must have been used by that human to murder us. As soon as the words came out, Impas and Bayer, who were hiding under their robes, understood it first. The person you want to kill seems to be Luo Jie, right? And it almost succeeded. Luo Jie is still lying awake. The little black bird asked, "Why do you want to become a brave man?" Humans have used an evil method to change our forms. We often automatically read the memories of heroes, not intentionally. Memory Beast explained, but I think doing this can destroy that human being's plan and draw out that human being. It turns out that it was humans who invaded the dreamland first and robbed their compatriots. They attack humans when they see them, just to find the beast dealer. Hughes understood, but was a little confused. To Memorymon, individual humans seem to be directly equal to all humans. Does what one person commits mean that all mankind is complicit? The little black bird continued to ask, "Do you remember what that human looks like?" The memory beast replied, "I can't remember. That person's state of existence is very strange. When we wanted to remember him, we found that he was also a kind of memory. We can only remember the real existence, not the projection or the memory itself, so we can't remember." The little black bird frowned, "So there is no clues." With great power, the little black bird is worthy of being the god of Hades who once bullied the heavens. A look at it scares the memory beast so much that it quickly searches for useful memories in its mind. As Hughes listened and thought, it was understandable that the memory beast wanted to find its compatriots and take revenge on the beast dealers. But this approach not only fails to achieve the goal, but also causes trouble to other unrelated human beings. Moreover, they search randomly like this. Even if they search all of mankind, they may not find the beast trafficker they are targeting. At this moment, under the gray robe, the little gray cat scratched his trousers, as if saying something. Hughes seemed to fall silent. However, this silence is simply deafening to the memory beast. They themselves are thoughtless and emotionless creatures, but the closer they come to the present world, the more human or animal they become. The present world is real and cannot bear the imaginary. All imaginary things must be filled in and add weight to themselves when they reach the present world. Otherwise, they will float like floating algae on the surface of the present world. It is still not used to human-style thinking, and it always feels weird. And the gray-robed man who suddenly appeared was undoubtedly an exceptional existence in its eyes, and was definitely a kind of god. It carefully waited for the other party's reaction, fearing that it might offend this great being. If it had a heart, it would have exploded at this time, especially being stared at by two gods from the original series. It was thinking wildly when the other party seemed to be annoyed and said in a cold tone, "Your arrival has affected this area. You and your compatriots should go back first. I will help you find it when I have time." The vaguely irritable tone frightened its energy body and almost scattered it. But after hearing it at the end, it was so surprised that its energy body almost exploded. They searched for several months and could not find any trace of that human being, but the one in front of them was different. This one was so powerful and great. As long as he takes action, he might be able to find that human being right away. It's just availability that makes it a little hesitant. The availability the other party mentioned could not be available on a scale of several years or even hundreds of years. The memory beast paused. The man in gray robe seemed to be aware of its hesitation, and the line of his lips pressed down slightly, as if he was getting more annoyed. The memory beast suddenly trembled. If it disobeys the other party, the entire clan may be destroyed. It was frightened and immediately agreed, "Please take action." After speaking, it very cleverly made all the information they knew into an information light group. The little black bird glanced at it, flapped its wings, and picked it up not forgetting to remind them to return to dreamland. The memory beast knew it very well and disappeared quickly. It seemed that it would not dare to appear again for a while. Hughes caught the information light body brought back by the little blackbird, closed his eyes, and slowly digested the information. Then, the man in gray robe also disappeared. After a few minutes, the black mist faded, gradually receded, and retreated back into the dreamland. The personnel at the testing base were shocked. What happened in there? The dreamland actually is the tide ebbing now. The news quickly reached Simon's ears. Simon rushed out quickly, sweating profusely, and couldn't help but said, "It's the Lord of the Abyss. This matter must be related to him." Everyone looked at each other with horror. Mainland humans. The Alliance has conducted various researches on abnormal existences, but the Lord of the Abyss is absolutely unknown to them. Its purpose is unclear, its temperament is unclear, it cannot be controlled, and it has no idea what its attitude towards human beings is. Leah pondered and said, "At least he hasn't hurt humans yet." Argus detected the movements of the black mist and was frightened and frightened. He turned to ask Simon, "Has this matter been resolved?" When the dream recedes, will the memory beast stop appearing again? Simon was more cautious. "It's hard to say. I feel like the Lord of the Abyss was just passing by, and the memory beast should have been scared away by the Lord of the Abyss." Leah nodded. "Yes, we still have to be careful. We don't know when they will appear again." Argus breathed a sigh of relief. At least the current crisis has been resolved. Mysteries abound on the border, and news reaches Oedipus' great imperial palace. King Levin has one head and two heads. Levin grabbed his bangs and asked worriedly, "Suddenly come and suddenly leave, are all fantasy species so free to do as they please?" He, the king, has too little experience. He has been surprised for the past few days, and now he is completely confused. He thought about it for a long time, but still wanted to find the one ranked first. Human beings are ranked first. As long as they win, they will definitely not be so passive. I searched more than 50% of the bookstores the day before yesterday, and I still haven't found about half of them. The number one human being might be among them. Levin quickly completed the government affairs at hand and prepared to run to the palace to do important things. The other side, news of the reappearance of the Lord of the Abyss spread throughout the world. All the top members of the Continental Human League knew about it. They talked a lot. Some were shocked, some were frightened, and felt that they had to devise countermeasures. The old people said in unison, "We must inform that person to come back." Who can contact that person? The person they're talking about is none other than the person who was originally ranked first and is now ranked second. That person is in the subspace, and he doesn't know when he will come back. He seems to be looking for the demon god ball. We have to find a way to tell him about the situation on the mainland. Someone said, "By the way, the Lord of the Abyss has the power of the god of light and the god of Hades beside him. Why is this? There are existences that do not give out power easily. There are more and more mysteries, and they just can't figure it out." At the same time, the news spread further afield. Mountains of gold and silver dissolved into water, and Marba was furious. "Boyer, Impas, are you really crazy? The Lord of the Abyss is the identity given to his father by Agars, and it belongs only to his father. You have created a puppet out of nowhere and flaunted it to the whole world. What's the point?" Font. Malbus was covered in gold, and his magic power affected the entire basement and even the entire city. Among all his compatriots, he hates falsehood and pretense the most. If Bayer and Impas had done something else, he wouldn't have been so angry, so he decided to blame his father. Why is it necessary for the whole world to praise a false father? What's the point of not being the father himself? Back then, about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, Yinbosi mentioned a plan at a family meeting, which was a plan to build the image of the Lord of the Abyss. As soon as Persia finished speaking, he was the first to object, and he firmly opposed it. "I never expected that the little brother Yinbosi was determined to carry out the crime today. Haha, it's interesting, Oedipus Empire, right? I'll go over and teach you a lesson." Malbus sneered and was fully prepared to fight with his compatriots. At the same time, Hughes and the two cats are reading the information in the information light ball. Hughes said to himself, "Who is the beast dealer? And who does this person want to kill?" Hearing this, the little ragdoll cat suddenly meowed. He thought to himself, having said that, if the target of the beast dealer is Luo Jia, wait a minute, there's no need to go to great lengths to use the memory beast to kill Luo Jia, right? Whether before or after taking the resurrection potion, Luo Jia's strength was unstable, and there were many opportunities to kill him. Why must we use memory beast? For insurance? Because when Luo Jia saw his old friend's face, he would instantly let go of his guard, revealing a flaw that would make him easier to kill. Bayer didn't understand. He didn't like to think about complicated things. At this moment, Impose hit his right paw with his left paw, suddenly figured it out, and sent a message to Bayer. Killing Luo Jia is just a test. The real target is my father. Bayer meowed in shock. How could this be reasonable? Impos continued. When the fake hero killed Roger, if Eliog hadn't arrived in time, Roger would have been killed without anyone noticing. You don't need to use the memory beast to kill Luo Jia, but it doesn't matter if no one knows about it. It's just a good time to try the sword. Good guy, damn it. The two cats were extremely angry, but they didn't expect that this matter would turn around to their father. Could it be that Priest Shalene did it? Why is this thing so haunting? The two cats' faces turned dark with anger, and they clenched their claws. Hughes just lowered his head and found that his son was suddenly unhappy, with a sullen face and a murderous look in his eyes. Wait, murderous intent. Father Shio was startled and immediately thought of a solution. Bayer realized something was wrong with his expression, as if his father had noticed something, and he immediately raised his face to pretend to be cute. But as soon as he raised his head was attacked. The young man looked at him, his eyes fixed on his head, and he slowly smiled. The little ragdoll cat was stunned, not knowing what happened. The young man then took out a mirror out of thin air and asked him to see himself clearly in the mirror. He opened his eyes wide and saw the pink bow on his head. So beautiful, meow. He jumped for joy. It turns out that it was his father who put the bow on him. Like it. The little ragdoll cat was ecstatic and nuzzled again. This bow was modeled by Hughes and would not affect his freedom or make him uncomfortable. It just looks good. Seeing that his child was unhappy, Hughes thought of ways to make the child happy. When the gray cat next door looked at it, his eyes were full of jealousy. I almost wrote, "I also want special treatment for my father," in my head. Hughes turned his head and grabbed a small silver bell from the void. The gray cat's eyes lit up, meowing, and immediately stretched out. Neck. Hughes put it on him. Hui Yuqian reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens will be updated as soon as possible. Remember. He walked away happily. The bells jingled. A gift from his father. Happy meow. Your current form seems to be very suitable for these gadgets. Hughes commented with a smile. The two cats nodded. They were unhappy just now, but now they are extremely happy. The little ragdoll cat jumped into his father's arms and almost knocked him down. Meow, meow, meow. Father, father, I love you the most. Hughes stroked the soft hair of the little puppet and couldn't help but said, Dad is working hard to upgrade. I can only do this for you now, but I will definitely do more for you in the future. The two cats' eyes were shining with tears, and they were whining. They are thousands of years old, but they are still the children they were before when facing their father. It's like they want to make up for their imperfect childhood. I want to be a child forever in front of my father. The two cats were so excited that they lost all their gloom. Also, there are too many compatriots in their family. Every time he wants to get closer to his father, other compatriots get in the way. Finally, many compatriots are not here. Of course, they must seize this opportunity. My father's favorability has increased. Hughes seemed to know their mood and touched their heads one by one and said, Okay, I took a big risk today and I have a certain reward. Let's find out what's going on first and digest it, you know? Meow. The two cats said in unison. Having said that, Hughes is not a professional intelligence agent after all, and he doesn't know much. Without new information, he can only be stuck here temporarily. He was not impatient, because he heard that the dream invasion had stopped, so there shouldn't be too much rush in investigating the suspect. Focus on increasing your strength first. If you relied on the little black and white bird to frighten the memory beast today, you may not be successful next time. Thinking about it, Hughes glanced at the system box and found that the two birds were sound asleep again. The little bird seems to have grown up. You have to adjust the models for them when you have time, otherwise they may not grow up. There is still much to do. Fortunately, Hughes has experience in project management, otherwise it would be chaotic. He turned his eyes and looked at the condition of the little light body. He was a child entrusted to him by the gods of other worlds, so he had to pay attention to the situation every day. Now it seems that the light of the little light body is getting brighter and brighter, and it is recovering steadily. It should be only a matter of time before it returns to its original appearance, but we still need to pay more attention to it. After all, it was a child who had been eaten once. It was a miracle that he could be successfully rescued and survived. You have to be strong and come on and survive, Hughes said silently. Seeing that Hughes was getting busy, the two cats looked at each other. Bile grabbed Imbo's paw and took him to his medicine house in the subspace. Byer's medicine house was full of bottles and jars, completely unorganized and looked dirty and messy. Impose was stunned by the smell of medicine as soon as he entered. It was hard for him to describe what it smelled like. After just one smell, he almost went to heaven, so he had to use magic power to make a mask. Byer ignored him and walked directly to Roger's hospital bed. Luo Jia's body ba. The physical condition is very bad. Due to serious injuries and decline in strength due to old age, his body has become worse day by day. When the day comes, taking the first dose of the resurrection potion brings back the light. Taking the second dose of the resurrection potion barely survives. Byer continued. He was attacked by the memory beast of Brave Mingjia. Brave Mingjia is the strongest thief in the entire race, and his second profession is an assassin. The knife that pierced Roger's chest contained huge poison, which was enough Luo Jie died 100 times. It would be a dead end for any doctor in this situation. It was his good luck to meet me. Impost turned around and asked, "So, can I be rescued?" Byer lowered his eyes, his face a little complicated. It all depends on his will. His soul seems to have sunk into a deep dream. If he doesn't want to wake up, I can't force him to wake up. Impose frowned because Roger had to live and his father needed this old friend. Byer, it's hard to say anyway. I've seen many people fall into dreams. Even our second brother fell into a dream. The place in the dream is Xian. If Roger can't wake up, he may sleep forever. Impost said, "Do you want to tell your father about this?" Byer, wait a minute. Roger is a brave man after all, and his mental strength cannot be underestimated. The brave man on the bed is sometimes young and sometimes old, as if he is constantly switching states in his dream. Impost didn't know if Roger could realize that the person who attacked him was a memory beast, not his former companion. If he didn't notice it, Impo's eyes dimmed. As the builder of modern human magic, he is proficient in all major systems of magic. However, there was only one kind of magic, and he couldn't figure it out. That is, emotion. If only he could control his emotions, maybe he could catch Roger. Byers suddenly said, "Speaking of which, do you know the situation of the 6 brave men and the relationship between them?" Of course Impost knew. Each of the 6 brave men has his or her own personality. Wang Changer is a leader and tolerant. He is older, has social experience, and is mentally stable, so he is most suitable to be a leader. He is also a person with a strong sense of responsibility and cares about everyone in the team. Yi Qingyi looks gentle, but in fact she has a very proud personality and is very confident in her own strength, especially the magic she created herself. Chun Lingxi may be a little opinionated, but she is also a person who insists on herself. She will never give in when it comes to her basic ideas. Mingjie has a playboy character. He is relatively frivolous and has first-class strength, but sometimes he is short-tongued and often provokes the gods. Justin is a good old man with a somewhat low self-esteem and often does not express his opinions. The relationship between the 7 brave men can be divided into 2 stages. One is the game period when they got to know each other. The other is the period of traveling to other worlds when they share hardships. And the last is the period after the death of their father until now. In the first period, to be honest, their relationship was only average. They learned from their father that everyone just came up to chat when they had time. They were relatively familiar with each other, but not that familiar, and they didn't talk about real things. It was only in the second period that they really got to know each other, and they had a good impression of each other. They shared hardships together, and it was natural that they had a lifelong friendship. As for the second period, this is the period that the father does not know about. According to historical records, after the first brave man encountered misfortune, the brave team showed unprecedented unity and rose to prominence in just a few months. He even killed a god. It was also during that period that they were nicknamed the villain group, and they would do anything to achieve their goals. When something happens to their companions, and even their bodies are not found, there is always a place to vent their anger and revenge. Hundreds of years later, the first member of the brave group to leave the group was Mingjia. There are not many historical records about the specific situation, and only I know 80% of it. Later, Chen Lingxi left the team. Later, Yi Qingyi left the team. Roger leaves the team. Only Wang Changer and Justin are left in the brave team. Teams sometimes limit their own development. So, some people speculate that they are not conflicting, but that they are strengthening their own strength. But it is probably impossible to say that there is no contradiction at all. In the past, his father was the glue of the team. If there were any conflicts, his father would always mediate. After his father was gone, they each had their own personalities, and Wang Changer could not lead them alone. Luo Jie's relationship with other brave men should be good. He is relatively close to Wang Chang'er. He once helped Wang Chang'er establish the Continental Human Alliance, but he himself is more of a lone ranger. They were separated for hundreds of years, and the second time they teamed up was when they fought against the alien god number 004. That time, the continent was almost destroyed. The six of them shouldered everything and saved mankind and all living creatures on the continent from danger. They are genuine world-saving warriors who have solved countless dangers, large and small, recorded and unrecorded in history. No one can deny their achievements, unless they are ungrateful and ungrateful. Later, we separated many times and reunited many times. After getting to know each other for a long time, we knew each other thoroughly, and it seemed that the conflicts had faded away. When people get older, they tend to look away from many things. Although even so, they did not give up that obsession. The seven of them came to this world, and they wanted to leave together, complete and perfect. Of course, the above mainly comes from Roger's memoirs, and the specific situation is unknown. In Persia, roughly said it again. Bayer was silent for a while, and suddenly clenched his fist and said, "Okay, we want to reunite my father with his friends." At the same time, Malbus appeared in the imperial city of the Oedipus Empire, his eyes blazing, ready to search out his two dear compatriots. Well, they're also counterfeits. At this time, the little puppet was playing with a fur ball on the table, occasionally giggling in front of the small mirror, touching the bow on his head with his paws, and then rolling around on the table as if he was very satisfied, meowing from time to time. This will be midday, when the sun is shining and the light is bright. The front desk of the bookstore is just 1 meter away from the door. He is occasionally seen playing there, attracting envious and jealous looks from passers-by. Wow, the bookstore owner's cat is so cute. I really want to pet it. It's so cute. Are you helping the owner to look after the store? Such a sensible cat. Unlike my cat who ignores me every day. I'm in tears. There seems to be more than one. The owner of this bookstore has many cats. Do they take turns to visit the store? My God, they are so sensible. I also want a cat that can visit the store. Occasionally, customers come to the bookstore just to see the cats. Beautiful and cute cats heal people's hearts. But unfortunately, cats are not very friendly to guests. Cats are cute, but occasionally a look can make them shudder. They often come back to their senses and hide behind the bookshelf, where they have already paid and gone out, holding unopened books in their hands. Although I spent money for no reason, I also felt it was worth it. It is an incredible bookstore. Passers-by walked and stopped contentedly. After a while, the sun slanted a little. The little puppet suddenly sat up, his blue eyes looking warily in a certain direction in the sky, looking a little nervous. At the same time, the gray cat walked out of the void and felt the breath of Malbus. The gray cat scratched his head and said to the little ragdoll cat, "I almost forgot that Malbus was very opposed to my suggestion at the beginning. He heard about the Lord of the Abyss in the past few days and probably thought it was a fake. You are so angry that you come to us to settle the score." The little puppet didn't seem to like Malbus, who was always shining in gold, and said with a cold face, "I just don't want him to know." The gray cat was curious. Why? The little puppet hummed, "This guy Malbus is so stingy. I asked him to give me money to buy medicinal materials, but he refused to give me money. He is obviously so rich, so what's wrong with giving me some?" He slammed the table hard to express his strong dissatisfaction and anger. The corner of Gray Cat's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that it would be better not to give it to you. You refine the medicine every day, and no amount of money is enough to refine it. But Marba does love money. No one cares if he asks for money and won't give it to him. It stands to reason that he is already the richest in the world. What's wrong with giving money to his compatriots? But he didn't give any red envelopes at all, and didn't care about the friendship between the brothers at all. Not only that, he himself didn't spend much money. His only interest was in building the golden and silver palaces. Putting aside these things, Marbaz's character is also a bit difficult to get along with. He is venomous, gloomy, and depressed. He is different from Beelzebub's cold personality. Beelzebub is extremely aggressive and creepy. Marba, on the other hand, is introverted, extremely repellent to the outside world, taciturn, and likes to be alone. Once he speaks, he will be intolerable and violent. It is said that Marba often fights with his compatriots because he lacks patience and feels that other compatriots cannot understand him and cannot keep up with his rhythm. He would fight when he got annoyed, and only Agars could calm him down. He even dared to fight with Baal, although he would end up being beaten by Baal. Memory of Persia. In the game, Malbus is very stubborn and refuses to admit defeat. Even after losing thousands of times, he still wants to compete with Baal. In a sense, he has a strong will. You know, after many gods in the sky were defeated by Baal, even if they are reborn later, they will be extremely afraid of Baal. The fear of the demon god Baal seems to have been ingrained into their DNA and has become important survival information. They must remember it. Deep in the Godhead, God knows how Bar brought out the psychological shadow of those war perverts. Maybe it was a more perverted method than perverts. Cough. Think too far. The gray cat shook his head and asked the ragdoll cat, "Avoiding Malbus?" The ragdoll cat put its hands on its hips confidently and shook its little bow. "With us following, he can't find his father." The gray cat thought to himself, "Are you not good at concealment magic at all? That being said, shouldn't I bear everything?" Malbus's intelligent search magic is not so easy to resist. The little puppet saw his dark complexion, walked slowly closer, flicked his paw on the gray cat's forehead, and said with a smile, "You can do it, because you are my trusted brother." The gray cat was stunned, as if he was really inspired. He looked into the eyes of the little puppet, curled his lips, and said, "Of course I can do it. Who makes me the most powerful magician in the world?" The little puppet laughed, not forgetting to say, although it is self-proclaimed. The gray cat glared at him and then started to hide. The little puppet was very pleased. On the other hand, there is no doubt that Impos has forgotten Moragos in the warp. Poor Moragos. After searching for a long time in the subspace, he couldn't find Eliog and Beelzebub at all. I don't know how many times I complained in my heart, and sometimes I took pictures of flying stars in anger. At this moment, Moragos was shouting in the subspace, "Eliog, Beelzebub, where are you two? Where did you get lost? Could you have been eaten? Hey, answer quickly." It looked like he would be looking for it for a long time, but he had no idea that the demon he was looking for had already returned to this world. In the subspace, several compatriots were watching his actions, thinking about what he was doing and why he was looking for Eliog and Beelzebub. Moragus is so strange. Is he looking for Eliog and Beelzebub to return to the mainland? but they have already returned. Strange, they must be hiding something. Yes, I remember that there are people on Earth who claim to be the Lord of the Abyss. How can they pretend to be our father? Has Agar's not woken up from his dream yet? It seems he hasn't. I can't contact my second brother at all. In the broad daylight of the mainland, several stars twinkled. The magic tower of Oedipus' imperial city was noisy again. Goddess of harmony, why is even the Lord of the Abyss Marbus here? The magician in charge of observation almost collapsed. Has our imperial city attracted many lords of the Abyss in the past few days? Why do they come one after another? Because the Lord of the Abyss is here? Forget it. Listen to the Prime Minister. They should not come to trouble humans. Let's just pretend nothing happened. How about it? Everyone discussed for a while. And then the conclusion was that there was no conclusion, and it was pushed to the top again. The high-ranking families cannot possibly clash with the Abyss Monarch. And as for the royal family, they don't even have the ability to clash. The king is too young and incompetent, and the old ministers will not submit. The old man in the tower said bluntly, "Get used to the Abyss Monarch's affairs. Don't make a fuss." In addition, Malbus is not a big risk. According to historical records, he often clashes with other Abyss Monarchs and doesn't care about humans at all. There have been only a few of his contractors in the past 8,000 years. It is estimated that he will leave after a while. Everyone should do what they should do. When the young magicians heard this, they looked at each other and exchanged glances as if they were not used to this mode. At the same time, Malbus stood on the top floor of the church. He was tall and handsome, with long golden hair like bird feathers, and his deep green eyes were scanning the entire city, revealing a terrifying cold light. His image was too prominent, beautiful like a painting, and he appeared in broad daylight without anyone around, which scared the humans below. They couldn't run or not run, and could only look at him in shock. There were a few old men who seemed to be doing what they were supposed to do as if nothing had happened. For a long time, Malbus remained motionless, solemn, and dignified, like a religious sculpture. People passed by and were afraid. Seeing that nothing had happened, they just passed by normally, because it seemed that nothing would really happen. A few minutes later, Malbus suddenly laughed and said angrily, "Inbos, you still dare to hide from me? I must catch you." The Lord of the Abyss is an identity designed by Agar's specifically for his father. You can't play with it casually. Malbus's magic power erupted again. This time, it not only covered the entire imperial city in space, but also brought in control and domination. Inbos's pressure doubled, and at the same time, his fighting spirit was full. Confrontation, right? I won't lose. At the same time, in the back room of the bookstore, as if he felt something, Zeus looked out. The sun was shining and the sky was blue, but there was a faint noise. I don't know what was going on. What happened outside? Shiosi thought for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the children sleeping soundly on the bed. What happened outside was none of his business. His next task was to take care of his own children. Come to think of it, Moragos was very lively before. How could he be sleepy too? Shiosi picked up the red cat and casually modeled a cat hair comb, ready to comb the loose hair of his children. He had never raised a cat before, but he had heard that cat hair combs were also particular. The density of combing hair and the elasticity of comb teeth were very important. As the father of many cats, he definitely needed a handy cat comb. If the shape of the comb is not well designed, the hair cannot be combed well, and the things mixed in the hair cannot be combed, all of which are major deductions. On the other hand, it is also important to comb the cat comfortably. Combing hair is also a kind of massage. Shiosi is a beginner in this regard, so he naturally has to pay more attention. Moreover, he found that his children did not pay much attention to their hair. When they rolled around in their sleep, they were easily stained with cotton hair, and the hair looked messy. Short-haired cats are fine, but long-haired cats are a bit non-mainstream. You have to pay attention to combing. It took Zeus half an hour to design a comb that felt good, and he tried combing the white cat first. The white cat was sleeping quietly, but after combing for a few minutes, it was so comfortable that it snored. This shows that the design of the comb is a great success. It also has the effect of massage, which is great. Zeus combed the hair excitedly and also modeled a small pair of scissors and became Tony teacher for his own children. Cutting hair is a very risky thing, and it will affect the appearance if you are not careful. But Zeus is a modeler after all, so he learns quickly. After cutting, he also messed up some accessories for his own children. In a sense, Boyer's habit of dressing up may be inherited from him. He helped the children comb their hair with relish, and seeing that the sun outside was warm, he also modeled and copied the cat bed. The long cat basket, with the cubs placed one by one, let them all bask in the sun and photosynthesize. Sometimes Shiosi also felt that there were too many family members, and he had to take care of them. But after all, he had to love the children he created with his own hands. Haha! During this process, the two birds also woke up. They watched the movement outside, blinking their big eyes, and took the initiative to run out to bask in the sun. By the way, the little black bird sensed the movement of Malbus and thought to himself that this scary guy ranks fifth among the Abyss monarchs. That is his fifth brother? The little black bird suddenly became a little excited. He had heard about Marba, but he didn't know much about it before. Only recently did he find out that his fifth brother was an extraordinary person. He was super rich. He was as rich as anyone in the country. Most of the gold and silver mines on the mainland were his private wealth. The little black bird is almost drooling. As the god of Hades, he should not be short of money. But money, how can anyone not be sure of money? The little black bird became distracted and secretly thought, would it be beneficial if he snitched and told Malbus that his father was here? But as a price, if he is exposed, he will definitely be torn apart by other guys' hands. The little black bird fantasized in his mind, and then shook his head. Forget it. Money is precious, and a bird's life is even more precious. The little white bird glanced at him, ignored him, and ran to help his father tidy up the cat's nest. He is only mean to the little black bird, but is usually obedient and docile. No one around him will be dissatisfied with the temperature. It was also under the influence of Hughes that he gradually developed a love for all things. He occasionally takes care of the little light body in the box next door, using his growing divine power to help the little light body sleep well. There's actually not much difference between God's babies and human babies. They both need a good sleep and adequate nutrition in order to grow up well. The little white bird felt that the little light body kept crying because it was too uneasy. This little guy was afraid of his own father, and his own father was really scary. He didn't know how to take care of a child at all, so he was so scared that the little guy kept crying for hundreds of years. The divinity of gods from other worlds is different from them. They are accustomed to the weak and the strong in the subspace. They are full of martial virtues, so how can they understand gentleness? More than half of them are prone to seizures, so it would be wise not to eat them. Although the little white bird was just born, it still knew some of the ways of existence of gods through the knowledge passed down by the Godhead. He feels that the little light body is his little sister, and he must protect it well, especially not let that black thing contaminate it. Got it. Throughout the afternoon, Hughes took care of the children. It was not until about 5 o'clock that he finally had time to come down and wonder if the children would like to drink milk. Just then the system sounded. Congratulations on getting 500 achievement points. Hughes was so shocked that he immediately sat up and looked to the right. His level had reached level 31, the fastest upgrade speed in life. Hughes was inevitably excited. After a closer look, he found that several new skills had been unlocked. It seems useless. They're just tools to facilitate modeling and upgrades to the calculation system, but at least they have more skills. He practiced for a while, then wrote about magic, hoping to go out to the Magicians Association before 5:30. The gray cat knew what Hughes was planning and almost wasn't frightened. The Mal bus is outside, and there's a high risk of being discovered once it goes out. However, the little puppet felt it didn't matter. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and Liang Mayer Bus never imagined that they would go out and walk around in a grand manner. The little puppet is opposed to interfering with his father's daily activities. A child who is willful every day is a bad boy. The gray cat was a little speechless. Their sister Boo's ideas are always bold, although in the end he still has to bear the responsibility. But no matter what they thought, Hughes had already packed up and left. "Ah, father, wait for us." Around 5:40, a street somewhere in the Imperial City. The recent Imperial City is really lively. There's so many things going on during this period. It feels like all the major events of the past 10 years have been concentrated in these few days. Do you feel like witnessing history? But is our empire really the number one human being? Has Hammurabi's empire chased the god of ranking? I really want to know the result. It can't be that the ranking is wrong. Some Union men chatted on the street. Among them, someone suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned his head anxiously, chasing the back of a young man who passed by. The young man had rare black hair and blue eyes, was dressed luxuriously, and had an elegant temperament. He held several books in his hands and seemed to be wearing glasses. Is he a magician? The passers-by were puzzled, and after a closer look, they saw that there happened to be a magician's association in the direction the other party was going. With that kind of temperament, he could only be a magician. There was humanity beside him. I always feel like I'm not very human. Elves? No. The other side, in the basement of Dawn Church, dead bodies were scattered everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Human screams and cries for help resounded throughout the basement. The young man who caused the entire human tragedy had a pale face and looked at the bishop hanging in mid-air as if nothing had happened. Beelzebub said calmly, "So what god do you serve?" The bishop was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He had been tortured to the point of being out of shape. He didn't even know how much horrific pain he had gone through. There was only fear and despair in his eyes. He said hoarsely, "I don't know. I don't know anything. I have already told you that I believe in the goddess of harmony." Beelzebub said bluntly, "You believe in the goddess of harmony." But he did a lot of bad things. He used his identity as a bishop to commit adultery and murder many people. Does this make sense? Beelzebub seems to know the goddess of harmony and knows what belief in the goddess of harmony should look like. The bishop was scared to death, but he really didn't know what Beelzebub was asking. What's the plot to kill the brave man? Aren't the brave men missing and dead? How to murder? He is just a little bishop. He knows nothing. Of course, Beelzebub knew that he didn't know who was behind it, but that didn't mean that he really knew nothing. Beelzebub was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Who is the most active and least active god in your church?" The bishop was stunned for a moment, not understanding the question, but he still said it honestly. Goddess of virtue and goddess of luck. These two gods were on Beelzebub's exclusion list. The reason is that Agars had already checked that the goddess of virtue, as the name suggests, is the apotheosis of the concept of virtue. Although luck always causes trouble, it can't cause any conspiracy. As for the goddess of harmony that the bishop claims to believe in, she has ambitions, strategies, and actions, but Beelzebub thinks it is impossible, or the possibility is extremely low. Because the brave team had received a lot of help from him back then. When the brave men were still weak, it was he who protected and trained them all the way. It can be said that without the goddess of harmony, there would be no subsequent heroic saviors. Would you want to kill brave men and train them at the same time? If the goddess behind this was the goddess of harmony, the whole thing would be ridiculous. Beelzebub frowned and continued thinking. And interestingly, the goddess of harmony is also missing. About a few decades ago, there seemed to be some conflict with the alien god number 003, and it didn't appear again after that. The reason for the disappearance of the heroes is very consistent, and it has something to do with the gods of other worlds. If the man behind the scenes is a god from another world, Beelzebub thinks it is more likely, but would be too hard to find, because there are so many gods in the subspace, as countless as the stars. Finding the mastermind is like looking for a needle in a haystack. That guy was too secretive, leaving absolutely no clues in his work. Even if his purpose was unclear, his methods were also unclear, and there was no way to investigate. But Beelzebub did not think that the man behind the scenes was a powerful god, but rather a weak god. Because he is weak, he must engage in intrigues and tricks, and dare not speak out or leave clues. especially when it comes to memory beasts. If that guy is strong enough, there's no way that the news will leak out and people will find out that the brave is a memory beast. Beelzebub seemed to be profiling the thoughts of the mastermind behind the scenes, and suddenly took on the role of the mastermind behind the scenes, muttering to himself, "I failed to kill the brave man twice. I don't understand why. I doubt that the brave man led no matter what fate he has. He will not die easily, but I will not give up because I must kill him. Only when he dies and all the brave men die can I achieve my goal." Then Beelzebub touched his chin and continued to talk to himself. "Where has that brave man been for more than 8,000 years? I notice that he is still in the abyss, but I can't find him. What? I want to give up? No, I will not give up. I created a human identity called Sharin Priest. As an adventurer, I often explore the abyss, such as, if you find that brave man by chance one day, it must not be a strange thing, right? I successfully found a brave man, but I am afraid of making the same mistake again, so I'd better keep an eye on him and let him live in my antique shop." At this point in the profile, Beelzebub stopped, because it stuck at a point. How much does the mastermind behind the scenes know about them? Does he know that they are the creation of that brave man? If he knew, why did he let his father go? Once his father contacted them, he would have no chance to kill his father. Beelzebub fell into deep thought about this. A few minutes later, Beelzebub suddenly thought of something. On the day they came out of the abyss, Agar's emphasized one thing to them differently than usual. Don't expose that we are the creation of the brave. Agar's suggestion was opposed by Bar on the spot. When they entered the world, they naturally wanted to publicize their names and tell the world that they were the creations of the brave Shios. Is there any reason not to expose it? Baffling. Agar's suggestion sounded strange, but Agar's didn't explain it and just let them understand. Agar's often behaves like this, like a riddle devil, maybe because he finds it difficult to speak and thinks they can understand a sentence or two. At that time, they were confused at first, but later they realized something different. For example, he thought it was to protect his father, because you think if the whole world knew that a human created them, and this creator is still missing, so what happens? The answer is that the whole world will want to find the missing father and then control the father, because controlling the father will control them. This statement is very reasonable. It was Samakina who said it at the time, convincing Bar and most of his compatriots on the spot. Therefore, they did not report their true identity later and even deliberately confuse the public. Beelzebub thought that Agar's might have said that not only to protect his father, but also to confuse the mastermind so that they did not know their relationship with his father. But thinking about this, there's another problem. Back then, the mastermind behind the scenes also attacked my father in the abyss, when more than 20 of them were present. If the mastermind behind the scenes was at the scene, how could he not know about their relationship with their father? Could it be that he was not present and did it through other means? Wait, why is my train of thought stuck again? There's so many mysteries. Beelzebub feels that although the mastermind behind the scenes is meticulous and cautious, he must have encountered many obstacles and made many mistakes, which is why he is half exposed and half not exposed, and stuck everywhere. This is not surprising. Beelzebub's thinking is more realistic. He will not imagine the mastermind behind the scenes as a perverted god who can cover the sky with one hand, with perfect ideas and perfect means, and can commit perfect crimes. Many people like to think so, and all kinds of assumptions about the mastermind behind the scenes are very powerful and invincible, but the final truth is jaw-dropping. Beelzebub has learned a lot of experience over the years. If the criminal himself is imperfect, the more you think about perfection, the more you will get stuck in a dead end and can't think of the specific murderer. At this time, there must be something wrong with the thinking, and you need to change your thinking. However, Beelzebub was silent for half an hour and still got stuck because of insufficient information. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just find new information. It's a very simple thing. Hearing his words, the bishop opposite was horrified. "You please don't leave." The bishop couldn't help but scream. The desire to survive surpassed everything. "I just killed a few people. My sins are not enough to kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." And sure enough, After Beelzebub thought it was useless here, he disappeared in an instant. Then, a white light enveloped the church, swallowing and twisting everything. The bishop and his sins were directly destroyed. On the other side, Ariorg quietly came to the OS Empire History Research Institute. The historians did not break their promises and have been busy writing history in the past few days. The appearance of the true body of the Lord of the Abyss seemed to give team leader Helen inspiration, allowing her to figure out a lot of things. Ariorg hid behind the bookshelf, watching them think, discuss, and write. His green eyes shone in the dark, like a pair of green gemstone. If those people were not so tired, they would have probably found him if they looked back a little. It was obviously not the first time that Eliorg had been watching over humans like this. He was already very used to this kind of thing. The clock reached 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The other researchers had gone out for lunch, and Helen was still thinking. She flipped through the notes on the table, flipping them over and over again, overturning them many times, and the tip of the pen smeared ink on the paper. The museum was quiet, and she was thinking quietly. After a few minutes, she began to talk to herself. If all the Abyss Lords were created by one person, everything would make sense. Wait, that is to say, the creator of the Abyss Lord, the Lord of the Abyss, is a human? Helen was immediately horrified, as if she had discovered a very secret and terrifying historical truth. Once, there was a person humans created the Abyss monarchs in the Abyss. This sentence was written easily, but when you look at it carefully, it is so thrilling that Helen was sweating all over and her mind was completely confused. Humans created more than 20 Abyss monarchs in the Abyss. How powerful and great human beings must be to achieve such a feat. You know, the Demon Age is called the Demon Age because it is almost dominated by the Abyss monarchs. And if these Abyss monarchs all submit to one person, they are the creation of one person. Doesn't that mean that the person dominated the entire era by himself? That's a history of more than 6,000 years. Helen read all the history books. What stories of heroes have she not read? However, none of them were as shocking as this moment. If such a human really existed, then it is so powerful that it is absolutely shocking. It has never happened in history, and it will never happen again in the future. Helen's scalp was numb, and she couldn't even imagine it. Her hand holding the pen was shaking violently. Who is this person, Lord of the Abyss, and how did he do it? This author, Hui Yutian, reminds you that the most complete after the Abyss Lord awakens is all in the domain name. Has there ever been such a great man in history, but his name has never been recorded? Helen was trembling all over, and her pupils were shrinking violently. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Her soul was in a trance, and her eyes were dull. I have to write it down. I have to write down that history. There was a person in the Abyss who personally created the monarch of the Abyss, but the whole world didn't know the name of that person. She wrote quickly, and the ink was splashing with excitement. For a while, only her writing sound was left in the room. Elioj watched silently, without saying a word, and without making any impact. He knew that this human would definitely discover the truth of history, because she was so serious and eager to pursue the truth. Eliorg is looking forward to the truth of history being revealed, and the whole world knowing that they are the children of the brave Zeus. The brave who once fell into the abyss and was forgotten by everyone. History should know his name. At the same time, Oedipus Empire, Library of the Magician Association. Just took a book from the bookshelf. The title of the book is The Advanced Essentials of Intermediate Magic to Advanced Magic. He has studied the teleportation technique thoroughly and can move on to the next stage. It was getting dark, and there were magicians discussing in the corridor. Another Abyss Lord came? How did I know about this? Just found out? He has appeared for a long time. It feels like nothing happened. Did he not do anything? It seems like he is looking for someone. Drizzt just opened the book and noticed this sentence inexplicably. An Abyss Lord appeared, and was he looking for someone? Abyss Lord. Who is he looking for? Shios asked inadvertently. At the same time, a young man who was passing by behind him suddenly stopped when he heard his voice and stared blankly in his direction. The gray cat was fighting passionately with Malbus and didn't notice the young man behind him. The young man's pupils trembled for some reason, as if they were filled with tears. The little puppet lying on Shioza's book found something wrong, and just as he was about to turn his head, he was picked up. What kind of bad human dared to attack me? The little puppet was so angry that he turned his head and his pupils shook, and he almost shouted meow. Samakina is the most morally cultivated among the Abyss compatriots, and it should be so. However, he picked up the little stuffed doll very ungracefully, with a fierce expression on his face, and his eyes were deep and filled with cold anger. Obviously, he discovered that these compatriots were trying to hide their father's affairs. No matter how well-trained he is, he can't hold back and becomes so angry. The little puppet was dancing in midair and scratching the air. It just didn't notice Samakina's approach and was caught off guard. It stands to reason that their compatriots are all sensitive to each other, but Samakina has misophobia, not only physical misophobia, but also mental misophobia. He often cuts off contact with them, so they can hardly sense Samakina. The smell of Makina. I never expected that I would meet him unexpectedly. Damn Samakina, where did you come from? The little puppet tries to struggle. At the same time, the gray cat was fighting with Malbus, and when he realized something was wrong, he turned around and saw Samakina's death gaze, and he was so frightened that he almost broke his guard. Fourth brother, why is he here? The gray cat doubted his own eyes. Samakina smiled and put on a standard smile that was comparable to a poker face. His eyes were half squinted, showing murderous intent, and he was about to explode with anger. The gray cat thought to himself, it's lucky that his position was right behind his father. His father was so engrossed in reading that he didn't notice any movement. Otherwise, this scene would be too difficult to explain. The little puppet caught in Samakina's hand was about to struggle and jump away. The next second, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Both he and Impose were caught in Samakina's territory. The little puppet immediately transformed into a human form and distanced itself from Samakina. His eyes were alert, and his magic power was concentrated in the palm of his hand. The gray cat was in a worse situation. After the little ragdoll, it was also caught in Samakina's hand. Under the suppression of magic power, it couldn't move away and could only attack with its claws. There is no concept of time in the realm of Samakina. No matter how much time passes here, it is only an instant to the outside world. If we can go back in time, we can continue to stop Malbus. The gray cat hated the magic gap between him and Samakina very much at this moment. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to counterattack Samakina. Samakina's eyes were cold, and regardless of their thoughts, he asked directly, "So, when did you find your father, and what did you do during this time?" Damn it, I didn't tell you. The magic suppression is too much. It's simply brute force that is not elegant at all. Yimbosi was quite unconvinced, but couldn't break free at all. Samakina is so powerful, even more powerful than it was 2,000 years ago. They're all so close, but they don't feel anything at all. What does this mean? When it is powerful enough to reach a certain level, all the magic power will be absorbed without any leakage. Samakina's power has reached a level beyond perception. Don't tell. Samakina narrowed her eyes and said abruptly, "Then it seems you too want to go to class." Attend class? Fire and Impas were startled at the same time. As we all know, Samakina likes the education demon the most, and even God will not let him go. If he takes his class, he will shed his skin even if he is not dead. They were taught this when they were 2 children, and they were tortured so hard that they almost died, leaving an extremely strong psychological shadow. There are many demons in their family, and my father cannot take care of them all, so of course he has to share the work. At the beginning, at that time, the educational work was divided between Bar and Agars. But Bal likes fighting and doesn't know how to teach demons at all, how to lead them. So they were thrown into the pile of trolls one by one. What kind of education is this? It's basically free range. What's the difference between doing this and putting a bunch of little sheep demons into a pack of wolves? Although they all survived in the end and became much stronger, the process was unbearable. The free-range elder brother is the most annoying. They narrowly escaped death and protested strongly. Bar was finally reprimanded by his father, and then the educational task fell to Agar's, the second brother Agar's. You can't say that his teachings are not good. Impose sighed deeply. Agar's likes theoretical teaching. After a class, his brain will explode. How can he learn? How can you learn if your brain is gone? Moreover, Agar's is naturally dull. He often loses his train of thought while chatting and cannot communicate normally at all. Under the education of Agar's, their brains exploded every day and they were miserable. They had to report to their father, and then the education task fell to Vesak. What did third brother Vesak say? He doesn't educate at all and sleeps every day. The eldest brother is just letting it go, but Vesak is just letting it go, but not raising it. They were relaxed, but they felt uncomfortable all over. After 2 high-pressure tortures, they couldn't stand the comfort anymore. Moreover, they face so many powerful enemies every day in the abyss, so of course they have to work hard to improve their strength instead of just lying around and rotting away. They become stronger and protect their father. So they reported to their father again, and then the task fell to Samakina. At that time, Samakina was a good devil, easy to talk, and responsible. He was also good at both martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. He was gentler than Bal, better at communicating than Agar's, and more active than Vesak. He taught students according to their aptitude, was good at teaching, and was good at teaching. Magic. Sounds good? He was indeed very good. In the beginning, they really learned a lot from Samakina. He was worthy of being a demon who was born earlier than them. He knew everything and was able to teach. Who can say bad things? But then Samakina changed his mind. After his father disappeared, his abnormality became more serious. He was addicted to education. If he didn't teach the demons, he would feel uncomfortable all over. He always wondered whether he taught them too slowly, which caused them to not grow up, and finally caused his father's accident. He was deeply remorseful and considered it his responsibility, insisting that he was in the wrong, even though other compatriots said otherwise. I shouldn't teach slowly, but speed up. The faster the better. Strength is everything. Without enough strength, you cannot protect what you want to protect. Understand? My father encountered an accident because of me. If I had been stronger, nothing would have happened. 8,000 years have passed, and he has not come out. He has always been in regret, trapped in the irreparable past. He believes that strength is too important. Without his father, he must take on the responsibilities of a father and teach his fellow cubs well. They could bear it at first, but then Samakina became more and more perverted, teaching in a spoon-fed manner, even more Spartan than Spartan. It was so damn life-threatening that they couldn't bear it anymore. After breaking through the second echelon in strength, they all fled. When he turned around, he discovered that all his fellow cubs were gone. Impose did not know what Samakina was feeling at that time, nor did he think about it. However, I only know that Samakina cannot catch their education, so it will catch other things. The victimized races include gods, angels, humans, etc., but all the races you have heard of have suffered at his hands. They secretly called him an education madman, and they were afraid that they would not be able to change this love for education in 10,000 years. Now that things have come to this, we don't want to be arrested for education again. Within a few seconds, because Bosi didn't let go, Bayer let go first. Fourth brother, please speak up, and I surrender. Bayer, you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually betrayed you. Impose roared in his heart. Bayer glanced at Impas and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I didn't promise you to keep it secret. Yimbosi's pupils trembled. Good guy. I knew you were going to talk about it with a loudspeaker. Samakina put the gray cat in the cage and said calmly to Bayer, let's start from the beginning. Bayer nodded, told everything concisely, and called out the participating compatriots one by one. Yimbosi was stunned and resisted at first, but later he was speechless and had no hope of life. Half an hour later, Samakina listened to everything. He held his chin in his hands and thought deeply. His eyes changed, showing no emotion or anger. But Impose dared to say that Samakina was definitely angry. The quieter he was, the more terrifying he was. I saw that after Samakina was silent for a few minutes. He became angry and lectured. Hide your father from other compatriots? Is this how I taught you? His angry voice frightened their hearts. Samakina's eyes were sharp, and he continued. Did Eliog instigate it? Huh. He has been thinking about it since he was a child, but don't shirk your responsibility. I see that you are all enjoying it. Can your evil heart be at ease when you deceive a simple father who knows nothing? You still pretend to be cute and don't think about your age. Children who are over 8,000 years old. Bayer can tolerate it in the front, but he can't stand it in the back. His heart is hateful. Who can pretend to be cute? This demon is super cute in the first place, and his father has certified it. But he didn't refute because Samakina was really angry, and his anger didn't go away that easily. Samakina counted the evidence of their crimes in detail, his eyes getting colder and colder. A lie requires hundreds or thousands of lies to cover up. Have you ever thought about how your father will feel when he finds out? The two demons paused for a moment, their eyes shining as if they were struck. Samakina continued to scold. You lied to your father one by one, just to buy time to clear yourself? Agar's reminded you before, but you turned a deaf ear to his words. Impose was silent, looking at Samakina a little uneasily, and whispered, So, do you want to tell father? Samakina narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Impos, and said bluntly, Of course, not only other compatriots should also know about this. I will tell all compatriots. Bayer was unhappy and couldn't help but retorted, There's no need to tell them so quickly. Samakina turned to look at Bayer. Why, you want to monopolize it, but other compatriots don't. He is unselfish and has a stern attitude, exactly the same as before. Bayer stared at him and still objected. Don't tell them. They can't find their father on their own. How can they say it's our fault? We didn't restrict our father's freedom. Explain. After he finished, he blinked, his blue eyes shining brightly. Samakina. Pretending to be cute doesn't work for me. Bayer's eyes widened. I didn't. Dirty fourth brother, big piece of wood. Impos didn't expect that they were going well, but Samakina unexpectedly came out in the middle, disrupting all their plans. Moreover, Samakina kept trying to persuade them. Even if they could not defeat them together, what else could they do? Just as Boss felt that he was about to die, his eyes suddenly changed, and he wondered what he was afraid of. There was also Vesak. Visego can suppress Samakina. Yes, don't get into trouble, there is still hope. While Samakina was still detailing their problems, because Persia appeared to be obedient and trained, he secretly initiated a communication with his compatriots and reached nearby Vesak. Third brother, help. At the same time, Vesak, who was in a dream, suddenly opened his eyes. Samakina was thinking about why Impos became obedient when suddenly her pupils trembled. There were footsteps and a familiar lazy voice behind him. Samakina, do you want to expose this matter? Visego stopped. Maybe he came in a hurry. He still had half of his blindfold on, and he looked a little casual. Impos and Bayer shouted that the savior has come. The third brother should quickly stabilize the fourth brother. He is going to expose himself. Samakina turned his head, squinted his eyes, a dark color flashed through his eyes, and said, Vashik, are you even standing with them? Visego shook his head and said indifferently, It's not a question of where you stand. You suddenly told your father the truth that lasted for more than 8,000 years. What should you do if your father is shocked? Can you accept it for a while? The two demons shouted directly. Third brother said it well. The facts are more important, Samakina insisted. Vesak, father's mood is more important. Samakina was silent, his vertical pupils showing a bit of wavering. How could he not know Vesak's concerns? Indeed, they had been messing around for thousands of years. This is a necessary transition. Vesak continued. You don't want your father to be disappointed in your children. Bayer and Impost were immediately nervous. Samakina frowned and stared into Vesak's eyes. In fact, unlike those compatriots who behaved recklessly and had a dark history, Samakina himself can say that he has no dark history at all. He targets various races for education. which can be interpreted as a good thing to popularize education. Who can hold accountable a demon who only cares about education? Therefore, there is no stain on Samakina that he must cooperate with them to cover up the truth. At least he thinks so. But what Vasak said really shook him. Which is more important, the truth or my father's feelings? Is it really a good thing for a father to know that his children have been domineering and fighting with each other for thousands of years? Samakina was caught in a dilemma. Her eyes changed, and she remained silent for a long time. I have to admit that Vasak's considerations are reasonable. As long as they handle the matter well and bury it as it should, the father will not know about those unspeakable things. Samakina still hesitated. Like what? Vasak's tone was calm, not like he was discussing it all, as if he was just informing Samakina. Samakina has always had complicated feelings toward Vasago. Vasago is almost the opposite of him. He is active, while Vasago is passive. He takes the initiative to take responsibility, while Vasago abandons all responsibilities. He can never leave. After coming out, Vasak could just sleep. He often regrets, but Vasak always seems to be indifferent. Samakina stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly sighed. You are still the same. Yeah. Vasago yawned as if out of boredom and adjusted his blindfold. But halfway through the adjustment, his movement paused because he heard Samakina's next words. But it's really great. Samakina's tone changed from serious and cold to full of nostalgia. He lowered his eyes with a deep expression and said in a deep voice, I thought, Father abandoned us and returned to the original world. 8,000 years is too long. During this period, countless countries have risen and destroyed, countless lives have been born and died, and everything has changed. Whether it is the world or them, those once beautiful things have either been forgotten or be buried and barely survive until now. Either it is gone or it has changed. No matter which one, it is not the original thing in their hearts. They couldn't wait and could not be found. Their hope became dimmer day by day, and they almost fell into despair. But I still got it back. The Father has not abandoned them, has not forgotten them, and is still there alive. And it hasn't changed at all. He is still the Father they remember. Is there anything more important than this? Samakina lowered his head, his eyelashes covered with shadows, hiding the faint tears. Vasak looked at Samakina, said nothing, turned around and left, as if it was all over. Bayer and Impas looked at each other. They were a little childish and willful just now, but their eyes suddenly darkened. How could they forget that Samakina is the one who needs to see and reunite with his father the most among all his compatriots? It might have been a bit selfish not to tell Samakina. Fourth brother had worked so hard to educate them for so long, and had been immersed in regrets that were not his responsibility for so many years. How could they hide it from fourth brother? Impas recalled that back then, because Agars didn't know how to teach, he learned most of his magic from Samakina. His power is learning, and his learning speed is extraordinary. Samakina also emphatically praised him. Although it happened more than 8,000 years ago, he only vaguely recalled it now. Impos blinked, the cat's paws grabbed the cage, and suddenly said, Fourth brother, you go and see your father. Samakina was stunned, his eyes wavering. Byers seemed to be able to read the air. He walked forward and patted Samakina on the shoulder. Let's go. It took a lot of effort to find it, didn't it? I have missed my father for many years, but I don't dare to see him in front of me. Samakina seemed to be told what he was saying, and he hurriedly gathered his mood in this time and space that was still to the outside world. Bayer walked straight over and unlocked Impos's cage. As soon as Persia was liberated, he immediately transformed into a human form, and his magic power began to circulate. Come on, the whole devil is emboldened. Samakina turned to look at them, inexplicably hesitating to speak. Bayer was stunned and said, Thinking about how to meet your father? Samakina was calm on the surface, but actually he was nervous inside. After all, he noticed that all his previous compatriots chose the cat form. 1 second later, Hughes was writing magic, but suddenly he felt something. He turned around and found that the two cats that were supposed to be on the table were gone. The old father was immediately nervous, thinking that the two children would not run away to play. And just as he stood up, he caught a glimpse of gray light from the corner of his eye. Turning his head and taking a closer look, he found that it was a gray-white mane, beautiful hair, and handsome cat eyes. Hughes couldn't believe it, and then he hugged him in surprise. "Samikina, you finally found it." The little mane was obviously not used to this cat body, and was a little at a loss, and his tail was stiff. Listening to what Hughes said next, the little mane lowered his head, otherwise he would have revealed his wet eyes. "How have you been these years? Have you been—" Looking at the reunion on the opposite side, Inbos and Bayer, who were hiding behind the bookshelf, looked at each other and shook their heads. The other side, in the Magician Association, the two teenagers passed through the corridor. One was dressed elegantly, with magic rings all over his hands, and he looked like a descendant of the nobility. The other was dressed in ordinary clothes, without any magic props on him, and he looked like an ordinary civilian, and there was a label of an apprentice magician on his collar. The apprentice magician held a few books in front of his chest, and with one hand, he quickly pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, the Abyss Monarch versus the God, who is stronger and who is weaker?" His question was not abrupt, because the Abyss Monarchs appeared one after another in Oedipus Imperial City recently, and the people privately started a discussion about the Abyss Monarchs. The apprentices who had just entered the extraordinary field were especially curious about the mysterious and powerful Abyss Monarchs for too long. Hearing this, the senior turned his head and stared at the apprentice, saying, "You are an A-level talent, right?" The apprentice immediately replied, "Yes, senior, I just passed the test 3 days ago, and my talent rating is A." Hearing the talent level A, the senior's eyebrows were obviously relaxed, but his arrogant attitude remained unchanged. "I was thinking that I wouldn't chat with people below A-level. Since you're A-level, you have some qualifications." He raised his chin and said to the trainee, "Since you don't know the Abyss Lord, I will explain it to you reluctantly." The trainee was surprised and said, "Thank you, senior." The senior chuckled and recalled, "There are a total of 24 Abyss Lords in the world. The first is the demon Godball. The second is the secret sage Agars. The third is Vashik. The fourth is Samkina. The fifth is Malbus. The sixth is Valif. And the seventh is Amon." The trainee raised his hand weakly. "Excuse me, senior, I already know the ranking of the Abyss Lords. It's written in this book." The senior said, impatiently, and snorted. "Then what do you want to ask?" "So, what's their strength ranking?" The trainee. The voice became lower and lower, and his posture became lower and lower. The eyes behind the glasses were full of cowardice. "Their ranking is the ranking of strength." The senior student was impatient and raised his voice. "Except for Beelzebub, the ranking of the strength of the Abyss Lord is probably the ranking that you and I know." The trainee shook his head and said, "It's not their internal ranking. I'm asking about their strength compared to the gods." The senior student was puzzled and really wanted to punch him. He finally held back his anger and said, "You mean the strength echelon of the Abyss Lord in the whole continent?" "Yes, yes." The trainee didn't know how to speak and almost bit his tongue. What a fool. The senior student frowned, thought for a while, and said with a slightly complicated look, "More than 6,000 years ago, the ranking god once ranked all the major races of people, gods and demons in the whole continent together. But halfway through the ranking, some gods were dissatisfied with their low rankings and angrily chased the ranking god." So that's what happened. The trainee was dumbfounded. The senior continued, "It is said that the ranking god was beaten badly. After that day, the ranking god did not dare to offend those world-class bosses, so he stopped ranking." "I see. So that's the result of the ranking?" "Country bumpkin, you don't know anything." The senior was also convinced and continued, "The ranking at that time was only 31st. The trainee suddenly realized and said, "I remember that the ranking god ranked from the 100th, which means at that time it was only ranked from the 100th to the 31st, a total of 70 people." The senior nodded. "Yes, 70 people were ranked, and 70 people were also angry. The trainee was unbelievable and asked curiously, "Do you know the specific ranking list? We're the last 70 people." The senior's face was complicated, thinking that this could not be made public. The reason why he knew it was because his family had a long history. At that time, his ancestors wrote down the ranking of the last 70, and that information has been passed down to this day. He saw by coincidence not long ago. It can't be made public. Even if it's in the past, you'll still get killed if you talk about it everywhere. But it doesn't matter if you talk about it in private. The senior glanced at the bumpkin, and his heart swelled. So he said, "Of course I know. Who made my family have such a long history?" Bumpkin stared, full of expectations. The senior flipped through his memory and said, "Among the last 70 ranked at that time, there were 40 gods, 10 abyss monarchs, 3 angels, 3 elves, 1 goblin, 1 sea tribe, 1 sky tribe, 1 unknown race, and finally 10 humans." The trainee was shocked. Among the top 100, only 10 abyss monarchs made it? Idiot! The senior's fist hardened, and he shouted, 24 the abyss monarchs among the top 100 must have entered. All of them have. 10 of them are among the last 70, and the 14 who are not there must be among the top 30. The trainee was confused. Huh? Why do you say that? The senior rolled his eyes and said, "Because it just so happens that the 31st ranked one is the abyss Lord Lieligen." The trainee magician's eyes widened. Lieligen is ranked 14th among the abyss monarchs, which means the abyss monarchs before Lieligen are all in the top 30 in the mainland. Wait, isn't there only 10 left in the count? 3? The senior student was almost furious, because Beelzebub is different, and his strength must be among the top 30 in the mainland. The trainee seemed to be about to faint, and continued, "Wait a minute, among the top 30 ranked in the entire continent, the abyss monarchs account for 14 of them. Don't they account for almost half of them?" The senior gave him a slap in the face. "Nonsense, you can't do math." The trainee was in disbelief and murmured, "Why are they so powerful?" The senior chuckled and thought, "Who knows? Everything about the abyss monarchs is full of mysteries. They don't seem to be born with a very powerful mythical species, but have been promoted one level at a time. In a sense, it is actually different from ordinary abyss creatures." The senior suddenly frowned, stood in the middle of the corridor to the library, and said thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, there were also different opinions on the top 10 in mainland China at that time." Top 10? The trainee's eyes widened, as if he could no longer imagine it. For anyone who has just entered the extraordinary road, the top 10 in mainland China is an unattainable and unattainable peak. It may not be possible to reach it in a lifetime, not to mention thousands of lifetimes. The senior said he was a bit addicted and continued, "Did you know? People at that time discussed that there were at least 3 abyss monarchs in the top 10 in the mainland." The trainee trembled. Really? The senior glanced at him and said, "The top 10 in mainland China are at least in the first echelon. Among the abyss monarchs, 3 of them took that step? How could they be so powerful?" The trainee asked this question for the second time. This time his eyes were a little blank, as if he was shocked. "Actually, there are many reasons for this. Some people say it's because they swallowed the god of the abyss." The senior frowned and said slowly, "The god of the abyss is one of the well-known ultimate existences. They can kill the god of the abyss, so there must be existences among them that have the strength to cross that step." The trainee nodded, as if he was very educated. "I see. All in all, I estimate that there are 1 or 2 abyss monarchs among the top 3 in the entire continent." The senior continued walking, and the library entrance was dozens of meters in front of him. The trainee immediately chased after him. 1 or 2, referring to Demon God Baal, or Agars? Not necessarily. The senior thought for a while and said, "The god of ranking's divine power can only cover the continent. He cannot rank existences outside the continent unless they are marked. But I guess he does not dare to mark the Demon God Ball. So even if we have a match, now the new rankings are actually not very accurate." The trainee was deeply moved after hearing this. It turns out that the Lord of the Abyss is really that powerful. The senior looked with disdain again. "How can you rule an era if you are not strong?" Being able to rule the continent after the gods is not easy when you think about it. Then why did they leave? Who knows? Although they have many contractors in the human world, they rarely communicate with humans. The Alliance doesn't know what they are thinking. It's so mysterious. The trainee was stunned for a moment, as if he had just realized a problem. In other words, the Malbas in our imperial city. Can a single demon push our Oedipus empire flatly? The senior rolled his eyes at him. Otherwise, Malbus is a being that our entire country cannot deal with. Not to mention that he passed by the imperial city. Even if we went to the palace to capture the king, we couldn't take him. What should we do? The trainee was afraid. Doesn't the Alliance care about this? The senior continued to roll his eyes and said, "Can you control it?" I asked. At least the strongest people should join forces to attack, and they may not be defeated. The strength of us humans lies in cooperation, division of labor, and wisdom. Just talking about a single entity, it is difficult for us to defeat those abyssal species with abnormal physiques, but humans will not fight alone. Unity is the strength of humans. Yes. Humanity is still developing, understand? The senior snorted and continued to emphasize. Besides, Malbus poses almost no risk to humans. What can humans do to mess with him? But if he suddenly gets angry, I haven't been mad at humans for more than 8,000 years. So you have to curse me with a crow's mouth, right? No, haha, forget it. The two teenagers walked into the library while talking. The senior didn't take a few steps before he noticed a rather eye-catching presence sitting at the study table. He was a young man with a gentle temperament. There were two cats sleeping beside him, and there was another one on the table in front of him. Bringing pets to study? He's a weirdo. Just when the senior thought about it, he was suddenly glanced at by the cat. He immediately felt horrified and walked away quickly. The trainee walked slowly, turned his head, and looked curiously in the direction of the study table. At the same time, Marba couldn't bear it anymore and shouted directly on the induction channel of his compatriots. "Inbos, don't hide, come out now, bring your fake." The gray cat was shocked. His eyes showed dissatisfaction. He was about to go out. Samkina suddenly looked at him. The meaning of his eyes was very clear. "I'll go." The gray cat blinked. The Maine Coon quietly jumped off the table and then disappeared. A few seconds later, Samkina appeared next to Malbus. Malbus was stunned and didn't notice Samkina at all. He tilted his head and asked, "Inbos found a fake. Do you want to speak for Inbos?" Samkina stared at Malbus with his eyes and suddenly said coldly, "What fake?" Hui Yuqian recommends his other works to you. I hope you like it too. Chevron_left. Marba was confused and turned around and said, "What imposter?" "Samkina, are you crazy too?" Impos found an imposter to claim to be the Lord of the Abyss. I want to catch him and teach him a lesson. Samkina's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes became colder. Marba didn't know why. In his impression, Samkina had always been fair, so how could he allow Impos to be so pretentious and deceitful? Could it be? "Samkina, you have changed." However, before he could react, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. When Malbus opened his eyes again, he saw a blazing continent beneath his feet. Fires were burning everywhere, and fire tongues like beasts were constantly erupting from the cracks in the earth. Malbus was confused, clenched his fists, and stared at Samkina. "Are you going to fight me over this?" He came up with a bad temper, and the golden light around him was bright, almost lighting up the entire space. Samkina didn't answer. Half an hour later, Marbus rises, Marbus falls down. He was taught a lesson and became even angrier. He stared at Samkina and said, "Why are you targeting me? Is it because Impos is smaller, so you are partial to him?" Hearing this, the young man landed on the red fire ground, ignored the flames, and walked a few steps, staring into those angry eyes. "Don't you know you were wrong?" Marbus insisted. "I was not wrong." Samkina stretched out his hand, hit Malbus on the head from a distance, and said sternly, "That's not a fake. That's the real father." "What?" Malba's pupils trembled, and he was almost shaken. Then he shook his head and hummed. Because Persia can't hide it, you want to mistake the fake for the real? Impossible, Samakina said calmly. It's true. All the air was silent, leaving only the crackling sound of tongues of fire. Malba's eyes widened and his voice trembled as he said, Is it really real? The two demons looked at each other in silence. Marba couldn't believe it. Could it be that he had always regarded his true father as a fake? Are you always cursing at your father? Why am I so damned? Malba's mind went blank for a moment. Then he suddenly came to life and stood up. He rushed forward and asked urgently, Where is father? Samakina stared at him and took a breath before saying, Before you see your father, you need to know these things. The fire burned the earth and destroyed all living things, but they communicated as if nothing had happened. Half an hour later, Malbus was stunned and murmured, actually, his eyes changed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He suddenly became angry and wiped away tears wildly. Father, have you been thinking about us? Does father still remember me? We have not been forgotten for a moment. Well, Marbus buried his head in tears without any image and couldn't even speak clearly at the end. It's real, not a fake. It's the real father who's back. Great. He turns his anger into joy. Great joy. Almost at the same time, Hughes noticed that Samakina, who had just returned, was missing. Where did this go? Just as he was about to look for the child, the little puppet ran back and jumped into his arms with one or two jumps. Hughes was a little surprised and hadn't asked yet. The little puppet said at first, Samakina and Imposs will go back to check the store first. Houston was shocked. Do they know how to get back? The little puppets were super confident and said, of course they can. Even though they're like this, each of them is quite capable. It is just a trivial matter in the human world. Seeing how confident he was, Hughes thought about it. His children would be safe in the abyss. They had just come to the human world, and they should be able to adapt completely. And Hughes believed in Samakina. Samakina is a steady child and will not do anything risky. He went back early just to see the nest. You don't have to worry too much. However, when he turned around and looked, the clock showed that it was already 7:30 p.m. He had to go back quickly. He didn't know if there was any food sold on the road at this time. He wanted to buy something for the children. As a hero himself, his body was shaped by magic, and he did not need to eat, causing him to almost forget the taste of food. Thinking of this, Hughes missed Leligen a little. His Zai is multi-talented. Leligen is brave and witty in battle, has superb archery skills, and is always on target. In life, he is good at cooking. He is a gourmet of the abyss at a young age. I just don't know if cooking skills have gotten better in the past 8,000 years or so. I miss you so much. Hughes still remembered that when Lella King Kong was created, he was still a green cub. He could not stand up and could only crawl around. His eyes seemed to be congenitally deficient, and he was always squinting to see things. The abyss is full of darkness, and Lelikin is afraid of the dark, as if he was born with night blindness. The abyss was hell to Lelikin. He was worried about this. He tried many times, but could not change the setting. He could only personally guide Leligen step by step to get used to the darkness and learn to perceive things in the dark instead of seeing with his eyes. Lelikin didn't adapt at first. He was always trembling with fear and didn't dare to go into the darkness. But one day later, he seemed to have overcome the fear in his heart, no longer afraid of the darkness, and even actively walked into it, making the darkness fearful instead. Hughes still remembers that something happened to him that day. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that the troll on the opposite side exploded before death, and his magic power flew everywhere, hurting him a little. It's a small injury. It was just a cut on the arm. He didn't react, but the children were very nervous, especially Lelikin, who was closest to him. His green eyes trembled as he looked at him, as if he was about to cry. He didn't know what happened to the troll later. He only knew that the children were very angry that day. For the first time, they kept silent and stared at him to protect him. They were so serious that Hughes recalled that Ball rarely used his power that day. Thunder rumbled in places he couldn't see all night, and the earth was shaking, as if it was dominated by the child's anger. The next day, Lelikin said he was no longer afraid of the dark, and there was nothing to be afraid of in the dark. When he spoke, he always squinted his eyes without showing his pupils, but he opened his eyes wide. That was also the first time Hugh saw Lelikin's eyes clearly. Like a lake in the deep forest, clear and beautiful, ethereal and quiet. Inexplicably, he thought of the elves. Shios fell into memories and was silent for a few seconds. He couldn't help asking, "Buyer, do you know about Lelikin's situation?" The little puppet's pupils trembled slightly. I don't know what he thought of. His mouth opened slightly, but he pursed it again. In the end, he didn't say anything and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Shios was worried and continued to ask, "You scattered later, so you rarely get together?" The little puppet blinked. According to Eliorg, they were scattered in the abyss and couldn't find each other. Basically, they didn't know where other compatriots were doing. However, more than 8,000 years is too long. Even if the abyss is vast and boundless, they have so many cubs. It's unlikely that they haven't met for so long. Buyer hesitated. To be precise, after their father disappeared, they still gathered together for a long time. They didn't have a good relationship and often had conflicts. After their father was gone, the conflicts became more and more intense, but the abyss was so dangerous, and the principle that unity is strength is not wrong. They worked together to occupy the territory of the abyss, expanding it step by step, becoming stronger and stronger on the road of leveling, and finally successfully defeated the god of the abyss, which meant that they gained the power to enter and exit the abyss freely, as well as the power to control all the rules of the abyss. The first thing they did was, of course, to use the power of the god of the abyss to find their father. However, they searched thousands of times, but couldn't find him. That day, they were silent for a long time, so they began to suspect that their father was not in the abyss at all, and they should look for him outside. And it was here that they had disagreements and conflicts. The center of the conflict was exactly they were already strong enough. Why did they have to endure their temper and be with the annoying guy? They could have found their father on their own, right? That day, they discussed for a long time and quarreled many times. And the final result was that they dispersed and went to the vast world to find their father separately. Isn't this more efficient? Moreover, at that time, even the weakest of their compatriots had the power of gods. So what was there to be afraid of? In that twilight world where a large number of powerful gods fell, did they need to worry so much? If they want to fight, then fight. What's there to say? Let's disperse. Of course, they will disperse, but they will not never see each other. Compatriots with good relations will even join forces to cause trouble. They also have a family meeting held every 100 years. As the name suggests, all family members must come to the meeting. Those who don't come will be caught by Baal himself. The content of the meeting is very simple, just to exchange information about how they are looking for their father, whether there are any breakthroughs, etc. At the beginning, of course, all members were present at the meeting. After all, Baal really knows how to catch demons. But later, even Baal and Agars were absent. How can the meeting continue? This tradition continues, but more and more people have been absent over the years, and there is no binding force. In addition, they often sleep and forget the time, so of course they get together less and less. Speaking of which, Buyer suddenly stopped because he remembered that the next family meeting isn't next month. He looked like he was wandering, which made Shios think. The little puppet may have realized that he was thinking too far and quickly reacted and meowed, indicating that they would meet occasionally. I don't know if Shios saw anything and said lightly, "No matter what, you should get along well with your compatriots." The little puppet nodded, looking obedient and well-behaved. At this moment, Shios suddenly slowed down, finally stopped, and turned to look at the research room next door. Because it was night, many magicians had gone home, and this research room was empty. This seemed to be a public magic laboratory. Shios was curious and stood at the door to observe. The configuration of the magic laboratory is similar, basically a bunch of magic instruments, surrounded by several round tables in the middle. The table is usually arranged with magic mirrors that are easy to clean for magicians to draw magic circles and various arrangements. In addition, it does not require you to inject magic power yourself. As long as you operate it slightly, it will automatically inject magic power and operate the magic circle, saving the magician a lot of work. At the same time, it is also convenient for universal verification. From the position and angle of Xiao, he could just see the magic circle inside. He was curious and walked in. The magic equipment here was much more advanced and complex than that of the OS Empire. It was said that the mechanics here were more skilled. Hughes didn't understand machinery, but he could understand their complexity. Because they are so visible to the naked eye, their differences can be seen from their appearance. He stopped to take a few more glances, turned around, and walked to the magic circle, observing carefully. He was very familiar with the magic circle on the circular surface, and he could almost tell at a glance. It was the movement technique that he had studied for several days. But it is different from the standard movement magic circle. It lacks some structure and is less complex. It is actually a simplified version. Hughes was a little surprised. He thought he was the only one who could study the simplification of movement skills, but he didn't expect it to be found in a random laboratory. Isn't it really a special idea? Hughes nodded silently, and he had the right idea. He could think of an idea, so how could others not think of it? The Oedipus Empire is doing relevant basic research in ordinary magic laboratories. But Hughes took a closer look and found that the magic circle was wrong and could not operate at all. If he tried to inject magic, it would collapse within a few seconds. To use an analogy, it was like a tripod that was originally supported by 3 legs, but one leg was pulled out. The direction of simplification is obviously wrong. And it seems that this magic circle is about to be wiped off, and there are traces of wiping on the lower right position. Hughes was silent for a while, then unconsciously suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. He picked up the chalk in hand and drew on it. The little puppet didn't know if he understood what he was drawing, but he looked at it with interest, his blue eyes sparkling and his little paws dancing. A few minutes later, Hughes finished the simple drawing, observed it for a while, and injected magic power to make sure it was running. Realizing that he had modified someone else's magic circle without authorization, he felt embarrassed and picked up the eraser board to erase it and draw it back to someone else. But the little puppet suddenly meowed, as if to say it was okay, and it would be erased anyway. Hughes put down the erasing board. In fact, he didn't remember how he drew it just now. He couldn't restore it to others. Since it was originally intended to be erased, it shouldn't matter, right? Hui Yuqian's work is first updated, the domain name. He turned his head and looked outside and found that the sky was getting darker and darker, and it was time to go home. At night, the monsters in the subspace will become active. Even if you're in a big empire and your safety is guaranteed, you still need to be careful. And I heard someone say, the Lord of the Abyss often comes to Oedipus Empire recently. Hughes was silent for a while, realizing that he paid too little attention to these news. Everyone acted like they were doing whatever they were supposed to do, which meant it wasn't a big deal. He thought for a while, then went back with the little puppet in his arms. Hughes's requirement for himself is that when his strength is insufficient, he should not consider too ambitious things, so as not to increase worries and pressure. As an ordinary person under the current of the times, just level up in an ordinary way and do whatever level you have the strength to do. He took the little stuffed doll home and prepared to find something to eat, but most of the shops on the road were closed. It seemed that no matter what, he had to be careful in the past few days to prevent being involved in the conflict between the Abyss monarchs. Hughes looked into the distance, wondering why there was an Abyss Lord wherever he went. Is it just my luck, or just too much self-awareness? He shook his head and said silently to himself, how is that possible? Before he comes back, Samakina took Malbus to the door of the bookstore and explained that this was their temporary residence. Malbus was stunned and looked at the bookstore carefully. Then a very crucial question was asked. Why a bookstore? Samakina didn't respond. At this time, Impose on the opposite side was in a complicated mood and wanted to say that the fourth brother was there to persuade Malbus to retreat. Unexpectedly, not only did he not persuade Marbus to retreat, but he also recruited Marbus. His fifth brother Malbus has a very restless personality. I saw that Malbus asked the fatal question again. Do you mean you have no money? Yinbosi complained in his heart. Compared to you, of course you have no money. You're going to let father live in a place like this? Malba's eyes were filled with contempt. He thought to himself, his father, Marba, should live in the most luxurious, beautiful, splendid, and gleaming palace in the world. How could he condescend to live in a busy city and in an ordinary bookstore? Before the other demons said anything, Malba stepped into the bookstore. He thought that the bookstore was just a disguise, but in fact it contained the universe. However, when he went in and took a look, it was the same. This is an ordinary bookstore, and the books in it are all normal books. Malbus was about to collapse and shouted, "How can you let your father live in such an ordinary place?" Samakina didn't know anything about this matter, so he turned to look at Impas. Instead, Yinbosi showed an expression of "you don't know this," frowned, and said matter-of-factly, "Of course it is to make father less suspicious." Samakina paused and had no comment. Marba immediately said, "You are stupid. We have lived for more than 8,000 years and have not saved any money for such a long time. Do you think this is reasonable? Even if we are exposed, it is reasonable to make a large sum of money." Impos choked. Marba said confidently, "Pigs can become sperm after living for more than 8,000 years. What's wrong with occupying several mountains of gold and silver?" His tone was so natural and inexplicably convincing. Upon hearing this, Impos seemed a little shaken and hesitated. "This?" Malbus pointed at the door of the bookstore and said, "Even if we want to open a bookstore, it must be the world's largest bookstore made of gold." "Ah, no. How much do you like gold? Look at your shining gold. Is it possible to explode gold coins with just one punch?" Impas couldn't help complaining in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, because Marba was a violent demon and would really beat him. Yinbosi is very confident in his magic, but the key to victory or defeat among his compatriots is more in melee combat, and the strength of magic has little effect. Because each of them has a huge magic immunity, it is very difficult to break their defense with magic. Although they're all at full level, the values between full level and full level are different. Because Persia is relatively weak in physical combat, his power is learning, but this power is more focused on mental learning rather than the acquisition of combat experience. Experience comes from experience and does not require learning. Just then, fortunately, Samakina finally spoke. He actually looked at Malbus and analyzed seriously. "Isn't this bad? It's too eye-catching and my father won't like it." What did you say?" Malbus paused for a moment, then put his chin on his head and thought about whether his father liked it or not. "He likes gold. Does the father like it?" Their father has a gentle personality, has no desires, is a good old man who loves to take care of others, is solid and stable in leveling, and lives an ordinary life. Building a golden bookstore that attracts attention will cause trouble to the father. So, this small bookstore is the right answer? Malbus stared at the bookstore, but he didn't want to admit it. He had gold and silver, so how could he not let his father enjoy the blessing? Just as he was brainstorming crazily, Samakina suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "Father is coming back. Let's think about it later." "Good." Marbus, a fiery demon, only listened to Agars and Samakina. The reason is nothing more than the psychological shadow of these two demons. Agars blasted his brain with knowledge, so that every time he listened to Agar's words, it was like listening to hundreds of monks chanting sutras. Even if it was an ordinary sentence or word, he just heard Agar's voice. He will be unable to hold back and have a splitting headache. Not to mention the educational pervert Samakina, whose later Spartan level was even worse than Bars. In comparison, Marbasto, is a normal demon. My father has one of him, which is better than the other 23 combined. The more Malbus thought about it, the happier he became. His lip lines rose crazily, and his whole body began to sparkle with gold again. Samakina didn't break Malbus's self-absorption. Don't understand, but respect. The core of education lies in respect. Just can you stop being so flashy? Dazzling eyes. Most of the time, they will deliberately create some cognitive barriers and pass through. Passers-by can recognize them and recognize their looks, but they will never think that they are the lords of the abyss. Not to hide, but to avoid necessary trouble. Therefore, even though they were talking like this while standing in front of the bookstore, not many people recognized them as the Abyss Monarchs. They just thought, how could there be two such good-looking men? What do they do in the bookstore? Is he a friend of the store manager? 10 minutes later, Hughes walked back to the door of the bookstore. He had just put down the little ragdoll cat and saw a golden section of light cast on the ground. It's not natural light. The oil lamp is not that bright. It looks like a pure goldnite pearl. Just as he thought about it, a shiny little golden cat suddenly ran out of the door. It was so dark outside, but his appearance lit up the entire alley. Every hair on his head was shining, and it looked absolutely dazzling. It's actually a short-haired golden gradient. Meow, meow. The little guy rushed over excitedly. Hughes recognized the little guy at a glance. Wasn't it his favorite golden Malbus? He caught the little guy who jumped up, held his hair, and said happily, "Today is such a good day. I found you and Samikina at the same time." The golden cat nuzzled his favorite father excitedly. He was a little unhappy when he heard the names of other cubs, but he finally met his father. "How'd you find this place?" "I found that you searched more than I did." Hughes came home with the golden cat in his arms, beaming with joy and talking a lot. Marba was so happy, thinking about his father and his father. "It's real, not fake, not a fake. How could I misunderstand my father and fail to recognize my great father?" After being put on the table, Malbus beat his chest, learned from the pain, and regretted it. However, before he could chat with his father, other cats also climbed up. He almost screamed, "Won't you guys give me some space to be alone together again?" Impo snorted, "You stupid fifth brother, you didn't even recognize your father? You said your father was a fake. Why are you asking?" Malba choked because he didn't see himself. "Because Persia is even colder, you doubt my feelings towards my father. How could I find a counterfeit to replace my father?" The little puppet smacked his tongue. The stupid fifth brother should be beaten to the point of breaking the gold coins. Malba said to himself, "Good guys, none of them give me face." But he was indeed wrong about this matter. Even if it was a misunderstanding, he was indeed too outrageous. How could you make a judgment before even seeing it? Thinking of this, Malba's eyes darkened, and he thought it might be because he had been disappointed too much over the years, so he subconsciously ruled out that possibility. But fortunately, my father was found anyway. Seeing his excitement, Samikina patted the golden cat on the head and reminded, "I know you are happy, but pay attention to the light." Malbus suddenly discovered that the entire bookstore was illuminated by him. "What should I do if it flashes into my father's eyes?" Hughes didn't notice their dark clouds, but he just asked more questions than before. How did they escape from the abyss? Are they basically in the abyss? In other words, these questions asked him. They were frightened and finally managed to fool them. Because Boss wants to call him Eliog, none of them left behind can speak well. Fortunately, Hughes' Zai filter is also extremely thick, and it doesn't take a few words to believe it. In fact, Hughes was not doubting them, but worried that they were hiding something from him. For example, he actually suffered a lot in the abyss, but refused to tell them. Is it really nothing? Are all the compatriots you didn't find okay? Just as Malbus was about to speak, the little puppet rushed forward and covered his mouth. Samikina walked out helplessly and told his father a white lie for the first time. He said that his fellow citizens were all right. In fact, I still want to say that it is the other guys who are in trouble. But maybe there is a compatriot whose situation may be a bit complicated. Leligen's name came to Samikina's mind. Leligen, I haven't seen him for a long time. It must have been more than 3,000 years since we last met. That meeting was at the 52nd family meeting. Leligen didn't know what he was thinking, and his expression was very ugly. He found him and told him that he wanted to try something that had never been tried by any being before. He asked Leligen what was going on, but Leligen didn't say anything. He only said that as long as they succeeded, they would be able to find their father. He also revealed that it was an extremely dangerous matter, and even he was not absolutely sure. He asked how unsure he was, but Leligen didn't say. He also asked if he wanted to help. He could ask some of his compatriots to help. Since there's a way to find the father, they have a greater chance of winning with many demons involved. But Lelican hesitated for a long time and did not speak out until the meeting was over and they parted ways. After that, Samakina never saw Lelican again. Even if Bar tried to catch the demon, he could not catch Lelican. He didn't know where the demon went. Lelican was also the first compatriot to miss a family meeting without being caught. Agar said something meaningful about this. Perhaps he went to a place where no existence can be found. He was a little worried at the time, and had searched all over the world for Leelijan, but could not find him. He only knew that the last place where Leelijan appeared was at the end of the western continent, where the elves lived, the Aurora Island. Unlike them, Leelijan seems to be closer to the elves. Including Leelijan himself, his long light green hair, pointed ears and white skin are also similar to those of the elves. In a sense, that similarity is unusual. On the surface, Leelijan's human form looks exactly like the elves. No matter what, if something happens to Lelican, they, as compatriots, will definitely sense it. If they don't sense anything, it means that Lelican is still alive and may still be challenging the method, he said. Samakina thought a lot for a moment, but did not tell his father about it. He's been dragging this matter for too long. Today he knows that his father is fine and looks forward to the reunion of all his compatriots. Then, he has the responsibility to find Lelijan. At least tell Lelijan, you don't have to work hard because your father has come back. Samakina thought while chatting and secretly finalized his idea. About 2 hours later, Hughes didn't ask them any more questions. He said it was almost time to go to bed and went to the dormitory to make the bed. You guys wait outside. Marba tiptoed to follow, but was grabbed by Samakina's paw. Samakina whispered in Malbus's cat's ear, follow me to a place. What? Bayer and Impose tilted their heads at the same time, not understanding what Samakina suddenly said. Of course Malbus didn't understand. He had just reunited with his father. Why would he go to the same place with you? Don't. The golden cat refused and made a cross with its paws. His body is glittering with gold, and if he changes his movements, he will definitely be no different from the lucky cat. But Samakina was not asking his opinion. Samakina turned his head and said to Bayer and Impose, you must protect your father carefully. We will go there and come back. Impose was a little surprised and didn't understand where Samakina was going. But Samakina did not hide it and said directly, I will take Malbus to find Lelijan. The little puppet paused. Although he subconsciously opposed the increase in compatriots for Lelijan, he nodded and said, okay, you go. We will protect father. Malbus was confused and retorted, why? You are so strong. Just get rid of the devil. Samakina shook his head. That place is special. In the end, Malbus's protest was ineffective and he was taken away after a few struggles. Before leaving, Samakina left a message to Bayer and Impose, reminding, there's an extremely weak line of sight surrounding my father. Please pay attention. Bayer's eyes widened and he asked, strong enemy? Samakina shook his head. Maybe it's just the opposite. It's too weak, so weak that it's hard to detect. No sense of existence, but existence. Bayer and Impose remembered it in their hearts and nodded heavily. Peeping at his father? Humph-die. On the other side, in the magic laboratory, several magicians who had just gone out for dinner came back again. Has this magic circle been changed? It seems so. Who changed it? I don't know. They stood around the magic circle, perhaps on a whim, tried to inject magic power. They thought it would not succeed, but something shocking happened. The magic circle actually worked successfully. They were stunned and their minds were blank. Someone was smarter and immediately called the great magician Milad. Milad heard it and rushed over without caring about the research at hand, and then was also shocked. Who changed the magic circle? Milad looked around at everyone. Everyone shook their heads to indicate that it was not them, and they didn't know who changed it. Milad was shocked and said a possibility that shocked the whole audience. It was changed by the number 1 ranked player. Just now, the number 1 ranked player came to our lab. Everyone was stunned and then got goosebumps all over their bodies. The number one human being just came here, right in their magician association. Malad vowed, "It's definitely me. Look at this magic circle. It's perfect. It's so perfect. How could it be possible that it wasn't painted by me? That person must have been here just now." Everyone looked at each other, almost in a trance. What is the number one existence among humans? It is the ultimate existence that is very likely to take that step. Such a powerful and great person has actually been here before and even helped them draw the magic circle. The magic trainees present were all frightened, dumbfounded, and trembling all over. They thought to themselves, does this mean that the number one ranking of humans is still around here? The number one human being may be the people around them. They were excited and scared. But at the same time, there was also some confusion. Why would the number one human being help them complete this magic circle? Malad said solemnly. Maybe it was just casually. Seeing that our drawings were too bad, casually helped us finish it. In fact, it was not for us. It was just casual. Another instructor said, only magicians can enter and exit the Magician Association, and they must register for entry and exit. Does this mean that the number one human being is one of the people who came to our association today? Everyone paused and became excited unconsciously. Malad nodded and said, it's very possible, although it's not necessarily the case. It's impossible for that kind of person to come to a place like ours on a special trip. It's very likely that he often walks around our association. An astonishing statement. Before, the whole world thought that humanity ranked first in the Oedipal Empire. Now the situation is clearer, and it is very likely that it is around us. Is he living in seclusion as he pleases, or is he a citizen of Oedipus? This is very important to them. Malad swallowed. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he calmed down and said, no one should get close to this magic circle. It is absolutely impossible to alter it. Protect it. I will report it to the higher-ups of the empire now. This matter is very important to us. Very meaningful. Yes. Everyone was in a hurry and looked panicked. But after all, the magician managed to calm down. Malad went to the palace overnight to report to the king and prime minister in person. At this time, King Levin was still worried about not being able to find the number one player. I was in the royal hall, chatting with the prime minister about related topics. Levin, it seems that I really can't find it. Prime Minister, Your Majesty, didn't I say that if that kind of existence doesn't want to attract attention, no one can find it, so it's better to give up? Levin frowned and stopped pretending in front of the prime minister, complaining, isn't this for the empire? The prime minister shook his head. Whether you have brought about blessings or disasters, it is difficult to say. Human beings are ranked first, and they are ranked based on strength, not virtue. According to statistics from the Alliance Institute of History and Culture, 30% of those ranked first over the years are from the chaos camp. 30% is the neutral camp, and 40% is the order camp. Chaos, neutrality, and order are the divisions of the camps of the powerful human beings by the major empires, which facilitates the formulation of foreign policies for specific strong human beings. The actual division will be more specific, adding good, neutral, and evil. The Prime Minister continued, the ranking of human beings is, among the strongest men in the world, there are 14 chaos evils alone, accounting for 1 in the number. You are the king. Do you want to risk the lives of all the people in the country on the probability of good and evil? Levin choked and stopped talking. Want to read chapter 50 of After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens, written by Hui Yuqian? Please remember the domain name of this website. You want to say why he had to assume the worst, but what the Prime Minister said was too reasonable. As a king, he should choose the former between stability and risk, although he really didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. Secondly, he was really curious about who the other party was and why he was able to suppress the contractor of Demon God Ball and the student of Agar's. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Levin frowned, looked at the side door, and said loudly, come in. The intelligence agent brought Milad in a panic, and then said something that silenced the entire audience. The number one human being appears in the Magician Association. Before he finished speaking, the Prime Minister, who had always been calm and composed, now had a subtly stiff expression. Levin stood up solemnly. His eyes widened. Are you serious? Have you found that person? Milad then recounted what happened today. After finishing speaking, the hall was silent for a full minute. The Prime Minister couldn't help but said, "It's actually so close right in front of you." Milad said, "Although there is no evidence and no one has witnessed it, I dare to say that that person is the magician who often visits our association." Levin said excitedly, "Can you find out?" Milad shook his head. "These days are the days when magic exchanges are open. Many foreign magicians come to communicate. Even excluding our own people, the number of external magicians in a day is more than 3,000. Levin was shocked, so many. Milad said, "Yes, including our people, there will be nearly 4,000 people. But the problem is there is no guarantee that that person will register." Levin was stunned. That's right. Ranking number one is so powerful that it's just a magic that could be hidden from the eyes of others. How could it not be possible? But at least there is one more clue, and the scope has been greatly reduced. Levin was excited. "Milad, please pay attention to the magician who keeps pets." Millard was surprised. "Why should we focus on this?" Levin said, "Do you still remember the time of ranking? The ranking god's camera was used as a ball by a small animal." Milad thought about it and said, "It's really true." Levin said seriously, "If you think about it carefully, what would it be if you like to play with balls and have an animal that is just the right size?" The Prime Minister's eyes turned thoughtfully. Millard repeated, "It would be." Levin shouted, "It's the cat cub." The two of them were shocked and suddenly realized, "Wait, so humans are ranked first in raising cats?" Levin nodded and said with a serious look, "This is the conclusion I have thought about for 2 days. As someone who also raises cats, my intuition tells me that the person who was playing with the camera at that time was definitely a kitten." To say so, Millard couldn't question it because it seemed true. Cats love to play with balls. Isn't that natural? It's no wonder that the god of ranking shot was a ball, and it happened to run in front of someone's cat, basically looking for, "Just play." Millard. In this way, the scope has been narrowed again. But the Prime Minister was not optimistic. Have you forgotten? There was a cat-raising trend in our country at the beginning of the year. There are many people raising cats, especially magicians. When the trend was at its peak, almost everyone had one. Milad understood this very well and laughed. "To tell you the truth, I also have a cub at home. As a big cat owner, how could Levin not know about this?" He thought for a while, then an idea popped into his head, and he said shockingly, "How about holding a cat skills competition? All the cats in the city will compete." Milad paused, dumbfounded. The Prime Minister was also shocked and sighed. "Your Majesty, your idea is really fantastic." Levin looked at the Prime Minister and said seriously, "Norwich, don't you think this competition is entirely possible to lure that cat out? How could the number one cat raised not want to be the number one cat?" The Prime Minister touched his beard and seemed to think it made sense. "It's a good strategy." Levin said happily, "I have a plan a long time ago." Milad was about to agree when he was suddenly stunned and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, this is the event you have always wanted to do, right? The current king is actually a cat slave. Levin smiled and said, "This matter will be taken care of by me. To build a good relationship with an owner, you must first build a good relationship with the other person's pet. Isn't this common sense for pet owners? Although the opposite is also true, there is some progress." He said to Milad, "This matter must be kept secret. Only you know it, I know it, and Winochi knows it. No one can know it." Milad nodded solemnly, "Yes." After Milad left, the Prime Minister looked at Levin and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, you call yourself again?" Levin said, with a look of surprise on his face. "I didn't pay attention. Forget it. The king of a country doesn't need to make a fuss about the title." The Prime Minister smiled, but identity is shaped by every detail. Levin had something in mind and continued to retort in a rare move. "In this world, there is no identity without strength." The Prime Minister was a little surprised. "Your Majesty, do you think so?" Levin nodded and said seriously, "If you can't become a strong person, then you can become a person who can be friends with strong people." Yeah, isn't it the #1 empire in the world? They have strong diplomacy and friendly relations with powerful people from all walks of life. Even the elves and goblins are their friendly ethnic groups. There are also many contractors of the Abyss Monarch in their country. Levin thought, in comparison, we have too few friendly forces, and our internal families are antagonistic. He should cultivate his own strength, but those family members would not allow him to do this. Even if he showed the slightest idea, he would be targeted immediately. So, he needs a backer who can control those families and even the entire empire. The Prime Minister looked at Levin's contemplation without comment. He suddenly stood up and said calmly, "Your Majesty, it's late at night. Let's start working hard tomorrow." Levin glanced at him and asked a question that had been pressing in his heart for many years, and said, "Vinochi, are you on my side?" The Prime Minister responded with a smile that could not tell whether it was true or false, and said, "That's natural." After the Prime Minister left, Levin was left alone to think. The next day, Samakina and Marbus are out looking for Leligen. When Hughes woke up early in the morning, he found that 2 children were missing. The gray cat nodded, indicating that the 2 brothers had already set off. Hughes continued to ask, "Where is Bayer?" The gray cat was stuck. Bayer was in a hurry to go to the medicine house. He didn't know what happened to Luo Jie. His condition was unstable and his life was in danger. "Did you go outside to play?" Hughes knew that Bayer was a lively and cheerful child who liked to play everywhere since he was a child. At the same time, Bayer was looking at Roger with complicated eyes. The unstable situation happened suddenly, and Roger's vital characteristics suddenly declined. He looked in time and found that Luo Jie had sunk deeper into the dreamland. The more the soul sinks, the weaker its life becomes, and even continues to fall. This person is too old. Unlike them, the longer humans live, the more their souls will wear out. Roger has existed for more than 8,000 years and is the longest living human being known. Maybe the body of a hero is different from that of an ordinary human, but after all, Roger is still a human soul. So many times of life and death, and countless curses, it is not easy for humans. Luo Jie was able to survive until now because of his obsession with his father. Now that he has found his father and confirmed that he is okay, half of his obsession has disappeared, and half of his desire to survive has also disappeared. No matter what, he will ascend to heaven. Bayer was anxious and took out 2 potions in his hand. One was a rejuvenation potion, and the other was an enhanced version of the resurrection potion. They were red and blue. He didn't know what would happen if they were used together. Rejuvenation potions can make people's bodies look young again, but they have no effect on their minds. Bayer can solve most human problems, but he is often at a loss to repair and restore the soul. The soul is the secret of all living beings. The further step of the soul is consciousness, and the further step of consciousness is thought or will. Conversely, will affects consciousness, and consciousness affects the soul. If the core will is weak, consciousness will be dispersed and the soul will be separated. For Luo Jie, the most important thing is the medicine that strengthens his will to live. Bayer made up his mind, his eyes glowed, and asked Roger to take 2 potions at the same time. The potion had no immediate effect, but it had an effect that was visible to the naked eye, frantically trying to save Luo Jie's life. Luo Jie is suddenly old and young, with white and brown hair constantly changing. It seems that he either has no desire to live at all, or is too weak to surface and needs to be tempted. Bayer lowered his eyes, and the magic power was like the flowing water of the Milky Way, slowly surrounding him, releasing a huge power like a sea of stars in the universe. His words seemed to be filled with the spirit of words, and he said solemnly, "You don't want to die like this." The words fell into silence. His eyes were light, like a solemn god above the sky, and he continued sentence by sentence. "The person who killed you is not a brave man, but a manipulated memory beast. You don't want to catch the guy who really killed you and execute him with your own hands." Bayer's eyes, showing murderous intent, Luo Jie finally reacted to this and moved a finger invisibly. Besides, you still want to see them. Bayer's murderous aura subsided, and his lowered eyes showed a bit of divine compassion. He has been making medicine consistently for more than 8,000 years, and has been obsessed with studying the restoration of matter, especially the restoration of the human body, all for the sake of his father. Because the father is a human being, very fragile and easily injured. There are many demons in his family, but most of them like to fight and kill, and rarely study pharmacology and healing magic. There always has to be a demon to do this. Therefore, he chose medicine and healing, which he was not actually good at. He has become stronger now and can heal his father instantly no matter what injuries he suffers. But there is only one kind of injury that he cannot heal. Bayer's eyes darkened and he whispered, "You can't make father sad." The medicine house gradually became quiet, and the medicine gradually lost its effectiveness. Seeing that Roger was dying, Bayer thought that he could only take him to his father. But suddenly, Luo Jie opened his eyes very slowly. He lived. Bayer was stunned. I saw Luo Jie cast his trembling eyes at him beside him. He had just been resurrected and was almost powerless, but he used his only strength to speak. Inaudible sounds, vague pronunciation, and erratic breath. Bayer didn't hear it clearly, but he seemed to catch a word. But Luo Jie fell silent as he spoke. Not dead, but asleep. Bayer snorted, "No matter what, this guy's life was hanged. Take good care of yourself. I'm going to find my father." The medicine house was finally silent. The little puppet ran home happily, thinking that if Roger had a conscience, he would say more good things about him in front of his father in the future. He jumped on the table and was about to call his father when his eyes suddenly widened and he was attracted by the fur ball on the table. Balls, so many hairy balls. The cat's instinct kicked in immediately. He touched the ball with his paws and rolled it. Hughes noticed the movement and turned around to see his lovely daughter rolling with the ball. He smiled because it was so cute. The gray cat beside him was also bewitched by the hairball and kept playing with it without paying attention. As for why there are so many hairballs on his table, you have to ask Levine, who passed by early in the morning. Levin was looking for someone who happened to be passing by, and he remembered that Hughes, who loved cats like him, stopped by to say hello, and the conversation just happened. "Mr. Igius, let me tell you something secretly. The Empire is about to hold a cat skills competition. It has not been announced yet, but I already have information. Thinking that you have raised many children, I came to tell you, if you want to participate, you can train in advance, and the prizes will be very generous." Cat skills competition? What is it about? Haha, the specifics are... I don't know the specifics. It might be some sports or intellectual games. Levine was so talkative that he almost revealed the competition items. You know, only the organizer knows this. If he tells it, his identity will be exposed. Hugh's eyes were curious. The Empire's literary and artistic activities are really colorful. Levine smiled. Yes, more activities mean a happier and more comfortable national life. Hughes agrees that although there are masters who live in decline and enjoy themselves, the king of Oedipus' empire should not be like this. In these days of life, Hughes unconsciously discovered one thing. Compared with the relatively united Ocean Empire, the power of the Oedipal Empire was not concentrated. The king had almost no real power. The strongest family in the empire was the Jupes family line, to which Sword Master Pharaoh belongs. This family has produced 36 sword masters and is a world-renowned sword master family. Legend has it that they have the blessing of the sword god. There is also a more magical saying that they are descendants of the sword god, and offending them is tantamount to offending the sword god. The sword god will execute all enemies of the Jupiter family every 10 years. Back then, when Xiuxi was still on the mainland, he had never heard of the sword master family. His good friend Wang Changer is the strongest sword master in history, and he will inevitably have a higher standard for swordsmanship. But Xiuxi remembered the rumor that the sword master Pharaoh lost an arm at the border. The body of a combat profession is not so easy to recover. It will lose its original feeling if you're not careful. As a sword master, Losing a hand is not an easy thing to overcome, and it is not easy to regain the feeling. Xiu thought about it and suddenly sighed. Peace and comfort require strength. Levin was slightly startled and almost thought Xiu saw something. In fact, he also exaggerated. The empire was not peaceful. The internal peace was an illusion of game balance, and it was even less peaceful to the outside world. Sword Saint Farrell had revealed his idea of conquering the continent more than once. He was ambitious and asked him to support the whole country. Perhaps this distress would make Farrell quiet for a while, but people like Farrell are born ambitious. It is impossible for him to give up his ambition just because of injury. He may even be more inflated. Combat profession guys are more extreme than each other. Levin felt deeply about this because his brothers were all combat professions, and then they fought more and more crazily, and no one would give in. In the end, they all died together, leaving only him. To put it bluntly, Levin got the throne by chance. He had no backing and only relied on his bloodline to get to the throne. It was considered merciful that everyone didn't kill him. He still wanted to work hard to do something, which was simply accelerating suicide. But thinking of this, Levin's eyes darkened, thinking who would want to be caught in the struggle of power for a lifetime, with the wind and clouds swinging and unable to control themselves. He wanted to change this situation, even if he had to sacrifice everything. His eyes gradually revealed awareness, and his tone became serious. He couldn't help but say to Xiu, "This competition is very important to me. I must complete that task. Seize the initiative of my destiny." Levin didn't know at this time what his whim invitation would lead to. Xiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Levin to attach so much importance to a cat skills competition, and even showed a look of ready to die. But he didn't understand it. What could he say about what others insisted on? He could only agree. Xiu smiled faintly. "By the way, I haven't seen Mr. Levin's children yet. If I have time, I will take the children to see them. Let's meet the children." Before he finished speaking, the two cats on the table widened their eyes at the same time. Levin smiled and nodded. "Well, see you at the competition if there's a chance, haha." As he said that, he suddenly remembered something, took out a big bag from under the table, and then took out a lot of cat toys from it. The first thing he took out was a cat toy stick. The little puppet's eyes were wide open, and he almost cursed humans for being abominable. How could they take out such a thing? Doesn't this guy know the temptation of cat teasers to cats? Meow, take it away, take it away. But he was tripped by the fur ball before he took a few steps. The abominable human king actually set a trap. Levin lowered his eyes and noticed the little puppet's movements. If he hadn't been stared at sharply, he might have been unable to help but call it cute. Mr. Aegeus's children are really cute, beautiful, and smart. Where can I find such a good cat? These things are idle for me. Mr. Aegeus, see if you need them. Thank you. 13-inch. Shows knew what they liked by looking at the children's reactions. Levin suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "By the way, Mr. Aegeus, you said you have a lot of children. How many are there exactly?" Xiu's thought. Originally, it was 24, and recently there were 3 more, a total of 27. This is a big family. Levin was surprised when he heard it. As a king, 6 or 7 cats were considered too many. He didn't expect Mr. Aegeus to be so secretive and actually raise 27 cats. If it were him, he might not even remember their names, right? But wait, Levin asked curiously, "But I seem to have only seen 2 of them. Where did the others go?" Aegeus was silent for a moment, with longing in his eyes. "I accidentally got separated from them before, and I'm trying to find them one by one." Levin was even more stunned. There were so many cats that he couldn't even keep track of them. It didn't seem strange that they got separated. "We'll find them together eventually." Aegeus smiled and said, "I think so too." The 2 cats on the table were stroking their fur balls while watching them talk, their green eyes shining, and no one knew what they were thinking. Levin would probably never know that he was being stared at by 5 gods at this moment. Even the 2 birds in the system box were staring at him, occasionally chirping, causing Levin to think he was hallucinating. But he looked left and right and around, and he didn't find any birds. "It's strange. There are no birds here. how can I hear birds? Shios was slightly stunned, a little embarrassed, but didn't say much. After a while, Levin left in a hurry, and the bookstore returned to silence. The little puppet glanced at Levin's back, and his inner thoughts were beyond words. Damn human. What's wrong with my family's magic mouth? You can't remember, but my father can remember. This is what the little puppet said. He himself couldn't remember the names of his compatriots at first, and he was often slapped on the head for calling his brothers by the wrong names. At this time, the gray cat was thinking about the cat skills competition. He was not a cat, so why did he participate in this? Father also said it casually, right? The gray cat looked at Hughes, who seemed to be thinking seriously, and narrowed his eyes habitually. What's the father thinking? Hughes suddenly said, I told the memory beasts before to help them find their compatriots, but there has been no clue for a long time, and it seems that I can't fulfill this promise. The gray cat paused, and the little puppet turned back, thinking in his heart. They all said in unison, Ah, is there such a thing? I almost forgot about it. This specific situation is being investigated by Beelzebub, and they had synchronized the information yesterday. Beelzebub would know how. But the difficulty in this matter is that the mastermind behind the scenes is very good at hiding. When they were not strong enough, the mastermind planned everything. After they became strong, the mastermind was completely hidden. The biggest obstacle for them to find the mastermind behind the scenes is not that there are no clues, but that the world is too big and it is too troublesome to find them. Even if they play hide and seek, they can also mark the hiding area, but the mastermind behind the scenes can hide at the end of the universe. As long as if you can survive, you can hide almost forever. Is it troublesome? That guy has been a little anxious recently, and something went wrong in a hurry, which led to the revelation of the memory beast. So as long as he follows the clues, he might be able to catch the rat in the gutter and end this long and boring hide-and-seek. Impose is very confident about this. Not because of anything else, just because my father is back, with their beloved father here. Of course, they can be invincible. Perhaps his eyes were too intense. Hughes lowered his head to meet his gaze, and then said slowly, The memory beast must also want to reunite with its compatriots as soon as possible. Is there any way we can do it? He knew that his children were smart and might know how to solve it. In response, the two cats exchanged glances and nodded to Hughes. The little puppet meowed. Don't worry, Dad. It will be solved soon. It was the same day. Beelzebub held the dagger in his hand and scanned the underground space. His dagger comes from the fake hero Mingjia, and it contains information about the memory beast. He analyzed the information, followed the clues, and found this place. The memory beast has been abandoned, and the mastermind behind it has cut off all information and ran away. The gecko cut off its tail, and the golden cicada shed its shell, unfolding again as before. Being able to hide like this is probably not the divinity of the concept of concealment, the god of concealment. Beelzebub freed the memory beast with the face of a hero and threw it back into the dreamland, while thinking over and over in his mind, muttering silently to himself. It is impossible for a hidden god. This god was already dead and devoured before we were born. Although it still exists as a concept, it is impossible for him to have the consciousness of a god anymore. Beelzebub raised his hand and pressed his temples, as if resisting the forgetfulness curse of Lady Luck. It seems that this is not the first time he has thought of this, but he will always go back. And this time, of course, he wanted to continue thinking. The man behind the scenes may be the god who swallowed his divinity. However, the war between the gods that year was too fierce, and 6 ultimate beings fell, including the elf ancestor god, one of the most ancient gods. Gods eat gods, eating them back and forth. Their divinities are mixed and confused. Who knows which god the hidden god's divinity has gone to? In the age of the gods, the divine kingdoms were divided. Each divine kingdom had its own history, but there was almost no history to speak of because they were all information cocoons, different from each other and facing away from each other. The same historical event was recorded and explained in 2 completely different ways. Not to mention the serious spring and autumn writing style, the natural fabrication, and tampering declare that they have no basic significance as historical materials. Beelzebub had many thoughts running through his mind, and continued to read, "The mastermind behind the scenes is the god who is hidden behind the gods, always watching the gods. He is weak and powerful, waiting for the opportunity. At first, he killed his father, but he didn't take it seriously. After knowing that his father was still alive, he came out again. One move, this time trying to be foolproof. He thought he had succeeded, knowing that the hero's creation would disappear with the hero's death. So he stopped caring about it. But when he came back from his dream at midnight, he suddenly found that his father was not dead yet. He felt that his father was the only human being he had failed to kill. He suspected that his father knew something, especially the information about his identity. So he used the identity of Priest Sherlin to make some insinuations and wanted to know whether his father remembered it, and whether his father's answer was I know. I think it's just an accident, but he still doesn't worry. He still felt that he must kill his father, but things developed beyond his expectation, because Eliog suddenly appeared, followed by Impas, Moragos, and even Visego. He panicked. I wanted to ask again, but my father still said it was an accident, and he was still panicked, thinking that he could never let it go anymore, so he started to think about the memory beast. The above story is based on an undetermined premise. That is, for more than 8,000 years, the mastermind behind the scenes did not know that the Abyss Lord was the creation of the brave man he tried to kill. Thinking of this, Beelzebub still felt miraculous, feeling that he was just one step away from figuring out the key. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly changed, thinking of the disappearance of the brave men one by one later. Yes, Beelzebub's lips curled up and his expression was cold. The man behind the scenes killed my father because of his status as a warrior. His purpose is to kill all the brave men and accomplish something he dreams of. The magic of the brave summoning is also the magic of the brave sacrificing. The mastermind behind the scenes is one of the gods who facilitated the summoning of the brave. Beelzebub approached the truth step by step and unconsciously released magic power to burn the entire Dawn Church. At the same time, above the imperial city of the Oedipus Empire, a giant god of the subspace quietly approached, with huge eyes like stars, staring at the countless humans walking under the sea of clouds. It is common for the giant gods of the subspace to covet the human world, but this time, the situation has changed. The giant god tried to invade the present world, and suddenly, an extremely blazing light flashed across the universe, and the alien god number 007, the father of the little light body, appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, the giant god was caught off guard by the terrifying divine pressure, and was about to struggle, but was destroyed by the alien god with a thought. His huge body folded geometrically like paper until it disappeared completely. The alien god lowered his eyes and looked down at a bookstore in the imperial city, as if everything he had just done was just to avoid disturbing that person. At this time, in the bookstore, Shios was building a more detailed model for the little light body. His eyes were solemn, and he was concentrating. Half an hour later, he successfully built a model that he was very satisfied with. But it was not complete yet. He had to continue to work on physics and settings. The little puppet waited for a long time and chatted with the gray cat next door. "Are you participating in the skills competition?" Why participate in a cat competition held by humans?" The gray cat turned his head and thought that his 10th sister would not be completely transformed into a cat. "I understand. You are afraid of losing." The little puppet glanced at the gray cat with contempt and provocation. The gray cat suddenly wanted to win. What was there to be afraid of in a mere cat skills competition? "I won't lose. Do you dare to compete?" The little puppet raised his head confidently. "Oh, of course I dare." Shios was concentrating on the model and didn't notice the tension between the two cats. He turned his head occasionally and saw them playing with fur balls happily. They are the most active children now. Besides Vashik, it would be great if Eliog, Beelzebub, and Moragos in the dormitory were also so active. Shios was a little worried. Although sleeping is necessary for growth, haven't they slept too long recently? The good thing is that they really leveled up in their dreams. It feels like they're really leveling up in dreams, not just sleeping soundly. In any case, it is always a good thing to make progress, but I am afraid of being bullied in dreams. Shows' mood is a little complicated. His children don't like to tell the truth about these things. It has always been like this, especially Ball, who loves to level up, loves to fight, and is often injured but never tells. He is powerful, but has a strong personality and is very stubborn about what he has determined. It is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Shosi was trouble for a while, but then he was relieved because this is the child's personality. You can't change it, and there is no need to change it. All parents can do is respect the personality and remind him to be careful and safe. After more than 8,000 years, how far has Ball grown now? I still remember that before he left, Bale's level was relatively high. Now it should be at least 90 levels, right? Shosi imagined it optimistically. Then again, a level 90 monster can transform into a human. What will his child look like if he transforms into a human? Shosi was a little expectant, and his eyes fell on the two cats on the table. The two cats were playing. Their paws were full of wool, innocent and lively, and they didn't look like adults at all. It was hard to imagine what they would look like when they grew up. They're still children for more than 8,000 years now. Wouldn't it take more than 10,000 years for them to grow up? Shosi choked, wondering if he could survive until then. But forget it, just muddle through. It's hard to say what the future will be like. He took the wool that the puppet couldn't scratch off and asked, "Are you interested in the skill competition?" The two cats turned their heads at the same time. Their desire to win was burning. "Of course I'm interested. This is a war. I must be the winner in the end." "You are really children." Hugh smiled and said, "Levin said that the competition will be on Monday of next week, which is 3 days later. If you want to compete, you have enough time to prepare. You don't have to compete for a place, just go and have fun and make more friends by the way." The two cats raised their paws excitedly, but their eyes didn't mean to have fun at all. They thought to themselves, this is a holy war about fathers and honor. Meow. Must win. At this time, Beelzebub had just returned and was exercising in the dormitory and happened to hear this. He didn't know what he was talking about, but he knew it when he saw the situation of the two compatriots. "Oh, we have to compete again, right? Boring." However, Beelzebub turned around and saw Zeus's expectant eyes. His cat eyes trembled immediately. He was silent for a while, and then thought to himself, "Humph, it's just a game. How can you beat me? I want to participate in this game too." He turned into a meow as soon as he entered the cat body, and he might not even notice it. Beelzebub had just returned from investigating the Dawn Church. His thoughts were stuck, and there was no new information. He was a little irritated, so he wanted to run back to stick to his father to replenish his energy. Who knew that these two guys were close to the water and got the moon first, and they had already turned into meows. But in terms of cat power, how could he lose? Beelzebub laughed, and suddenly heard a movement behind him. He turned around and saw that Eliog had returned. Eliog, in the shape of a black cat, obviously heard the conversation outside. He didn't feel anything at first, but after meeting Beelzebub's eyes, he inexplicably aroused the desire to win. Everyone wants to compete for the first place, right? Humph. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Eliog was serious on the surface, exchanging information with Beelzebub, and asked, "How is the investigation of the mastermind going?" "There has been great progress, and we have basically locked down several suspects." Beelzebub did not say that his train of thought had been stuck, and asked before Eliog, "What about you?" Eliog's lips rose, his cat eyes sharp, and said, "It will be soon. That historical research team will be very good at work." Beelzebub reminded, "But you should know that they are from the OS Empire. The results of their research may be widely spread in the OS Empire and recognized by the citizens of the OS Empire, but only in the OS Empire." Eliog did not answer. Beelzebub looked at Hughes outside. "Don't forget, my father is currently in the Oedipus Empire. How can the historical tampering you carried out in the OS Empire affect other countries, or even the whole world, and make most people believe it to be true?" Beelzebub did not say everyone, because it is impossible. There is no such absolute thing, and they just need to make most people believe it to be true. You don't have to worry about that. Ariorg smiled and said mysteriously, I have my own way. Beelzebub raised his eyebrows. Oh, you have been in the human world for a long time. You don't have any offline organizations, right? What do you think? Ariorg's eyes were meaningful. Beelzebub has always suspected that Eliorg's active contract with humans is a conspiracy. Among all his compatriots, only Eliorg loves to spread his net all over the world and actively participate in various disputes among humans. The contractors are all over the world and even all races. Before, he thought that Eliog had forgotten his original intention, developed ambition, and tried to conquer the continent or something. But now that he thought about it, Eliog had only one purpose, which never changed, and that was to find his father. That's why Eliog spread his network widely, placed spies everywhere, and even established an intelligence organization. That's why Eliog was able to find his father first. He had been preparing and finally got that accident. Thinking of this, Beelzebub's eyes dimmed. In essence, he and Eliog are both similar and different. The similarity is that they are both good at thinking, but the difference is that their feelings and actions after thinking are different. For example, Eliog has no idea about the human world itself. In his view, the human world is no different from the natural world, and humans are just animals that can think. Beelzebub doesn't like humans except his father, and he particularly dislikes certain human individuals. He has clear likes and dislikes, while Eliog has an ambiguous attitude, as if he is observing the world through a layer of membrane. If you put, he is classified as chaos evil, while Eliog is considered chaos neutral. He sometimes participates in it and conducts experiments that he considers valuable. Should I be called a compatriot who has the power of war? Beelzebub's thoughts moved slightly. In short, Eliog suddenly said, My affairs are in progress. The trouble mainly lies with you, Amon and Bodis. Beelzebub raised his eyes. Huh? Why are you talking about me? Eliog snorted. I don't even want to think about what you did. Beelzebub stopped talking. Even if we don't talk about him, these two guys, Amon and Bodis, are still full of misdeeds. Eliog complained slightly. Regarding their history, it is not a matter of how to change or how to explain it, but Amon conquered a country. Bodis destroyed a country. How do you want him to change or explain what these two sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks did? If you don't ask them about the situation, you probably won't know what's going on, right? So Eliog was also stuck on the two crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, and he didn't want to go to them. Moreover, neither of these two demons is a fuel-efficient lamp. It is also very difficult to ask them about the situation without letting them notice anything abnormal. If only the two of them were as simple-minded as Moragos. Eliog's eyes suddenly changed, as if he remembered something important. Yes, where did Moragos go? Moragos? Beelzebub paused. Oh, he is still looking for us in the subspace. Eliog. Beelzebub. The air suddenly became quiet. Eliog. How many days has it been? Beelzebub. It's been a while. They were silent at the same time. Moragos' character was one of the most violent among his compatriots. His power was violence. Once he lost control of his anger, everyone around him would suffer. So now, after searching for a long time, but unable to find the devil, Moragos' anger gauge has reached how high? And will other compatriots in the subspace tell Moragos that they have actually returned? The two demons looked at each other with an ominous premonition. At this time, Impos noticed that they were back, quietly jumped off the table, tiptoed to them, and asked, How's your mission going? The two demons who were stuck on tasks said in unison that everything went well. Yimbosi had no doubts, but his eyes flickered a little. After a while, he honestly explained what Samakina and Malbus had come to find him. The two demons were dumbfounded. Although Eliog expected to attract one compatriot, he did not expect to attract two, and there happened to be Samakina among them. Who doesn't know about Samakina's character? If Samakina knew it, all his compatriots would know it, and he would definitely tell his father. But Impose shook his head. No, Vasak convinced him. He didn't tell other compatriots, nor did he tell his father. Beelzebub was surprised and said, Samakina actually agreed to hide it? Impos nodded yes. Eliog and Beelzebub looked at each other, feeling incredible. That Samakina was actually convinced. Already? Their third brother is really awesome. Also, Visago has never been a ruthless man of words, and is extremely energy-saving at ordinary times, but his insight and ability to act are unquestionable. If he is serious, he will not even lose to Agar's in some aspects. Vasak's personality is like this. He doesn't like to work hard, especially in front of his father, because he doesn't want his father to see him tired and worry about him. Laziness is both nature and disguise. All of their compatriots are quite selfish. Then, Impos continued. They both went to find Leligen. Eliog was surprised. Leligen? Where is he? Impos. It is said that it may be at the end of the western continent. Samakina was worried about Leligen's situation, so he took Malbus with him. That place belongs to the ultimate land and is extremely special. In order not to lose the direction, 2 demons are really needed to fix the position. Beelzebub thought that Samakina could handle it with just 1 demon, but Samakina had always been cautious. Maybe because of Agar's incident, he became more cautious. This is understandable, although Malbus can't be so obedient. Eliog's expression changed, and in the end he had no choice but to give up to Impos and Bayer. Not to mention Persia, Bayer is naive and often acts on a whim, and it is not surprising to do anything. And it was impossible for Impos to be able to withstand Bayer. But let your father play the role of the Lord of the Abyss. It's really a shame you guys can do it. Impos didn't regret it all. He clenched his claws in front and insisted, "Don't you think this is a good strategy?" Beelzebub said coldly, "The most dangerous identity is the safest identity? That's what you think." Imbwa choked up and was actually told the truth. Beelzebub. But don't forget, some of our compatriots are not that smart. Yes, because Persia is worried. And the next second, Beelzebub couldn't hold back his excitement. But my father is indeed handsome. Eliog also agreed. Our father should intimidate the world. Let all mankind and all races worship him. Impos's eyes widened. Ho-ho, they all have a unanimous opinion on this. They were meowing and making noise, as if they were holding a meeting or just chatting. Hughes was at a distance and couldn't understand the meow language, but he felt that the relationship between the children was getting better and better. What good thing. Compatriots should communicate more and play more to cultivate family ties. Hughes smiled unconsciously. The little puppet on the table followed his father's gaze. He doesn't care about these 3 guys. He only knows that a war is about to break out. He will crush them and win the first place. At the same time, on the other side, the Magicians' Association. The great magician Malad was thinking hard, with a heavy look on his face, and suddenly couldn't help but ask the assistant next to him, "What impression do you have of magicians who raise cats?" The assistant, who was preparing the potion, was surprised when he heard this. "Don't you also have a cat?" Milad coughed. "Do you have any impression of magicians other than me?" "There are many magicians who bring their pets to the association every day." Milad laughed. "I really didn't notice, although if I think about it carefully, there are quite a lot of them. Many of us magicians really like to keep pets." "Right." The assistant seemed to be thinking of someone, rolled his eyes, and recalled, "There's another one who brought 2 cats today." Milad. "Bringing 2 cats? He really loves cats. Who is this person?" The assistant nodded. "I was also curious at the time. I went over to find out more, and found out that he was a magician from the OSS Empire. He came to our association to study magic and lived nearby." OS Empire? Milad was a little surprised. Recently, events in the OS Empire have spread all over the world. Gods from another world are attacking, but they turn back inexplicably. It is suspected that several strong men came to the rescue. Later, a scandal that has been gathering dust for many years was exposed, letting the whole world know that gods from other worlds are coming. The truth. In just a few days, what happened in the OS Empire was enough to be engraved in history. Especially the sacrifice of the brave Roger was an epic-making event. Milad was doubtful about this. In the days after hearing about this incident, He often made bets with others that Roger could not die like this. However, later he changed his mind and believed that even if Roger was still alive, he would choose to die. Well, you must choose a way to retire. Otherwise, it is not a good thing for people to be so old and still entangled in worldly affairs. Everyone understands this tacitly. However, Milad sincerely hopes that the brave Roger and the other missing braves are alive. They deserve the best ending, not a bleak ending. The humans in this world owe them too much. They only enjoy their achievements, but rarely give them anything in return. I remember that when he was young, he seemed to have met the brave Roger. At that time, the brave Roger had already passed away and seemed unable to fight anymore. Unexpectedly, decades later, the brave Roger would go to the front line and fight head-on. A powerful alien god. The consciousness between people really cannot be compared. There is a huge gap between mere mortals who brag and real heroes. It is commonplace for people to save the world, and their achievements can make bards talk about them for days. But what about some people? Milad couldn't help but think of the Jupes family, which was famous for its sword masters and the sword master Farrell. Farrell's loss of an arm at the border is a big or small thing, but if he offends the old monster in their family, it probably won't be easy to handle. It is normal for their family to guard against shortcomings. If the opponent was not a memory beast living in the depths of a dream, but an ordinary strong man, their old monster would probably have wiped out the family long ago. Thinking too far ahead, Milad shook his head, and suddenly his eyes became solemn, and he said silently, "How could I forget that if someone from the Jupes family hears about the competition, he will definitely come to cause trouble." Furby, the younger brother of Sword Master Farrell, is a well-known playboy in the city. He does all kinds of evil, loves to keep pets, and also loves to torture pets, whether animals or humans. He is notorious and a complete sadist. Every time he does evil, his family will punish him, so others, even the royal family, dare not speak out. As we all know, Feibai also raised many cats, including a powerful tiger snake cat, which he often brought out to scare many passers-by. With Feibai's perversion and desire to win, how could he possibly hear about this and not make any move? The one he raised was level 62, which was stronger than most humans. How could an ordinary cat win against it? King Levin could not refuse Phoebe's participation. So when the time comes, Phoebe will definitely come to disrupt the situation and prove that his cat is the strongest cat in the country. Millard had a feeling it wasn't going to go well. And most importantly, will number one really come? Well, that may not be correct. I should say that the cat Milad didn't dare to say for sure. He could only say that maybe it was possible. King Levine's action is better than no action. At least I'm not willing to be a waste. Milad lamented the complexity of personnel matters as he approached the previous magic circle with a solemn gaze. After that, he studied this magic circle for a long time, and he also drew it dozens of times. The picture was drawn, but replicating the magic did not mean that he could understand the magic. He still doesn't understand this magic and its most important simplification, idea. Milad was very itchy about this and really wanted to find number one to ask what the idea was. In order to solve this problem, he did not hesitate to assist King Levin. He also sincerely hopes that number one will appear, as Levine said. The next day, news spreads throughout the city and even the country that the king is launching a cat skills competition. The nobles of each major family knew the news first, and each one was more inexplicable than the last. Some people were confused. The king is crazy? Why is he holding such a game when he has nothing to do? Others sneered, "I've heard that he's a cat slave, but I won't pretend now." No, he just calls on the people to bring cats to participate in a competition just for his own preferences. Some courtiers were very dissatisfied and started talking about it in taverns and other social places. An official who knew the specific situation broke the news. "Don't worry. I heard that the king used his private money to carry out the project, so we have nothing to say." The person next to me was surprised. "Oh," the neutral said. "Why are you so excited? Isn't this a good event? Our people love cats, and there are many cat owners in the country." Carrying out such competitions is conducive to enlivening the people, enriching the country's entertainment life, and enhancing people's confidence in the country. Isn't it? Someone was convinced and nodded. That makes sense. Wait, this is official talk. If he holds a competition by himself, there is no guarantee that he won't do anything to let his cat win. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, what are you afraid of? Does he dare to do anything in front of everyone? No way. Really? Forget it. Forget it. He is a frustrated king and just looking for something to do. It's still his private money, so let him do whatever he wants. Of course, some people present didn't quite understand what the so-called private money of the king meant. Did it mean King Levin's private property? He actually did business behind the scenes? After several rounds of discussions among various departments, they finally decided that it didn't matter, there was no threat, it was just a matter of doing it. And they could also bring their cats to participate, right? Haha, a cat skills competition? The winner must be their baby. Some members of the family were seriously preparing to participate, casting their eyes faintly at their cubs. The news spread wider and wider, and it reached the Jupy's family just as Milad expected. To Faber's ears, Fabai has been extremely irritable these days. He was furious because his brother had his arm cut off. He told everyone many times to hunt down the memory beasts and exterminate them all, otherwise their family would lose face. But everyone said that the memory beast lives deep in the dreamland and is not easy to hunt down. If I don't do it right, many people will die. Just die. Just wipe out the memory beasts. He demanded strongly, but to no avail. He was so angry that he stamped his feet at home and had no place to vent his anger. When he heard the news about the skills competition, the first thing that jumped out of his heart was, interesting, whose pet is stronger and needs to be compared. Of course it's from their family. Fabai clenched his fists and grinded his teeth, with a fierce look on his face, and walked angrily all the way to the basement. Down there's a prison where all kinds of pets, including humans, are imprisoned. In the face of power, all things can be slaves, let alone mere humans. He walked into prison, his leather shoes clanking on the ground, and walked straight to his cell. There is a tiger in the prison. He has a strong build, more than 2 meters tall, has a powerful and domineering appearance, and is surrounded by overflowing magic power. To be prepared, it is actually not a tiger, but a tiger snake cat. The evidence is that its tail is not just a tail, but a conjoined snake. The snake's head crawled on the ground, sizzling, its eyes glowing red, and its body twisted dangerously. In Oedipus' empire, there is actually no clear distinction between cats and tigers. A cat can be a tiger, and a tiger can also be a cat, depending on how you interpret it. And Fabai has the power to explain. He stared at the growling tiger snake cat and sneered. In terms of power, which cat can compare with you? Let it go out to compete, and I'm afraid it can eat up all the small cats present. Fabai is very confident and is looking forward to the day of the skills competition. King Levin, no matter what you are planning, I want you to know that you are shooting yourself in the foot. I'm looking forward to your regretful appearance. In the past few days, the imperial city has been extremely lively, and more citizens are taking their cats out with them. The king did not disclose the competition categories, but only revealed part of the assessment content, such as combat effectiveness and intelligence. Not to mention intelligence, combat power is quite limited. Think about it. Cats are pets, and they hurt when you hold them in your hands. How can they come out to fight? Can't beat it. And I heard that the tigers next door are out. Is this rule really okay? In fact, King Levin himself was panicking. He had never held such an event before, and it was relatively temporary. The rules were not clearly formulated before the rules were issued. Now, even big cats and monsters may come to compete. How to fix it? He hurriedly consulted with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister seemed to have expected it, stroking his beard and said, "The arrow has to be fired when it is on string. Since Your Majesty is already halfway prepared, let's continue. I will find someone to help manage order." Milad also values this matter. He will stand by and watch. A great magician is enough to control the field. The anxiety in Levin's heart was immediately reduced by half, and the Prime Minister could always say what he wanted to hear. At this point, he could only take a gamble. His only concern was risk management. This aspect really depends on Milad. These days, Hughes was busy shaping and leveling up, and at the same time busy doing magic research, and didn't have much time to do other things. His 4 cats are very sensible, and they actually divided their labors to run his bookstore. Maybe it was the novelty, but there were quite a lot of customers. The book purchase rate was high, and the price per customer was also high, which really made him a lot of money. To be honest, Hughes came out of the abyss penniless. If it hadn't been for the help from Priest Shalene, it seems that he wouldn't have starved to death. After all, he didn't need to eat. A few days later, competition day arrived, and Hughes got 4 spots in advance, recommended by Levine, without even having to audition. He took the children out and received many curious looks along the way. Either he was shocked by the beauty of his children, or he was shocked by how he could bring such a young cat to participate in such a terrifying competition. Everyone saw it on the day of the audition. Many people did whatever it took to win, sending out real tigers and various feline monsters. Is this still a cat contest? It's basically a tiger game. Did he bring the cat there? They will be eaten by tigers. There's a lot of chatter in the minds of passers-by. The look in their eyes made Hughes flinch a little. Hughes lowered his head and asked the children if they were still going to participate. This game might be very dangerous. Hearing this, the 4 cats all looked at him, as if they didn't care about the tiger at all. Hughes stopped worrying. My child has lived in the abyss for more than 8,000 years, so ordinary monsters are nothing. People were coming and going at the entrance of the venue, and it was noisy. He was holding a basket in his left hand, which contained 2 cats, one black and one silver, with a round cat head protruding from the collar. Milk Tea's hair was very beautiful, and he was holding it in his right hand. A gray cat, Levin, who was in disguise, recognized him at a glance and hurriedly greeted him. Of course, Hughes recognized Levin and walked to the second floor. Levin smiled and said, "This is the host's seat. When the game starts, we will watch from here." Hughes could see that the venue was quite large, no different from a gymnasium. The competition place was in the central venue, and even the track and other competition venues had been arranged. There are 7 competition events in total. If you win at the end, you will be ranked first. Levin gave him a booklet and introduced. The first event is a 100-meter race. If you finish in the top 10, you can enter the next round. I see. Hughes put down the cat in his hand, caught the booklet, turned to them, and said, "That's the waiting room over there. You go there first. Be careful not to run around and get lost." The 4 cats nodded heavily and then disappeared immediately. Levine still sighed. "Your children are really incredible." Forgive him for saying that. Except for incredible, he could hardly think of any other words to describe it. At this moment, Levin suddenly trembled, and from the corner of his eye he noticed Feby on the opposite viewing platform. Feby was very arrogant. He brought a group of bodyguards to escort him and also moved his sofa chair. He crossed his legs and looked down with eyes that were sure to win. Levin's eyes were solemn, and he glanced at Milad in the audience. Milad noticed his gaze and nodded to him, while noticing Hughes beside him. Milad thought to himself, where has he seen this young man? Is he a friend of the king? But he didn't have time to think too much because the agreed time for the first round was approaching. Get ready to start. Milad ordered his subordinates. I saw that the 2 doors below the venue were wide open, and the staff took out the cat contestants. There was a commotion on the stage, waiting to see what happened. Levin was even more excited and couldn't help but look around at the people on the stage. According to Levine's hypothesis, the number 1 cat should also strive to be number 1. In other words, the owner of the cat who wins the last place in this competition is most likely the person who ranks first. He was a little worried about his plan before, but now he thinks this idea is really great. Named Cat Fishing Plan. Chase the owner by chasing the cat. Which cat will win the first place? Levine was looking forward to it very much. He even felt that there was no need to compete until the end. He could tell from his first game alone. I saw that all the cat contestants came to the track, and everyone wanted to win or lose. If people knew that there were 4 Abyss Monarchs here, even if the people present say less, it will frighten the psychological shadow for a lifetime. But to be honest, the situation on the runway seemed a bit strange. The four kittens were walking in front of the big cat and tiger, looking menacing and confident. The other cats and tigers didn't know what happened, but they were so timid that they didn't dare to step forward. Malad and other staff members were curious. Fabi frowned dissatisfied. However, within a few seconds, the game was announced to begin. The host shouted, "Start, listen to the whistle." Everyone stared with eyes wide open, holding their breath. Cats racing, this is a rare sight. But in less than a second or two, sonic booms were heard one after another, and smoke and dust were billowing off the field. Many people didn't react, but in the blink of an eye, the winner was obvious enough. Four cats tied for first place. The host's voice was trembling, causing a sensation in the audience. Phoebe jumped up directly from the sofa. Levin was dumbfounded. How could there be four? He looked again. His face was even more horrified, because he recognized that they were all Mr. Aegeus's cats. Levin looked at Hughes beside him in shock. Hughes was waving to his children. His pure black eyes were full of love, and a smile spread across his lips, saying gently, "They are very cute, right?" "But cute?" Levin's body trembled, and he caught a glimpse of everyone's stunned expressions. He thought to himself, "Mr. Aegeus, they're not cute, they are scary. Whose cat can run at the speed of sound in a race? I can't see the movements clearly at all. The other cats and tigers are scared. They're still standing at the starting line, trembling and fur standing upright, at a loss, and dare not move. Is your cat really only in the 30s? Levin was stunned. Wait, Mr. Aegeus's cat won and tied for first place. Then what about the cat of the first ranked? Shouldn't the cat in the first place be in the first place? Levin was confused, but after a few seconds, he suddenly widened his eyes and trembled violently, thinking of a very scary possibility. He turned his head to look at Hughes. His heartbeat accelerated wildly. Shouldn't it be? On the other side. Phoebe slapped the armrest of the sofa. His eyes widened with anger, and his magic power burst out like lightning, crackling around him. Whose cats are they? And how did they win first place? The servant knelt on the ground in fear and confessed. They're the cats of the magician Aegeus. This man brought 4 cats to participate in the competition. Phoebe was about to rant, but was confused by the 4 cats and asked in surprise, "He brought 4 cats alone?" The servant said respectfully, "King Levin authorized it." Phoebe was furious, grabbed the servant's collar, and shouted, "It turned out to be Levin who did it. He wants to challenge our Jupi's family head-on. How dare he compete with us for first place?" The servant said hurriedly, "I don't know, but maybe. It must be." Phoebe clenched his fists, his facial features twisted like a devil, and cursed. "I don't know how he found helpers. He has grown up and dared to go against us. Trash that needs to be dealt with." "Yes." The servant was at a loss. Phoebe stared at the 4 cats with different postures off the court, and cruel thoughts jumped out of his mind, and his eyes were murderous. At the same time, after the 4 cats finished the first round of the competition, they were secretly cursing at each other. "Buyer, you're cheating, right? You stepped on my tail before you even started running." Eliog angrily scolded his compatriots for their scheming, and his eyes were bright with anger. The little puppet laughed and shook his paw, saying, "It didn't say to run fairly. And you used magic. It's just a small competition, and you actually used magic. You are cheating." Eliog was even more angry and shook his tail. "The rules don't say it, so what's wrong with me using it? I could still use power." Beelzebub next to him snorted and said with a slanted look, "Childish, it's just a competition. What's there to fight about?" Eliog and Bayer turned their heads at the same time, cursing in their hearts. This guy dared to say that he was running early. It's obvious that you have the strongest desire to win. The 3 cats had a fierce-eyed battle. In contrast, Persia was speechless. These 3 used their own tricks from the beginning. The only honest cat was me. But when Persia turned around and saw the smile of his father opposite him, he felt that everything could be forgiven, because at this moment, they are all the pride of their father. Is there anything more important than making his father happy? No. The gray cat waved to the young man on the platform, and its smart and cute gesture attracted the love of many cat lovers at the scene. Oh my God, it loves its owner so much. I can't imagine how happy its owner is to have it. Someone couldn't help but say, all four are so cute, little puppets, my dream gods. The four cats formed their own territory on the field, and the other cats trembled and dared not approach. Obviously, they were bigger in size, higher in level, and looked more powerful, but they were so afraid of the four little ones. Malad, who was in control of the field, was stunned for several seconds. But no matter how he looked, the tops of the heads of these four cats only showed more than 30 levels. He thought, did they hide their levels? Well, the rules did not say that they could not hide. But this is also, could it be an illusion magic? But what kind of illusion magic could deceive his eyes? The great magician Malad is well-informed and thinks he will not make a fuss when encountering things. But today he was really dumbfounded. I have never seen such shocking cats. And there are four of them. The owner is still the same person. This author, Hui Yutian, reminds you that after the Abyss Lord awakens, we'll update the latest chapters as soon as possible. Remember, how did their owners raise them? Malad was puzzled and could not react for a while. The only one who didn't think it was strange was probably Hughes with a thick filter. At this time, Hughes felt very sorry for one thing. That is, there is no camera. If he could make a camera, wouldn't he be able to record the cute posture of his children? As a second choice, it would be good if he could use image magic. He didn't know that Levin beside him had been stunned, as if his mind was shocked by the horrible fact. He couldn't react for a long time. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the whole person was stiff in place. Levin's mind was full of, Mr. Aegeus is not the first in the human ranking. How can he be so far away and so close? I'm going crazy, really crazy. Don't blame me for exaggerating. I really didn't expect it. His brain was about to explode, and he couldn't speak at all. Seeing the stupid king's stupid look, the little black bird in the system box thought it was fun and ran out of loneliness. If it weren't for his own cognitive shield, Malad off the court would be able to recognize him at a glance. Isn't he the bird next to the Lord of the Abyss? The little black bird puffed up his cheeks, landed on Aegeus's shoulder, and watched the show with big eyes. As soon as he appeared, the light on the scene dimmed, but no one noticed anything unusual. He chirped, "It's the first time to watch the fight of the Lord of the Abyss at close range." When Levin saw him, he looked like he saw a flood and a beast. Cats are so scary. Birds must be scary too. How many pets does Mr. Aegeus have on him? Levin had a brainstorm. The scene was full of discussion. At this time, according to the competition process, the host should announce the start of the next round. The venue is an artificial hill. Climbing the hill in 3 minutes is considered a success, and there is no limit on the number of places. The rules are very simple. This time, everyone's expectations were full, and the result exceeded expectations, and the four cats ranked first again. The host's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. No one could see clearly how they ran. There were level 70, 80, and even level 90 experts present, but they were so focused that they even activated their skills. They had no idea of their climbing route and only saw a few after images. Is this an illusion? This is definitely an illusion. With their eyesight, how could they not see the climbing route of several kittens? Everyone looked at Malad. As a great magician, Malad should see the truth of the matter. But Malad was also confused. He clearly couldn't see the formation of any magic circle. How could it be some kind of illusion magic? Although illusion magic is not his research field, it's not like he can't see it clearly. Malad could only say that these four cats were so extraordinary that they were simply magical cats. No, it's the cat god, their owner. Who is Mr. Aegeus? Malad turned his head again and saw Levin sitting on a chair with his hands on his forehead. Lowered his head and lowered his eyes. His face was dark, and his expression could not be seen clearly. What's going on? Malad thought to himself. Could it be that this was King Levin's plan, that he deliberately invited Mr. Aegeus to participate in the competition, and then shock the audience with Mr. Aegeus's pet cat? Wait, isn't the purpose of this competition to find the number one? Why do you want your people to fight for first place? Milad was full of doubts, but in fact, there was only a thin barrier between him and the truth. At this time, the four cats' communication space was in turmoil. I told you keep a low profile, but you're still running so fast. What are you doing? Eliog protested vehemently. Beelzebub said coldly, You have a nerve to say that the fastest runner is obviously you. Bayer was unconvinced. That's right. He still used his magic power to suppress me. It's too much. Eliog said matter-of-factly. Aren't I afraid that other cats will take the first place? And Bayer, it was you who used your magic power to suppress me first. Bayer's eyes widened. You can't find out it's me. Eliog, haha. Impas, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help it anymore. You are all indifferent. Stop arguing. The three cats were slightly stunned, and all looked at Impas. Impos curled his lips and said, The older you get, the more naive you become. Excluding the little black and white bird, Impas, ranked 22nd, is indeed the little brother to them. I was reprimanded by my little brother. Sandmouth fell silent and thought about it. He really had to keep a low profile and not cause trouble to his father. And if they are too exaggerated, even their father will wonder if they are hiding their strength. They all looked at Hughes on the platform and found that Hughes still had a smile that said, My kid is really awesome. They were stunned and thought in unison. My father, who is gentle and simple, was blinded by the filter again. What should I do if Wei Wei feels a little uneasy? The four cats looked at each other, thinking that the next game would really be low-key. Then, the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round. The host's voice when announcing the results of the competition became more and more shocking each time. Although their performance seems to be average, they are still number one. What kind of owner raises such a powerful cat? Incredible. The whole place was shocked, and many people's hearts melted. The little stuffed animal is so cute. Come give me. The silver-haired one is so cool. Wait, did it glare at me? Why did my solid gold watch suddenly explode? I took the gray cat away. Ordinary people or nobles were discussing it enthusiastically. The high-level experts looked at each other in confusion. They thought to themselves that as Warcraft, they were definitely high-level Warcraft. Not to mention their strength, their wisdom is not only at level 60, but maybe at level 70, right? What kind of cat is it? It doesn't look like a powerful monster breed. Is it an improved breed? It's incredible. Are they really cats? They were just watching a relaxing game. Who would have thought they would witness such a situation? A military-related noble said, Wait a minute. Their owner was specially recommended by King Levin. Could it be that the king is? This competition was staged on purpose? For what? Some people couldn't help but ponder, suspecting that the king might not be as simple as he appeared, but had an ulterior motive. Someone seemed to have thought of something, and cast his eyes towards the platform where Fei Bai was, and said silently to himself, The king will not point his sword at the Jupi's family, right? Everyone suddenly looked strange. Everyone knew that Fei Bai was the most pet-loving person in the city and was the least likely to miss this competition. Could it be that this is trying to knock a tiger out of the mountains? That King Levin actually has such a plan? On the other hand, Febby became more and more angry as he watched. He was so angry that his head was smoking. For the first time in his life, he was so irritated and angry that his feet were stomping the floor. A wild cat from nowhere dares to challenge the authority of our Jupi's family. There was a 10-minute break before the next round. He glanced at the attendant next to him, gritting his teeth and looking viciously. The attendant understood what he meant without saying much. Don't let them appear again. Kill them. The attendant immediately took the order and assigned it to other servants, strictly emphasizing that he must be killed without anyone noticing. It was food poisoning, and it was resolved quickly. The man in black nodded immediately and then disappeared. At the same time, on the platform, before Levin could recover, his eyes fell on the ground, occasionally glancing at Hughes tremblingly. Hughes's expression was calm. He seemed to be just here to watch the game, and there was nothing abnormal about him. You can't see the kind of domineering or powerful person who is number one in the world in him. You will only think that he is a person with a gentle temperament, looks easy to get along with, and is easy to talk to. In fact, this is the case, right? But seeing the four cats continuously winning the first place, the impression in Levin's mind became stronger and stronger. At least 50% of his mind believed that Mr. Aegeus was the terrifying existence who shocked the world by landing the first place. How else would it be possible to raise such amazing cat cubs? He runs a bookstore, loves to study magic, and loves to raise cats. The cat is so naughty that he plays with the god of ranking, which makes the whole world crazy. All kinds of information pointed to the person in front of him. But Levin was also confused and completely at a loss. Was he going to suddenly go over and ask Aegeus, "Are you the number one human being? Hey, this is too rude." What if someone is hiding in the Oedipus Empire to do magic research just to prevent others from disturbing you? If you suddenly go over and reveal their identity, what will they think of you? Although Levin doesn't think Mr. Aegeus is someone who will be angry about this, but what if? What if that happens to be Mr. Aegeus's minefield? People may not do anything to you, but they may turn around and leave. This great empire of Oedipus doesn't want to wait. He remembered what the prime minister said about learning to get along with the strong. Yes, as a king, he is better at diplomacy than anyone else in the country. Levin's eyes were burning with a blazing fire of consciousness. He clenched his fists under his sleeves, and his expression was extremely serious, as if he was facing a critical moment of life and death. Perhaps his little movements on the side were too obvious, so Hughes glanced at his position strangely. Levin froze on the spot, sweat dripping down his back. "What's wrong?" Hughes looked. I looked at him, thinking he was feeling unwell. Levin was terrified, fearing that he knew the identity of the other party. So he tried his best to smile and said, "I was so shocked. I didn't expect Mr. Aegeus's children to be so powerful." What he said completely touched on Hughes' strike zone. No parent can refuse others to praise their children. Hughes is naturally proud in his heart. In his opinion, his child is more than 8,000 years old and has been living in such a terrifying place as the abyss. What's weird about being different? It would be better to say that so far, his children have been acting too ordinary, a little not in line with their age. They are cute in daily life, but there is also a part of Hughes in his heart that expects the children to be powerful. Well, maybe powerful. That's a bit wrong. Of course, on the surface, Hughes still had to be humble for the children, and said with a faint smile, "It's all the result of their efforts." Levin took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, wondering if he could do that if he worked hard. Sure enough, the number one cognition of human beings is that they are different. That's right. No wonder Mr. Aegeus said that he has raised 14 children. He is indeed capable of raising so many children. No, rather, he is too powerful. He can raise more than 14 children. Human beings, it is not a problem to support several countries with the strength of being number one. Levin couldn't imagine what the other children were like. He always felt that they must all be monster-level powerful. Having said that, he thought it was a bit subtle before. Mr. Aegeus said that his pet was a child, and he thought it was just intimacy. But now that he thinks about it, it seems that it is more than intimacy. Levin's brain was so fried that he couldn't pay attention to Milad's questioning eyes. Milad winked at Levin desperately, but did not receive any response, and he was a little convinced. Milad was very sorry that the prime minister was not here, otherwise he would at least have someone he could discuss with. At the same time, news about the competition venue spread by word of mouth, and the major noble families in the imperial city were the first to know. Real or false? I thought it was the king's crazy activity, but I didn't expect that he actually had a plan. Go and have a look. Speaking of which, Phoebe, the first young master of the Sword Saint family, is also present. Since he is participating, he will definitely take the first place. It is impossible for the king not to know about this, but in the current situation, the king wants to step on him to win first place with Phoebe. Is he going to go head-to-head with the Swordmaster family? The possibility is quite astonishing. As we all know, King Levin is just an ordinary person. He can only reach level 43 after exhausting all resources. Compared with kings from other countries, that is far behind. It's not even close. Just compare it to King Roman, who is not doing his job properly. Even though Roman Rose is addicted to art and beauty, he has reached level 83. Anyone at level 83 can become a general in ordinary countries. It's just that Roman Ross is crazy. Although he is extremely talented, he refuses to practice. In today's world, who will be the king of the weak? Why would you want to obey a being who is weaker than you and whom you can kill with one finger? Either it's powerful or it's powerful in other ways. Otherwise, you are not worthy of being a king. However, looking at it now, it seems that King Levin is hiding something. However, slapping Faye Bai in the face is equivalent to slapping the Jupes family in the face. The elders of the Jupes family are so protective of their shortcomings. I don't know what will happen. Go and have a look. Is there still a place? So, within these 10 minutes, many people who had time to watch the fun came. Noble. As for the Jupes family line, Fabi's attendants also informed the old man. Generally speaking, their elders would not care about such trivial matters, and would even teach Faye by a lesson because of his random behavior. But today, things were different. King Levin, is he going to rebel? The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately released a terrifying murderous aura. He was thin but strong, and when he stood up like a bamboo pole. After the magic power started to work, his muscles expanded and he actually grew into a strong body on the spot. He was the Western sword saint of the previous generation. At his peak, he had practiced to level 97, ranking 8th among all humans. His strength declined with age. In recent years, he even fell out of the top 100 in the human ranking. But those who know will know that ranking does not represent everything. The ranking god ranks the normal strength, but in this world, there are abnormal strengths. For example, it's really interesting. A mere little king dares to challenge our Jupes family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he probably doesn't know who the Oedipus Empire relied on to establish. The old man suddenly broke into a sinister smile. His eyes were extremely cold. At this time, in the waiting room, the other cats were shivering and crowded at the door, and the 4 cats occupied most of the space. Elioj reminded them one by one. Keep a low profile, okay? Beelzebub nodded and said, it's just a small competition. Don't fight for the first place in everything. Bayer also restrained himself for a rare time. Anyway, as long as one of us is the first, my father will be very happy. They exchanged glances, and for once they seemed to agree on the surface, and spoke in unison. For my father, for my father, for my father. Their voices sound just like meows to humans. Humans can't understand them at all, but they can feel their awareness. At this time, Hughes was teasing the little blackbird on the platform. Looking back, he also found that there were more and more people on the platform, and they were all from noble families. Perhaps they knew something, and the eyes they looked at him were more or less inquiring, but it seemed that they were talking more about the king rather than him. The king was not at the scene. Where did he go? He must be there. He was disguised, and let the intelligence agent find him. Some people whispered. Milad looked around the venue, hesitant to speak. The original purpose of this competition was to find the first place, but who would have thought it would become a crusade against King Levin? He suspected that Levin had ulterior motives, pretending to hold an animal competition, but in fact it was to crack down on other nobles. Otherwise, you see, the cats brought by the people recommended by King Levin exerted pressure, causing the pets of other nobles to wilt. Bullying pets is tantamount to bullying their owners. Isn't this a power struggle? The platform was full of twists and turns, and Levin's disguise was quickly seen through by some intelligence agents. Rumors among the nobles also spread. Humph, I knew he was there, but I didn't expect him to be so bold and stand directly next to the owner. It's dark under the lamp. This guy is getting more and more scheming. Levin himself had no time to pay attention to them. His mind was full of how to make friends with Mr. Aegeus. As time was approaching, the attendant. Just then, the 10-minute break was announced to be over. Hui Yuqian's first update, domain name. The gate off the field opened, and the staff walked out, leading the contestants out. The 4 cats were in front, and the other cats and tigers kept a distance of 2 or 3 meters from them and did not dare to get close at all, as if this game was the home court of the four cats from beginning to end. Seeing is believing, and the people who just arrived were dumbfounded. Isn't this a kitten? What's wrong with them? The bystanders shook their heads. What kind of kitten can run at the speed of sound? Wait and see. Those people were skeptical. Phoebe was angry and cursed. How did they come out alive? The attendant's face turned pale, because he had just received news that all the people who were carrying out the mission had died. Without exception, they died suddenly. I don't know who did it. It may be the work of King Levin. Phoebe was so angry that his face turned green when he heard this, and he couldn't help but draw his sword and kill him on the spot. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him. He hated people blocking his way the most, but at this moment he didn't dare to say a word. His eyes trembled, and he tried to say a sentence after a few seconds. "Grandpa, you are here." The old swordsman squinted his eyes, and his cold eyes were as sharp as a blade, as if he could nail him to death on the spot. Phoebe was trembling with fear. Fortunately, the old swordsman shifted his gaze after a few seconds and snorted coldly. "I want to see what this is all about." Millard looked around the room and suddenly sensed murderous intent. He turned around and saw that it was from the old man next to Phoebe. "Old Sword Saint." Millard broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that things were developing too fast. Even the old sword saint of the Jupes family had come out. Would this end badly? Millard still remembered that the old sword saint was a villain when he was young, and he was still a villain even when he was old. He was extremely protective of his people. If anyone provoked his juniors, he would be merciful if he didn't kill the whole family. The strong man killed without leaving any traces. Even if you have the courage to track him down, you may not be able to track him down. 2. Not to mention that most people don't have the courage. Most likely, he was upset about Farrell losing an arm, but could only hold it in. Now that he was a little angry, he exploded. How could Malad have thought that things would turn out like this? He turned his head and looked at Levin again. Levin obviously noticed the arrival of the old swordsman, but for some reason, he was not as nervous as he was before facing the old swordsman. Instead, it seemed that there was something more tense. Malad was confused. Even the old swordsman appeared on the opposite side. "Are you really not afraid at all?" The first human ranking disappeared, but he became confused first. Malad's eyes turned and stopped on Hughes. Before he could think about it, the host announced the start of the 6th round. So far, only 5 cats have been left. This round is different from the previous 5 rounds. It tests intelligence, that is, problem-solving. Considering that cats' claws cannot grasp pens, they set up 10 multiple-choice questions, which the cat can answer by moving the fur ball in front of it. After hearing about this competition setting, people at the scene started talking about it. The 6th round is a bit strange. A cat is a cat, so how can it understand the knowledge of us humans? Why can't you understand? Don't underestimate the wisdom of Warcraft. Hughes is a little worried. His children have lived in the abyss for many years and may not understand the knowledge of the human world. Immediately afterwards, the host announced the start of the competition and asked questions one after another. 10 minutes later, the whole place fell silent. The 4 cats won again. They answered all the questions correctly, while the cat next to them got confused and was eliminated after less than 3 questions. Everyone was shocked. Not only are they powerful, but their intelligence is also extraordinary. Are they really cats? It simply refreshed their understanding of cats. On the other hand, Hughes was relieved. He thought they didn't know such complicated knowledge, but he didn't expect that they could answer all the questions correctly. My kids are so smart. Then came the 7th round. This round still tests intelligence, but the difficulty rises sharply and involves advanced knowledge. The person who set the questions is Milad, and the person who reads the questions is also Milad. Milad stepped onto the high stage and was watched by everyone, but the eyes of the 4 cats did not put as much pressure on him. The little puppet among them seemed to be impatient, and his eyes urged him to ask questions quickly. It was hard for Milad to imagine that he would be frightened by a kitten, but the fact was that he was frightened and had goosebumps all over his body. He quickly read the question and read out a slightly complicated mathematical calculation problem. More than half of the people present could not think of the answer, and they were all talking about it, right? Give math problems to cats? But except for the little rag doll, all the cats on site were quick answers. The little puppet was stunned. The little puppet was eliminated. The little puppet cursed in his heart. Damn it, he is not good at math problems. He returned to Hughes and rubbed his head complainingly. Hughes comforted him. There are always things you are good at and things you are not good at. The little puppet meowed. The question-taking was still going on. Everyone originally thought that the winner would be determined by a maximum of 3 questions, but reality slapped them in the face again. The 3 cats not only made it to the 3rd question, they also made it to the 30th question, and they answered extremely fast. The 3 cats can actually answer questions that cannot be answered by the human brain, and so quickly. Is this still a cat? Those present could no longer understand what was happening now. From surprise to shock, and then to sluggishness and blank mind. At the end of the test, Milad was sweating. He closed the book because he had finished the test. However, there are still 3 left at the scene. Should they all be announced as first place, or something else? Milad was caught in a tangle. Unlike others, he was at a close distance and noticed that the 3 cats were able to handle it with ease, which showed that these problems were nothing to them. Milad's mind changed slightly, and an idea suddenly came to him. That is, he would come up with the question on the spot. During the discussion at the scene, he really spoke up and asked a question about space magic, asking them to solve this incomplete space magic. Whether it could be repaired or cannot be repaired, they can only cross it out and redraw it. As he spoke, he really drew a magic circle. As soon as the topic came out, it naturally caused a commotion. Eliog and Beelzebub want to curse at the same time. What they're least good at is space magic. You want them to. They answer? Damn humans. You are looking for trouble. Beelzebub was naturally eliminated because he really couldn't. And he also cursed. Eliog and Impose were left. Eliog was right. Eliog thought to himself that because Boss had been honest and low-key all the way, he didn't expect that he would be the last one left. The 2 cats looked at each other. The pressure is on Milad. Milad thought hard, feeling an inexplicable determination that he must stump them on this issue. At the same time, Hughes on the platform caught Beelzebub and watched the situation nervously. In a sense, Levine was more nervous than he was. Milad frowned slightly and asked a question that shocked the whole audience. The Matros problem is one of the 3 major problems in modern magic raised by the great master Matros more than 800 years ago. As soon as Milad finished speaking, the audience fell silent. Both those who knew magic and those who didn't were stunned. Those who knew magic doubted whether Milad was serious. This problem has stumped many magicians. Even humans can't solve it, but you actually asked a little cat about it. Me? Most of the magicians present were stunned. Those who don't understand magic simply don't understand the problem itself. Hughes hasn't learned the Matros problem yet, but he also knows that it is definitely a very difficult problem to solve, because it is called a problem. Can children solve it? You can't, and don't force it. In fact, Eliog knew he lost the moment he heard this question. It's not easy for anyone to ask this question, but it was asked to the demon Matros. How could he not know? I'm afraid I just answered instinctively. Impose smiled, and without thinking, he happily picked up the pen with his cat's paw and wrote it out 1 stroke at a time. Wait, can cats write? At this point, the whole audience was suffocatingly quiet, as if witnessing a scene that was worthy of being engraved into history. Milad, the questioner, doubted his life and almost fell on the spot. After checking the answer, everyone was stunned. It actually solved the Matros problem that has troubled human magicians for many years. The whole audience was shocked when the verdict was announced. I'm going crazy. People are not as good as cats. People are not as good as cats. A group of magicians were going crazy. Impossible. There must be something wrong. How did it solve it? I think it may be that its owner knows the answer. Who is its owner? The gray cat with the entry number 023 won the first place. The host's voice was hoarse when he announced the result, almost hoarse. The whole audience applauded like thunder. Who would have thought that he just came to participate in a pet competition and actually witness such a scene? Can this be watched for nothing? God, genius cat. Levin almost fainted and there was only one thought in his heart that became stronger and stronger. In sharp contrast to the excitement of others, the Jupi's family was dead silent. The old swordsman was not sure what he was thinking. His face was extremely ugly, and the murderous aura filled the entire platform. Die, let them die. Inbos, who won the first place, rushed to his father's arms and meowed. Zeus did not question anything, but just touched his head and praised him. Eliog followed behind, his black eyes slightly gloomy, but victory or defeat is victory or defeat, and he still let this younger brother win. But I said before that you should be low-key. You solved the matros problem in one go. Isn't this more high-profile? How can a cat do such a thing? But it is not impossible to explain, because my father is nominally a student of matros. Damn it, the seemingly honest younger brother is the most dishonest. He glared at Inbos fiercely. Unexpectedly, Inbos turned his head and looked over from his father's arms. Eliog was so angry that he stamped his feet and cursed in the field of compatriots. Imposs, you brother, if you have the ability, come down and fight. Imbas snorted and turned around to hide in his father's arms. His arrogant attitude made the other three cats angry. And the other side, Levine was excited inside, and his eyes didn't hide it at all. If the possibility of Mr. Igius ranking first was only 80% before, now it is more than 100%. Otherwise, whose domestic cat can solve the matros problem? He really didn't expect that his method would actually successfully find the number one human being. But how should he make friends with the other party? Before he knew it, it was very natural for Levin to interact with the other party. However, after knowing it, he became timid and did not dare to get close at all. Especially after the four cats came back, an absolute realm seemed to be formed around Mr. Igius, and he did not dare to approach him at all. Can't get closer. What to do? Levin really wished the Prime Minister was there to give him advice. And at the same time, there are still some doubts in the audience, but the facts are happening before their eyes. How can they refute it? There were about 3,000 people at the scene, and more than half of them couldn't react yet. They were all in shock, and their minds were filled with images of the gray cat holding a pen to solve Matros' problem. Are all cats this powerful nowadays? How do you raise such a powerful cat? Several crazy cat lovers were envious and jealous. Looking at the four cats around Hughes, they had the urge to rush forward and pet them. Let me ask, who can say no to a cute and smart cat? Speaking of which, who is that master? I also want to know, black hair and dark eyes, doesn't look like someone from our country. To be able to raise such a smart cat, his level should be quite high. Why does it seem to be only around level 32? Can any of you identify his true level? No, I can't identify him. He's still level 32 no matter what. Is he an ordinary person or not? No, are you serious? It's not a cat at all. When the game was over, they should have left, but they still wanted to stay and continue watching, and there was a lot of discussion on the platform. In another area, most of the magicians did not leave and were still talking to each other. Do you know who that person is? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere? I know he is a magician who came to study from the Ashan Empire. He often brings cats to the library. You probably met him in passing, right? I see him often, but I didn't expect his cat to be so powerful. The magicians were still in shock and could not fully accept this matter. Not to mention solving it for so many years, a problem that was difficult to even understand was actually solved by a kitten. This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. In a sense, this incident can be recorded in the history of magic. Historians will probably write this. In the year 1034 of the Human Era, a little cat with gray fur and blue eyes solved a crucial problem in the history of human magic, causing a sensation in the audience and leaving a mark in history. Just thinking about it is shocking. A magician was really doubtful. He stood up on the spot and shouted loudly, "Teacher Malad, I don't think Warcraft can answer the question. Matros dilemma. There must be something wrong." He spoke calmly, seemingly just raising doubts. And indeed, one should wonder, because it is not an ordinary problem, but the Matros problem, which has troubled many magicians for more than 800 years. Even this magician himself has been studying the Matros problem for decades, and has written more than a dozen articles about Matros. Ross's paper. Now, the Matros problem has been solved. There is no warning at all. How could you let him accept it? Magician Kill was not thorny, but he was sincere. He bowed respectfully to Milad in the audience and said sincerely, "Teacher Milad, can you also let me watch the proof process?" His doubts are very legitimate. It is indeed only certified by Milad, but it does not mean that the problem-solving process is correct. This matter can still be doubtful. Hearing this, Milad suddenly raised his head from shock and looked at the young magician Kill who was questioning him on the platform. He thought to himself, "I want to question this kind of thing more, but I have also studied the Matros problem for 3 years. Now that the solution process is out, I can tell whether it is true or not at a glance." Of course, Milad is an old magician after all, and it is impossible to say this in person. Since some people have doubts, just come and verify it. He put away his shock, put on the aura of a mentor, and said to all the magicians in the audience, "Okay, you can come and verify it, but I also invite everyone to come and test it." Hearing what Milad said, all the magicians on the field, whether questioning or not, became interested, and all of a sudden hundreds of people came down. Milad saw this and said, "Limited to 10 people. Let's come together. Haha, let's experience my shock together." A group of 10 people was quickly formed and walked off the field to circulate, but everyone's eyes widened. They clutched the paper in their hands, shocked. It's actually true. It's so perfect. Can the problem of Matros be solved? I thought it was written randomly by Master Matros. Idiot, how could Grandmaster Matros write so randomly? The 10-person marking team all certified that the answers to the questions were correct, and everyone present took a breath. The answer is indeed correct. This is the real solution. The faces of the people on the Juggernaut family side were obviously darker, and their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Fabi couldn't help but scolded. "Grandpa, this must be cheating. It is impossible for a cat to solve the problem of Matros. Milad must have colluded with King Levin to give us power." The old sword master sneered when he heard this. The folds on his face were trembling, and he said leisurely, "Whether it is true or not, they all need to be taught a lesson. If you offend their descendants of the Sword Saint family and the Sword God, even gods will shed their skin. In any case, the game is over, and when so many magicians have verified it, there is no point in questioning the answer. Unless you can find Grandmaster Matros himself and ask him if the answer is like this. But Grandmaster Matros is so elusive. Who can find him? Just forget it." Looking at the situation at the major stations, Levin shook his head, wondering if it was strange that a cat could solve Matros's problem, regardless of who its owner was. Even if it can't answer this question, its owner can. What should you do if you continue to question Mr. Aegeus and make him unhappy? Mr. Hughes is a state guest. Levin peeked at Aegeus and found that Aegeus was completely lifeless, with a proper onlooker attitude and a kind of detached calmness. Levin sighed in his heart. Could this be the first-ranking attitude among human beings? He doesn't care about you at all. And when he looked out of the corner of his eye, he realized that the 4 cats and 1 bird were not paying attention, as if they had become a kind of realm of their own. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, I would be peaceful for the rest of my life. No one else can get close at all. Levin hadn't felt it before, but now he only felt that Mr. Aegeus was really special. At this moment, Hughes suddenly turned his head and heard, "Mr. Levin, the game is over. Can you leave?" Levin was stunned and said subconsciously, yes, I will send someone to your bookstore as a reward." No, thanks." Hughes turned his head and glanced at the audience, a little embarrassed, and said, "My child seems to have caused some trouble for everyone." Levin immediately shook his head. No, but they are questioning it randomly. The little gray cat is so smart, lively, and cute. What is a mere Matros problem? Why can't it be solved? The gray cat was dumbfounded when he heard this. "You are a human being. You flatter me to please my father, right? But you have really good vision." The black cat sneered and really wanted to slap the human on the head. What is there to praise about this little brother? Mr. Levin is too exaggerated, although he is indeed a smart child who has loved learning since he was a child. Although Hughes was humble for his children, he was harder to suppress than AK. As a parent, who could not be happy? However, the situation here seemed a bit complicated. Hughes noticed some movement with his peripheral vision and felt that it was not advisable to stay for too long. That's it for today. I'll take them away first. See you again when we have the chance. Well, Levin quickly led the way himself. At the same time, the official end of the game was announced. Thank you to all the guests for taking time out of your busy schedule to participate in the first cat skills competition. Now the competition has officially ended. Please follow the instructions and exit in an orderly manner. If you have lost anything, please go to the broadcast room. Repeat, please. Please exit in an orderly manner. Guests with cats or other pets, please be careful and don't forget to take your pets with you. The announcements kept ringing, and people exited each of the 6 channels. But some people don't want to leave. Just when Milad turned around and was about to leave, someone from the Jupy's family arrived. A man in white stepped out of the void. Everyone who knows him knows that he is the second steward of the Jupy's family. He is good at cunning and sophistry and often appears in the family's external affairs. Looking like something was about to happen again, some people stopped and turned around to watch. The second housekeeper came to question Milad. He stood in front of Fei Bai and the old swordmaster with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, standing with his hands behind his back, slightly bowed at the waist, staring at Milad, and said immediately, "Teacher Milad, please stay about what just happened. Is there a possibility that you and the king are jointly playing a game? You already know the answer to Matra's problem, and you deliberately arranged it in the question to let the cat answer, right?" The atmosphere of the scene changed again, and everyone who had not left yet looked over. Many people were surprised because they did not expect that Jupiter, the family, actually fell out directly. The other party is a great magician. Does your family really have no scruples at all? The second housekeeper continued. Millard, I heard that this question is not in the booklet at all. You added it without permission. So, why did you add this question? As for his doubts, Milad was speechless. If I knew the answer to Matra's problem, would I use it to engage in conspiracy fights? These idiots have no idea what academic research means to their scholars. As one of the top magicians in the country, Milad was not shy. He released his magic power and looked around the audience coldly. However, Milad had not yet shown his power. The magician Kill, who just questioned, couldn't help but jump first. Kill scolded angrily. What collusion? If Master Milad knew the answer to the Matras problem, he would definitely use it for academic publication. Do you even know what the Matras problem means? Other magicians were also filled with indignation. If Master Milad knew the answer to Matras problem, how could he not publish it? For magicians, who doesn't want to have their name engraved in the history of magic? Even if it's just a few notes, you have to get deeply involved in the history of magic. Who would use it as a bargaining chip in political struggle and lose the right to be the first author? This simply doubts the character and professional accomplishment of Teacher Milad as a magician. Even if you're a member of the Jupy's family, what you say is outrageous. They magicians are not the nobles in the city. They have the backing of the association and are not afraid of the Sword Saint family, so they dare to resist. Instructor Milad focuses on magic research, but his strength is not bad, but he rarely takes action. Does the Sword Saint family dare to bully the great magician? The second housekeeper frowned and looked ugly. He really didn't know about magic research, but what if Milad could do this? The second housekeeper also had the support of the Sword Saint family and was very confident. He turned to look at Milad and asked, "Why did you have to raise that problem?" Milad stared at the Swordmaster family and said indifferently, "There are not many difficult problems that I can think of, and I wanted to fail it, so I chose that question without any special intention." Kier helped. Are highly intelligent monsters rare? Why can humans pose difficult problems, but cats can't solve them? Are you discriminating against them? Most of the audience present were cat lovers, and his words resonated instantly. Someone murmured, "Yes, why can't a cat solve magic problems? What if it is a magical cat who is proficient in magic? Nothing is impossible in this world, right? Yes. What if it is blessed by the goddess of wisdom? The goddess of wisdom can give wisdom to all things, and the creatures blessed by it are far more intelligent than other creatures. The second housekeeper was tired of hearing this and said sternly, "Do you have any evidence?" Before he finished speaking, the old sword master walked out from behind him and scanned the whole place, murderous intent spreading. Everyone was horrified, and those who wanted to speak were stopped. Milad snorted. He didn't like to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Who was afraid of whom in a head-on confrontation? He walked out of the platform and was about to use his magic power. Suddenly a voice broke the deadlock. Well, I know why. Everyone looked at the speaker and found that it was a woman in purple robes. She is also Shili. Shili came to the Oedipus Empire from the Austrian Empire a week ago to study. In the morning, she heard that there was a cat skills competition. She was a little interested and came, but she came too late. After arriving, the competition was almost over, and the winner of the cat was actually the cat she knew. Shili was panicked by everyone, so she had to explain. Mr. Aegeus is a student of Grand Instructor Matros. I met him before in the Oedipus Empire. I didn't expect that Mr. Aegeus also came to the Oedipus Empire. As soon as she finished speaking, the magicians around her fell silent for a while, and everyone's eyes widened. He is actually the student of Grand Instructor Matros. Kill remembered. Yes, I heard that the student of Grand Instructor Matros is a young man with black hair and black eyes. I have always wanted to meet him, but I didn't expect that I successfully met him today. Wait, that makes sense. Milad was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, I'm just saying, how can a cat solve Matros' problem? It turns out that its owner is a student of Master Matros. It really scared me to death just now. Shili nodded. I was also shocked. I probably knew the answer from being around the master. A female magician said, Indeed, what teacher Milad asked for was an answer. The cat knew the answer and of course gave it. Haha, I see. It really scared me just now. If it has troubled humans for more than 800 years, the magical problem was solved by the little cat. Isn't it true that humans are inferior to cats? But it's quite amazing. It can grab a pen and write. It's really cute. You must be pestering your owner to learn magic, right? Such a good cat, damn. What if I want to raise one too? After Shili revealed her identity, there were obviously fewer people who questioned her, because it makes so much sense. I'm a student of Grand Tutor Matros. Why can't I raise such a smart kitten? You must know that Grandmaster Matros is synonymous with miracles. He has invented countless improved magics and is a legend among legends. A student of such a great being must be omnipotent. Matros' authoritative status convinced almost all the magicians, as well as most of the people present, who let the problem itself be named after Matros. This time everyone cannot accept it, but has to accept it. The second housekeeper watched the group of magicians singing and drinking, and his heart was filled with anger, but he remained calm on the surface. We can't clean it up now, but we could do it sooner or later. Fabai secretly grinded his teeth and whispered, What about Matros' student? He is not Matros himself, and even if he is himself, so what? We are the descendants of the sword god. Why don't we dare to kill him? The old sword master chuckled, waved his hands, and walked away, leaving behind a sentence. If you can't take care of it during the day, take care of it at night. A few seconds later, all members of the Jupius family disappeared. Next, amid the commotion, Milad returned to the room and was silent for a long time. Let's not talk about Matros' problem for the moment. If we look back a bit, we have to say that things developed beyond imagination. It was the person recommended by the king himself who won the first place. That guy Levin left a long time ago. Didn't he agree to set up a trap to find the #1 ranking? What about the first person in the ranking? You have also completely offended the Jupi's family. You have almost no high-level strong backers behind you. How dare you offend them? They can make you not even know how you died. Road. Milad frowned deeply, as if he was also thinking about his position. After today's incident, he undoubtedly became a supporter of the king. But he only cares about research. How can he care about so much? Millard ignored one thing, so that he was close to the truth but could not imagine the truth. In any case, there was no objection to the result of the game, and it was recognized by most of the nobles and people present. The appearance of the students of Master Matros in the Oedipus Empire subsequently spread throughout the imperial city. With the spread of this news, the fact that the Matros puzzle was solved by cats has been covered. Most people just think that no cat can solve such a complicated magic problem. It must be following the example of its owner. Only a very small number of people who witnessed the scene would feel that the cat obviously answered the question on its own. It thought about it at the scene instead of just giving the answer. In any case, the name Zeus has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and people will inevitably be suspicious of him. By this time, the sky was getting dark, and the time was already 1830. Milad had a lot of confusion in his heart, and was a little worried about the safety of Levin and Zeus. After all, the Juggernaut family would not let them go easily. Is he a student of Grand Instructor Matros, but he looks like he is only level 32? Is he hiding his strength, or... At this time, Hughes had just said goodbye to Levin and returned home, put the children down on the floor, and then closed the outer door with a worried look in his eyes. It always feels a bit dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, the four cats' pupils shrank and their claws clawed. The little puppet immediately jumped up, threw itself into Hughes's arms and meowed. Hughes lowered his head and said in surprise, "You said you don't have to worry about them because you can kill them all?" Meow. Haha, you are still young. Meow. Dad doesn't believe it. It's just, you're still young. The other three cats stared intently at the coquettish little stuffed animal and rolled their eyes at him. Beelzebub turned to Impas and said, "Has he always been like this?" Impos nodded and said quietly, "It's been like this forever and never stopped." Beelzebub snorted. Eliog also darkened his face. "That position was originally mine." Hughes was amused by the little puppet, touched his head and said, "By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you." The four cats immediately became energetic. What did their father want to say? Hughes slowly educated him. "You were young back then, and I didn't teach you this. Just by taking advantage of today's events, I would like to tell you that it is dangerous to appear holy in front of others, especially since there are too many unknowns in this world, and the gods moody, strong humans may not necessarily be lawful and kind." The four cats were stunned, and they all listened obediently with extremely serious eyes. Hugh's eyes were serious, with a hint of unquestionability, and he emphasized, "I know that you all have the ability to survive, and you can escape back to the abyss in time when in danger, but you still have to be careful, you know?" The four cats nodded, and the extremely high synchronization rate made it almost impossible to tell the difference. Hughes couldn't help but smile, touched their heads one by one, and continued, "Of course, no matter what happens, it won't be you. It's our fault." Shows' view of good and evil is relatively simple, but he never teaches them that they must do good, because survival is always the first priority. They are not humans and will not be humans. There is no need to act according to human rules or any burdens. He continued, "Evil people do evil and do evil, but we don't have to reflect on our own problems. If we have problems, then there's only one problem, and that is strength, you know?" Hughes has experienced a lot. Thinking about the time when the brave team went on missions in various major divine kingdoms, he had never seen anything. Today is not even a big scene, but he smiled and said, "If something happens and we can't fight it, let's run away." "Imbos, you can move magic, right?" The gray cat meowed, indicating that the home was safe, and came over, put his paws on Hugh's bracelet, and said that no matter what danger he encountered, he just had to inject magic into this place and time. Good. After understanding Impo's abilities better, Hughes became more trusting. "My child really deserves to have lived for more than 8,000 years, and his understanding of magic is much better. The outside world doesn't know about this, so they question it." He touched the gray cat's face and continued, "That family may be targeting us. Although we don't know why, we still have to be careful, you know?" The four cats nodded immediately. They looked cute, but in fact they were thinking that they were the ones who should be careful. Hughes talked for about half an hour before the family got quiet time. Suddenly the door opened, and the four cats tiptoed out of the dormitory, and then appeared in human form in the bookstore. Their overly beautiful appearance makes the whole space upscale, as if this is not a small bookstore, but the highest-end aristocratic club. Beelzebub leaned against the bookshelf, his long eyelashes slightly swept, revealing a pair of jewel-like eyes. With his cold appearance and cold temperament, the whole thing was as cold as an iceberg. Speaking of which, there are indeed a bunch of humans watching us. Buyer blinked with a smile, his soft silver hair spread out, his facial features were as beautiful and delicate as a doll. His skin color was extremely white and light, and his eyes were as bright as a rippled lake. He said indifferently, "So what? It's not easy to take care of them." Eliog turned to look at him and reminded, "Father likes a peaceful life." Buyer smiled proudly. "How about creating a country for my father? Let him live there, study as much as he wants, and have everything. The years will be quiet, and then we can delay the time of changing history for you." Impose asked inexplicably, "The Truman Show?" They more or less share their father's memory or knowledge, so they know some knowledge of their father's original world. The Truman Show created a false world for Truman, but did not tell Truman, allowing the whole world to watch Truman's life reality show. Impose thought it was too fake and disagreed with it. Beelzebub didn't care much about this, so he changed the topic, looked at Eliog, and said, "It's almost done, Eliog. It's time to go to work." Eliog frowned. Of course he knew what job Beelzebub was talking about, but he really didn't want to go to Amon and the others. He was silent for a few seconds. "I want to tell you in advance, if I am unfortunately discovered by Amon, what we are about to receive is a violent beating from my eldest brother. Because Amon is sure. We'll tell Big Brother Ball. Bar will definitely beat them if he finds out." Impose wanted to object to finding Amon, but he also knew the necessity of this matter. Want to read Chapter 53 of After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens, written by Hui Yuqian? Please remember the domain name of this website. Go ahead and talk about it if you have anything else to do. History must be rewritten anyway. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to hide it from our father like this. Beelzebub nodded and said to Eliog, "Just be careful. Amon's eyes can penetrate all things, so don't expose any flaws. By the way, also, be careful not to be followed by him." Amon ranks 7th among them, nicknamed the Hermit. His power is existence and nothingness. His ability is very troublesome and can even be said to be abnormal. Sometimes when you offend Ball, you don't want to offend Amon because this guy can play with you to death, and he is born with a bad taste. Except for his father, everything is a toy to him. Eliog didn't like Amon and hadn't spoken to him for more than 3,000 years. Now that he went to ask him for questions, he still felt a little embarrassed. But for my father, I fought hard. Seeing him like this, Beelzebub also said, "I have to leave too. I can't do it without finding out who is behind it." Eliog asked, "What clues did you say you found? Why didn't I see you for 3 days after I came back? Could you have forgotten it again?" Beelzebub glanced at Eliog. "I haven't forgotten it, but I'm just not sure about some parts." Eliog, "Okay, let's find out more and leave it to you." Buyer watched the conversation between the two of them and always found it interesting. He smiled and said, Eliog and Beelzebub turned their heads at the same time and cursed. "What's wrong? It's been like this for so many years." Buyer smiled and said nothing, or maybe he remembered something and specifically told them, "Don't be discovered by other compatriots again." They agree on this point, because there can be no more. Beelzebub counter-reminded, "It's up to you two to protect your father, you know? Don't let your father play the role of the Lord of the Abyss just because of your preference, you know?" Buyer snorted, "Obviously you want to see it too. Anyway, don't mess around." Okay. A few minutes later, only 2 demons were left in the bookstore. Buyer lay down at the front desk, turned into a kitten and rolled around, complaining, "I finally left." Impose looked outside the door, not knowing what he was looking at. At the same time, in the dormitory, Hughes had another dream. The dream was very deep. He seemed to have fallen into the deep sea and could not swim up. Although he was in the sea water, there were sparse sounds in his ears, like the sound of the wind blowing in the bamboo forest in spring. Various senses are mixed together in the dream, Hearing is also vision, sight, or smell. Everything is messed up, mixed evenly, inseparable, and strangely harmonious. Here, his spirit seems to be able to rise and expand infinitely. As long as he thinks, he keeps thinking. His spirit seems to even cover the entire sea. In a dream, once a person awakens to himself, he will instinctively want to take back his own control. Therefore, he is obviously dreaming, but he is also invading the dream. The more he hones his mental powers, the more he seems to be able to control his own mind. There is no time in the dream, so he explores endlessly, just like picking up shells on the beach in his childhood. As long as he wants to pick them up, he has endless energy. Keep picking them up because the sea keeps lapping them up. The spiritual resources of dreams are inexhaustible. He felt novel about this, so he kept exploring and immersed himself in the depths of this dreamland. He would not know that Vesak suddenly woke up at this time. He looked at the spiritual power overflowing from Hughes in astonishment. This was the first time in more than 8,000 years that he saw spiritual power leaking out. Although I knew that my father's mental power was strong, I didn't expect that the value would be full. What the hell is going on? Regardless of the reason, will anything happen to this kind of mental power overflow? Vesak took a closer look and even discerned the plurality of divinities. Is the concentration of divinity in my father's mental power too high? Just when he was about to think this, he saw that the concentration was still rising. Straight up, almost at the same time, 12:12 p.m., the assassins of the Jupes family rushed to the door of the bookstore and surrounded the entire bookstore in a few seconds. The identity of Matras students did not dissuade them from murderous thoughts, but only made them more murderous. They arranged quickly, and within a few seconds, they determined the breach and rushed into the house. Just kill that young man, and that's enough. They immediately looked for someone sneaky and aggressive. And the next second, they paused. The room was dark, but there were two glowing gems hanging in the air. It's actually a pair of eyes. No, it's two pairs. They were frightened away, but the darkness faded. And then two beings with extraordinary temperaments were revealed. One with silver hair and blue eyes, extremely beautiful. A man with black hair and blue eyes looked elegant. It's the Lords of the Abyss, Bayer and Impose. Someone recognized him on the spot, but died within a few seconds. Bayer smiled, holding one person's collar. He smiled like a peach blossom just now, and the next second he was as fierce as a ghost. He whispered playfully, "Tell the strongest person in your family to cut off his arms and legs within 1 minute. Come here, or I'll go there myself." The man was hairy all over, his mind was blank, and he asked tremblingly, "What are you going to do?" Boom, boom, boom. The sound of several bodies hitting the ground was heard, but did not disturb the dormitory at all. Impose moved his eyes to Bayer and complained, "You can't even tell them for a minute." Bayer tilted his head, "But I'm too lazy to go out." Impos snorted, "Are you following Vesak now?" Bayer turned back into a kitten, stretched out his two paws, the bow on his head shook, and said slowly, Yes, I am lazy. I just don't want to leave my father, my 22nd brother. You, if you're not lazy, go to work." Yinbosi felt speechless at the title 22 Brothers. But how could he, the 10th sister, be so lawless and do whatever he wanted? I have a whim all day long, and my thoughts come out as soon as they come up. But the trash must be picked up. There is no doubt about it. A mere human family wants to assassinate my father. Impose stood up, his eyes narrowed. Murderous intent emerged, and he said in a deep voice, "Knowing that my father is a student of Matras, he dares to assassinate me, which shows that he also underestimates my human vest." The little puppet played with the corpse to kill the fun, and said, "Old man, if you don't show up, you will be looked down upon. Your identity as Matras is too rarely used. Over time, your fame will be limited to the field of magicians." Impose smiled, his eyes cold. "Then let them know what the great master Matras is." The other side, the level 70 assassin dispatched, did not move for a long time, and the old sword master's face became increasingly ugly. Level 70 assassins can assassinate other professions at level 80 if conditions are ripe. Magicians have low resistance to assassins and slow body reactions, making them easier to assassinate. With luck, a level 70 assassin can even kill a level 90 expert. They sent out 3 level 70 assassins. There was no way there would be no movement at all. The magician's magic test on that bookstore had no problems at all. What happened there? Could there be some strong person protecting Zeus? The old sword master was thinking a lot. His eyes were shining brightly, and his fingers were clicking on the table. It was obvious that he had been doing this kind of assassination for a long time. Old people will become jealous of young people, especially young geniuses who are full of energy and high spirits and are getting stronger and reaching their peak. He was jealous and killed many of them, and 50% of them were young people with backgrounds. Some of them were difficult to assassinate. The swordsman profession always likes high risk and exciting things. Just because he is old does not mean that he does not want to seek excitement. In order to satisfy his selfish desires and to preserve the status of the Jupius family so that they will always be the patron saints of Oedipus' empire, it is just some dirty work that must be done by others. Assassinating the students of Matros will cause dissatisfaction among the magicians, so try to make the assassination as clean as possible. It was not uncommon to encounter obstacles like this. The old sword master reached out to move the chess pieces on the table and took another step forward. Continue to monitor and continue to assassinate. His face was dark and his eyes were staring, wishing he could see that person's body right now. The attendant immediately obeyed the order. A few seconds later, the assassin on the other side of the communication once again received news that the entire army had been destroyed. Killing intent spreads slowly from the opposite side. It was extended, making those who carried out the assassination mission feel horrified. But the old sword master remained calm. After all, he is a student of Matros, and he has many ways to save his life. He pushed another chess piece and said coldly, "Keep killing." But the attendant trembled and said, "Master, there are no more customers." The old sword master was unhappy when he heard this. "I usually raise them just to do dirty work, but now they are trash. They can't even kill a person. It seems that in the future, instead of raising people, it is better to raise pigs." His eyes dimmed. He suddenly smiled ferociously and played with a small sword in his right hand. "If they dare to mess with our descendants of the sword god, they will have to pay the price." As he said that, he stood up slowly, his blood surged, and he didn't know what method he used, but he was about to return to his peak state of level 97. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Yeah." For just a moment, the old sword master's whole body tensed up, and a sense of crisis pervaded every cell. How is this possible? Who can get close to him easily? Just as the old sword master was about to turn his eyes, suddenly a pressure fell from the sky, crushing him to death. He knelt down on the spot, holding his hands firmly on the ground. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He was frightened, and his scalp was numb. After living for so many years, how could he not realize that this was the full level of pressure? How could a full-level existence suddenly come to kill him? The old sword master's pupils were shaking. Just as he was about to raise his eyes, all he could see was blood spreading, his blood and the blood of people outside. The assassins outside are all dead, and so are the ones here. Countless thoughts flashed through the old sword master's mind, and he concluded one thing almost immediately. He was no match for the opponent. The opponent could kill him with just one thought, just like squeezing an ant to death. Then, the indifferent voice continued chatting. "How many times did you have murderous intentions towards your father during the day?" "What father?" The old sword master was confused. He could only think of that young man. Zeus. He actually had a child? Is this person the child of Zeus? But thinking about this meaninglessness, the old sword master knew that the other party was here to kill him. Immediately afterwards, the pressure suddenly increased, like a giant beast trampling on him crazily, and his whole body was about to be torn and crushed. "No, you can't kill me," the old sword master roared. "I am a descendant of the sword god. If I die unnaturally, You will be cursed by the sword god and hunted to death by the sword god." But the other party just smiled faintly and asked in a playful manner, "You mean the sword god who transformed from a human to a god?" "Old sword master, yes." The voice was even colder. "You can't compare to the brave Wang Chang'e in swordsmanship, but you still dare to call yourself a god." The old sword master was stunned and said in disbelief, What did you say?" His face was pressed into the floor, his facial features were flat, and his nose was broken. He couldn't see who the other person was, but from what he said, it was clear that the other person knew the history of their ancestor, the sword god. What is going on? Sword god is the glory of their family and the spiritual totem of all their family members. But the other party calls him false god. Killing someone is heartbreaking. Destroying his faith is more abominable than killing him. Absolute strength cannot be resisted at all. The first update of Hui Yutian's work, the domain name. The young man seemed to find amusement based on his reaction, and continued, "Oh, don't you know? It turns out that period of history was not recorded, which is really interesting, but that's right, many of your countries only write about the glory of the victors. History says nothing about the ugly things." The old sword master panicked. "What on earth do you mean?" The young man had an interesting taste. "Your ancestors could not defeat the brave Wang Chang'e, but they were obsessed with the reputation of being the first in the era. They sold the location of the mainland to the alien god number 002, putting all mankind in danger of destruction. In the end, the brave Wang Chang'e defeated the alien god number 002 and disappeared into the subspace. So your ancestor became the so-called first person in swordsmanship, and finally gained fame and proclaimed himself a god." The young man's heartbreaking words shattered the old sword master's long-standing faith into pieces. "Impossible. This is impossible." The old swordsman didn't believe it and completely lost his temper. He crawled on the ground like a dog and struggled to get up. He roared, "If this is true, how could you know? This happened so many years ago. There's no way you know." The young man smiled. "Because I was right there." "What?" Just one sentence almost defeated the old sword master. He raised his eyes with all his strength, finally saw the young man's face clearly, and said in a trembling voice, "Lord of the Abyss, impose." Terror spread in his heart, like hundreds of poisonous snakes wrapping around his body. Before he died, the old sword master thought that the other party was the Lord of the Abyss. So who was the father in the other party's mouth? A possibility suddenly appeared in his mind, and the few bites of the Lord of the Abyss completely suffocated him. How is this possible? The young man finally said, "By the way, your sword god will not come to save you, because he is very afraid of death. He doesn't dare to come down even if he knows I am here. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is probably your bloodline character." Before he finished speaking, the old man's faith completely collapsed. Soon after, Febby, who noticed something was wrong, walked out of the hall, turned pale, and fell to the ground on the spot, crying. Oh, why? He saw the spreading pool of blood, the scattered corpses, and the beautiful emerging magic power. The young man stood in the pool of blood. His handsome and indistinguishable appearance made people lose consciousness for a moment. He is surrounded by magical lines in the order of a musical score, and each note is dancing. Any magician present will be stunned, because there has never been such a sophisticated magic operation in this world. Just seeing it at a glance, you will be shocked by the exquisite magic operation method and lose your mind. Then it was discovered that he hadn't even used magic yet. Feibai was frightened to death and called frantically for help. But no one responded in the entire mansion. Only his voice echoed strangely. He finally realized it, trembling all over, and said while retreating, "They're all dead, they're all dead." The young man turned his eyes and stared at him for a moment, as if death passed by him. "I heard you like to torture pets." The elegant young man stepped on the blood pool, but somehow he didn't get any bloodstains. Ferb! He backed away crazily, but his back hit the wall, his heartbeat accelerated, and he almost suffocated. The moment those eyes looked over, his brain answered before his will. "I like to torture them, but I'm not torturing them. I'm loving them. They are beasts. I raised them because I love them. They would die without me. At least I raised them and loved them. Fabi was forced to tell the truth, with physiological tears streaming down her face, and she was almost frightened to death. You said it was love? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it the love of beating, torturing, skinning, removing bones, and making specimens for viewing? In this hall, as far as the eye can see, there are all kinds of animal Warcraft products, and the souls and consciousness trapped in the flesh and blood are crying for help. Flesh and flesh are immortal. Consciousness is not dispersed, and pain will continue after death. If Fabi hadn't worn the highest level of magic resistance rings on all 10 of his fingers, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the curse for even a day and would have died of fester. Impose looked around the hall, his eyes showing some empathy, as if he also understood the endless despair, fear, and uneasiness. He raised his hands and liberated those souls and consciousnesses. At the same time, the 10 rings in Fabi's hand suddenly shattered. Fabi paused and screamed immediately, because he saw countless twisted animals and monsters rushing toward him, trying to trample him to death and eat him. Ah, help. No, I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore, dash. Minutes later, the Jupiter residence was in flames, a shocking sight. When other magicians arrived, they saw only ashes and some people who were somehow still alive in this situation. They were at a loss, and so was the other person. The only thing that is certain is that the Jupi's family provoked someone, so they were destroyed. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Didn't you say that they are protected by the sword god? Why would they still? The next day, the news that the Sword Saint family was wiped out overnight spread throughout the imperial city. Countless people were shocked and then horrified. What happened? Who did it? I don't know. They're doing evil. Maybe they have offended someone stronger. Didn't you say that they are protected by the sword god? This family has been wiped out. Where's the sword god? You said it couldn't be the king's fault. I heard. The news spread through the streets. There were even crazy discussions among the nobles. After this night, yesterday's animal competition, which seemed to be just entertainment, suddenly seemed of great significance. At the same time, the palace was silent. Levin thought about Aegeus all night and didn't fall asleep at all. He just barely got out of bed when he heard such shocking news. He was dumbfounded and suspected that he was dreaming. He kept asking the person who informed him, "Is it true?" "Huh? Who did it?" "That was the Sword Saint family. They were almost wiped out overnight." "Are you serious?" The attendant was also shocked and explained, "I don't know. The intelligence agents went to investigate, but there are no clues for the time being. Their initial guess is that they have offended a mysterious strong man." Levin's eyes widened. All dead? No. In the Juggernaut's house, everyone who deserves to be dead is still alive, such as the servants and subordinates. The attendant added, Swordmaster Farrell was not at home last night and just came back this morning. By coincidence, he escaped. Levin choked. What happened was so sudden, he was only shocked. After a few minutes, he came to his senses and couldn't hold back his ecstasy. The members of the Juggernaut family deserved to die. They were punished. But who did it? Levin immediately thought of Aegeus. But Mr. Aegeus doesn't seem like someone who would take action. So maybe he is the child of Mr. Aegeus's family? Levin was so hairy that he couldn't even imagine that they know. Should I say them? They usually protect Mr. Aegeus. Yesterday, the Jupy's family released their murderous intentions many times, which must have made them unhappy. They're the ones most likely to take action. Levin thought to himself that their little kitten appearance was most likely a disguise, and their real bodies were extremely terrifying beasts. The Juggernaut family was so strong that no one at level 99 could not suppress them. In other words, those children, who often act coquettishly in Mr. Aegeus's arms, are actually terrifying monsters above level 99? Levin doubted life. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. I actually thought about touching their heads. Levin was almost frightened to death, thinking to himself, wasn't this asking for death? If Mr. Aegeus hadn't been watching, they could have killed him with one finger. It's so scary. It's so scary. What he didn't expect was that the truth was far more terrifying than he thought. Levin quickly found the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister entered office very early today. He was admiring flowers in the garden and stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. A country's behemoth that covered the sky with one hand fell, but he could still be so calm and calm. Levin sometimes felt that the Prime Minister was unfathomable and that no one could see clearly the Prime Minister's sincerity. As for him, he can't even see his skin clearly. Norwich, what happened last night? The Prime Minister turned his head and continued. It's about the Jupes family. Yes, Levin suddenly stopped, a little hesitant to ask to teach the Prime Minister. The old Prime Minister was there, looking far away, fixed on a dead tree, and said earnestly, "Do you remember what I said? In this world, the most important thing is to have a good relationship with the strong. Some people will become blind when they become strong, especially when surrounded by weak people." Jopi thought that the family's demise was due to their growing arrogance. Levin nodded and asked tentatively, "Do you know who did it?" The Prime Minister did not answer immediately, and his eyes showed no thoughts. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I don't know. Some people speculate that it is Grandmaster Matros, because there are traces of extremely exquisite magic use of the scene." Levin thought to himself that you are completely wrong. Maybe only I know the truth. He is the child of Mr. But Levin would not confess what he discovered. He thought for a while and said, "It is a good thing that the Jupes family fell, but this time there will definitely be many families waiting for the opportunity to rise and want to annex the strength or industry of the Jupes family." The Prime Minister nodded and said with a smile, "Has your Majesty thought of so much?" Levin confessed, "I also learned it from you." The Prime Minister still smiled calmly and said, "Your Majesty has figured it out by himself, but I want to remind you that the Jubilee family, the contemporary sword master Farrell, is not dead. Although he has a broken arm, he is also a strong man in his 90s. His existence will shock some people. If His Majesty wants to start cleaning up and rectifying things related to the Jupes family, one thing to consider." Having said this, the Prime Minister suddenly approached Levin, raised a young hand that was not suitable for his age, patted Levin's shoulder and whispered, "Your Majesty, if Sword Master Farrell suspects you, I want to break into the palace and kill you to vent my anger. Do you think you can stop me?" It's not that there aren't experts in the palace who are over 90 levels. There are 2 court magicians who are 90 levels. But they couldn't protect Levine. Because they all have their own backgrounds, they will not fight to the death with the Sword Master to save Levin. As the saying goes, the king of flowing water and the ironclad court magician. The king has died 7 or 8 times, but the court magician is still alive. If they really had to fight to the death, Levin would definitely die. The Prime Minister continued, "I see people saying that it was actually you who sent people to eliminate the Jupes family." Levin was shocked, and his neck felt cold. "Will Farrell target me?" The Prime Minister turned his eyes and asked, "Isn't it possible?" Levin panicked on the spot. He was about to die if he didn't think of a way. "Please help Mr. Aegeus." 9 o'clock in the morning. Gray Cat got up early to look at the store and received countless looks as soon as he opened the door. "Ah, it's the cat that solved Matros' puzzle yesterday. Wow, it looks very smart." "Oh, more than just smart. Isn't it normal for me to solve the problems that I created myself?" The Gray Cat dismissed it. "I dare say it must have been blessed by the goddess of wisdom." "Who wants that guy's blessing?" The Gray Cat is a bit angry and seems to dislike the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom has a cold personality and doesn't like to cause trouble as much as the goddess of luck. But she is actually a furry lover. She likes to give the furry some intelligence points, and then likes the new and hates the old. Once the intelligence points are high, she will ignore them. She will abandon pets after raising them. She is a big evil god. Although the gods all have their own madness, moodiness, and doing whatever they want is normal, but the goddess of wisdom's actions are what they can't stand the most. Because they have always been afraid that they will be abandoned by their father, they will feel uncomfortable when they see what the goddess of wisdom does. Of course, now that their father is back, they are all children with a father. Psychological shadow. Goodbye. The Gray Cat was very annoyed by all the attention from outsiders. So he simply used the magic of cognitive manipulation to tell them to go back to their respective homes, so as not to harass his father's bookstore anymore and return the books without buying them. The little stuffed animal came out, covered its mouth with its paw, yawned, and giggled at the gray cat. The two cats chatted about nothing. The little puppet suddenly mentioned Luo Jie's recovery status and said, Luo Jie is recovering. He just talked and said he missed his friends and so on, but only his mouth and eyes can move. The gray cat was stunned, touched his paws, and said, Speaking of which, I almost forgot, we have to help father find other brave men. The little puppet scratched his head, but they're all missing, and they're all missing in subspace. I don't know whether they are dead or alive. How can I find them? The gray cat thought. Memory beasts? They reproduce the memories of those brave men, and maybe they have information about them before they disappeared. The little puppet shook his head, but not necessarily. They're not replicas of complete memories. Gray cat. It's better than no information at all. He raised his paws. We found one brave man, and my father was happy. We found two brave men, and my father was very happy. We found three brave men, and my father was very happy. By analogy, if we are very filial, will our father like us more? This easy-to-understand explanation makes the little puppet's eyes light up. Yes, yes. Impasse. So first ask the memory beast for help, and then retrieve them one by one. Who to look for first? Mingjie or Justin? I vote for Justin. When I was a kid, my dad said he was a good guy, maybe even had a great personality. That's what my father said in the abyss. Have you forgotten Justin's later reputation? Oh, his famous saying is, I will save you even if I kill you. Yes, that kind of overly repressed guy will be very. As Boss looked back on the past, he had actually never met Justin head-on. Their compatriots are divided into those born on the mainland and those born in the abyss. Bar, Agars, Vasak, and Samakina were born on the mainland. Those after Malbus are those born in the abyss. Therefore, the four of them will have an impression of the brave men, and may even have come into contact with the brave men. However, they who were born later have not come into contact with the brave men. They only heard from their father and learned about them later. In order to avoid being discovered by the heroes about their relationship with their father, they sometimes avoid contact with the heroes. Visago previously revealed that when they were first born on the continent, their father's power of creation was still very weak, and the model creation was very unstable, so their shapes were also unstable. To what extent are they unstable? For example, if the bone binding fails, they will become like slimes as soon as they come out of the system box, commonly known as liquid, making it difficult to move. Although it was a thing of the past, I don't know why Impose was a little happy after hearing this. He couldn't imagine that state. How could the liquid move? Justin. The little puppet thought for a while and said determinedly, Okay, just look for him and fish him out of the subspace. My father will definitely praise me. It's not I, it's we. Because Persia saw Bayer's bad idea of monopolizing the credit, he emphasized it seriously. Bayer snorted. But even if we find the information, it will be difficult for the two of us to find it. The subspace is too big. Impose paused, and Mora goes. The two cats were silent for no reason and decided to turn over the topic. There was no other reason, because they knew that Moragos must be furious at this time. If Moragos came back, it would definitely be a big explosion. They didn't want to face the exploding Moragos, so this matter was postponed indefinitely. In Persia said seriously, we are definitely not enough. The warp is so big that even if they all go out together, they may not be able to find it all. And it's not a big problem, it's that there is no size at all. You can find something in a range, but can you find something in an infinity? But find it. To please my father. Bayer tilted his head to think, played with the fur ball with his paws, and suddenly had an idea, and said with a twinkling cat, Isn't there a family meeting next month? When they come, assign them the task to find it. Now, more than half of the compatriots are in the warp, or on the way to the warp, because they all think their father is in the warp. Impose thought it was a good idea, but they couldn't come up with a suitable reason. Bayer always had a sudden idea at such times. Stupid 22nd brother, You nerd. Have you forgotten who you are? Inpose was puzzled. What am I? The little puppet pointed his paw at the gray cat's head. You are the most knowledgeable little brother among us, except Agar's. Inpose was still confused, but he thought about it and figured it out immediately. You mean I make up a reason and let them work together to find the hero? The little puppet was very smart and vowed. How about calling it fate magic? Say you think of a magic that can find your father, but the premise is to find other heroes and gather fate. Inpose subconsciously said, do you think your father is a dragon and find the 7 dragon balls to summon him? The little puppet patted the gray cat's head, widened his eyes, and threatened. Dare you say my method is not good? The gray cat was patted and meowed, and instinctively timid, but after thinking about it, it was indeed a good idea. Every year at the family meeting, they would exchange information and discuss methods. There were so many methods that didn't work, so what's wrong with making up a fake one? Besides, with his magical strength, everyone should give him some face. Inbose nodded, thinking it was indeed a good idea. Let's do it at the next family meeting. Byers showed a teachable look. His 22nd brother is more introverted, loves to study and research, and sometimes his brain is not so bright, stupid, and he needs his sister to treat him well. The next family meeting will depend on how you perform. Inbose glanced at him and suddenly thought, what if Justin is on the mainland? Byers questioned. He disappeared in the subspace. How could he be on the mainland? Inbose, it's possible. Beelzebub said that there was a manipulator behind the disappearance of the heroes. What if that manipulator is actually on the mainland? That guy captured all the missing heroes and waited for them to be sacrificed together. Beelzebub synchronized this information with them the day before yesterday. They couldn't believe it at the time. Byers' eyes turned, and he had another idea. Of course, we have to mobilize humans. In the next dormitory, Shosi woke up early in the morning, feeling refreshed and comfortable. It felt like a good dream. He was about to get up, but found Vashik staring at him blankly. Vashik rarely wakes up, but today he got up earlier than him, and seemed to be shocked by something. Shosi couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Vashik paused, then shook his head obediently. He thought about what happened last night for a long time, but didn't think of anything corresponding. He still believed that only Agar's knew the cause of the series of abnormalities in his father and how to solve them. So the most important thing at the moment is to find Agar's. Shosi, seeing that he seemed a little tired, he reminded, don't try too hard in your dreams, and take a nap occasionally. Vashik was slightly stunned, raised his head, and the figure of Shosi was reflected in his eyes. Zeus smiled, reached out and stroked the little white cat's head. They said you were looking for Agar's. Vashik nodded subconsciously. Agar's was recalled. His black eyes were full of thoughts, and said, he likes to think in an absolutely quiet place. Absolutely quiet? Vashik blinked. Was nodded. Agar's occasionally gets stuck in a dead end, but I have to say that he always thinks of things that we can't think of. Was a bit second-year student at the time. When he made 3 basic settings for Agar's, he wrote omniscience and omnipotence for 2 of them. Omniscience is effective and emits a bright light. Omnipotence is both effective and ineffective, emitting a faint light, and cannot be crossed out, so it has been kept and occupied a setting position. It seems a bit regrettable, but it's just omniscience, and Agar's has used it to perfection. Sometimes, Zeus always feels that Agar's is by his side and has never left. Thinking of this, Zeus looked into Vashik's eyes. In short, don't push yourself too hard, okay? Vashik's mind moved slightly. The black-haired young man lowered his eyes, as calm and peaceful as ever. He always felt that the years were peaceful and his mood was extremely calm when he was with his father. Vashik lowered his head, as if he had thought it through, and took the initiative to rub the palm of Zeus's hand. Sometimes he wanted to know why his father could always remain firm and peaceful, whether he was born like this or was formed later. But there is no absolute solution. This seems to be determined by the nature of the soul. He loved the feeling of being by his father's side, even though he had lived for thousands of years, maybe even longer. I've been floating and scattered for too long, so I want a place to stay. That's either a place or a person. And his father took him in when he was most helpless and desperate, allowing him to experience family affection for the first time. Vasak squinted his eyes and accidentally fell asleep, exhaling loudly. His sleeping face was quiet and peaceful, like an oil painting. Hughes looked at them for a while and actually missed their original appearance a little bit, but the cat form was pretty good too. When can I change into a human being? Hughes is inexplicably persistent about this, like a parent who is eager to see his children grow up, but he also knows that this will take time. His children are all working hard to upgrade, and he cannot rush them. Sleep. I hope the dream is safe, Hughes said silently. After a few minutes, Hughes walked out of the dormitory and found the gray cat and the little puppet whispering to each other, as if they were discussing important issues. As a parent, he silently chose not to disturb. But the two cats suddenly turned their heads, their eyes sparkling. Hughes was stunned. The other side, the Continental Human Alliance Parliament convenes regularly. This time, it is an unprecedented and heavyweight issue. Almost all countries sent representatives, and everyone sat upright with serious eyes. The speaker's assistant looked around the room, announced the start of the discussion, and read out the first topic. Regarding the Lord of the Abyss who has appeared twice in the Oedipus Empire recently, may I ask the representatives of each country if you have any information or opinions? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was silent. The speaker's assistant waited for a few seconds and was about to continue asking for opinions. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Are you discussing me? With just one sentence, the speaker's assistant's heart beat rapidly, and she felt chills from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The Lord of the Abyss is behind me. For a moment, the whole place was silent. The heartbeats of the representatives from various countries skipped a beat at the same time, and they looked at the sudden appearance of the young man in gray robes in shock. Just as the speaker's assistant finished speaking, a gray light suddenly appeared and the void twisted. Before they could react, they saw the space split, and a person walked out leisurely, breaking into the Continental Human Alliance's parliament alone. Never seen before. The Alliance magician was alert on the spot, but was shocked by the endless blood bar displayed by the appraisal skill. Golden Eye, one of the most advanced appraisal skills, clearly shows existence of exception. Don't act rashly. Someone shouted on the spot and rushed forward to stop the magicians. Ranked fourth is Eve Jerfis, the most powerful ice magician in the contemporary era. She is her. Eve used magic power to suppress the audience and stabilize everyone's movements. Then she helped the speaker's assistant, who almost fell due to shock. She looked at the gray-robed young man warily and considered, "Are you the Lord of the Abyss?" This shocking statement caused all the representatives from various countries in the audience to gasp. They came to a meeting today to discuss the Lord of the Abyss, but unexpectedly the real owner suddenly appeared. Could it be that the name Lord of the Abyss will be heard by the other party, so the other party will come to settle accounts with them? Everyone's thoughts were spinning, but at least they were the elites of various countries. They did not panic and were forced to calmly watch the development of the situation. The other party shouldn't be here to destroy them, otherwise they wouldn't just talk. Among the representatives at the scene, only Ronald, the representative of the OS Empire, stared wide-eyed, as if he was not only shocked, but also something else. The OS Empire officially rejoined the Continental Human Alliance a few days ago. As a representative of the OSS Empire, Ronald rushed to the venue today. Unlike everyone else at the scene, the moment Ronald saw the man in gray robe, he immediately thought of Mr. Aegeus. He believed that Mr. Aegeus in the antique shop was the Lord of the Abyss who later appeared in the Oedipus Empire. Based on nothing else, it was he who had seen Mr. Aegeus with the Lords of the Abyss picture. He was most likely the only one at the scene who knew the situation. Ronald was thinking rapidly, and suddenly two visions penetrated the void, locking on his whole body and nailing his soul. The meaning of their warning was too obvious, saying it meant death. Ronald didn't dare to speak. Only the cold sweat on his forehead was rolling down. Mr. Aegeus. No. Why does the Lord of the Abyss appear here? In a few seconds, countless people were thinking rapidly. At the same time, Eve's question received a positive answer. A faint yes made people's scalp numb and made them shiver. Eve is the fourth-ranked human being. She reached full level 3 years ago and became the 490th full-level human in history. She is only 42 years old. She can be called a genius among geniuses. Her natural magic power is as deep as the ocean, and her magic theory is the best of the best among humans, and his strength is so powerful that even giant dragons are afraid of him. Originally, she would not come to the council, but today she did it purely on a whim, and she was really curious about the Lord of the Abyss. She never expected that the real owner would appear before the discussion even started. If she says, not being nervous is also a lie. Although she has great talent and combat power, it is not a problem to destroy the country in one day. But after all, she lacks actual combat experience, especially the experience of fighting against the top powerhouses in the mainland. It is impossible for her to reveal any problems in front of the other party, so she is calm and majestic on the outside and remains calm. She had to hold the court because that was her duty as a high-ranking player. In fact, her preemptive action also stabilized people's hearts to a certain extent and prevented the scene from becoming chaotic. The other party can single-handedly come to the highest level parliament of mankind and must have the power to deal with them all. It must be dealt with carefully. However, just when they were feeling crazy and nervous, the other party slowly said, "Well, don't be nervous." The words of comfort did not comfort anyone, but made them nervous and fearful. Because the elegance and calmness in the voice should not be too obvious. There is no doubt that all of them combined are not a threat in the eyes of the other party. The Lord of the Abyss, it is said that he can drive all the Abyss demons. With one order from him, the entire continent will become the back garden of the trolls. Once he is unhappy, the monarch of the Abyss will destroy the country to please him. His existence has always been a legend, and has always been considered to be a fabrication of bards. However, unexpectedly, he has appeared twice in the past few days, personally proving that he not only exists, but can actually drive the Lord of the Abyss. Eve suppressed the panic in her heart, gritted her teeth, and stepped up resolutely, representing the entire audience, and even all mankind, to engage in diplomatic activities with this ancient and great being. She was respectful and asked, "Human, I have no intention of offending you. May I ask why you are here?" Before he finished speaking, countless people were sweating with their backs down, and they were nervously looking at the situation on the stage. The young man in gray robes stood alone on the high platform. His face was blocked due to cognitive shielding, but his face could be seen faintly, but a pair of abyss-like eyes were faintly visible, like an endless dark seabed, silent, cold, suffocating. He did not reveal any of the might of an absolutely powerful person, and his magic power did not leak out at all. He just stood there calmly, but it was extraordinary. You cannot have any disobedience to him. Why did he come here? Everyone listened attentively, holding their breath and pursed their lips, eager to hear the other person's words. The young man in gray robe just said lightly, "Some of my friends are lost. I hope you can help find them." There was silence again. They thought about many possibilities, but they never thought of friends. Friends? The Lord of the Abyss said he was a friend? Everyone's brains seemed to have been blown open by magic. An unexpected sentence disrupted their thoughts, making this group of calm and rational diplomatic elites stunned. But Eve calmed down, calmly picked up the conversation, and asked, "Who is your friend?" It is worthy of being ranked fourth among human beings, and its coping ability far exceeds ours. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the young man in gray robe. They saw that the young man's tone was still calm, and he said another sentence that they didn't expect. "My friend are the 5 brave men you all know." Including Eve, the expressions of everyone in the audience changed. Brave? The friend of the Lord of the Abyss is actually a brave man. Wait, do the heroes actually know the Lord of the Abyss? They were shocked and confused, unable to react at all. The information was like a bomb, shaking their brains and almost making them unable to think clearly. And then they just saw. The young man in gray robe lowered his eyes, with nostalgia in his tone, and said solemnly, "When I woke up, they were all gone. The reason for their disappearance seems to be related to you, so I hope you can find them." It sounded like a very polite sentence, but it gave everyone present a chill to varying degrees. Eve's face paled. The audience was shocked. Wang Chang'er, Yi Qingyi, Justin, Mingjie, Chunlingxi. The young man in gray robe counted out the legendary names one by one. His tone was calm and majestic, and no one dared to interrupt. These 5 people, you should know about their disappearance and how to find them. Before they finished speaking, some old people turned pale and their hands and feet trembled, as if they had heard something very scary. It's like the fear of being liquidated and dying. Eve subconsciously agreed and said seriously, "Okay, the disappearance of the brave men is a pity for all mankind. We have been working hard to find them, but there may have been some slack in recent years. I am very sorry for this. And here on behalf of the human race on the mainland, the Alliance, and all mankind in the mainland apologize to you for our lack of ability and laziness of consciousness. Since we are your friends, we will do our best to find him. So please rest assured." The young man in gray robe seemed to be stunned for a moment, looking at her with a hint of scrutiny. Cold sweat dripped from Eve's forehead, her eyelashes were trembling, and her spirit was extremely tense. Everyone in the audience could find nothing wrong with Eve's words. He has a sincere attitude, even exposing his shortcomings, slapping himself, and expressing his intention to correct himself. The only thing wrong, Eve immediately remembered and hurriedly added, "We can't guarantee that we will find the hero within a month, but we will definitely give you information. Yes, it is very important to agree to tasks for others and to agree on a deadline, and your words must be thoughtful and perfect." No one expected that Eve was a more scientific laboratory magician. Although she had strategic strength, she rarely communicated with ordinary people. Unexpectedly, today's conversation revealed that she was not just a magician. Simple war and destruction. However, can her statement make sense to the Lord of the Abyss? The air was silent again, and everyone nervously watched the reaction of the man in gray robe. The young man in gray robe didn't say anything more, but simply disappeared. That will be within a month. After a few seconds, only a bunch of people in the audience were left who couldn't react. Eve breathed a sigh of relief and felt that her legs and feet were getting weak. This was the first time she faced this ancient existence. When facing the other party, her instinct tried countless times to analyze the other party and measure the distance between herself and the other party. However, the analysis failed. The distance between herself and the other party seemed not to be a distance, but to it's the whole universe. She could not imagine a way to bridge that distance. Is this the Lord of the Abyss? Everyone in the audience slowly came to their senses and began to have some discussions. Someone asked the history researcher next to him, "Wait a minute, the Lord of the Abyss and the Brave. Who is a friend? Has it ever been recorded in history?" No, there is no such statement at all. Although the brave men have been to the Abyss many times, they have never said that they know the Lord of the Abyss. Really? Oh, if only the brave Roger is still alive. He must know what's going on. Not necessarily. The Lord of the Abyss did not mention Luo Jie, but only mentioned 5 of the 7 brave men. In other words, the brave Luo Jie is not a friend of the Lord of the Abyss. You are stupid, because the brave Roger has already died. They had a heated discussion, but no one realized that someone was missing from their discussion. He had just calmed down and was ready to step down and let someone take charge of this matter. At this time, an old historian suddenly stood up. He looked around at everyone, moved with ease, and said slowly, "Everyone, please be patient. The Lord of the Abyss is an extremely great existence. He came here specially to give us a task. He thinks highly of us humans, or is a test. Let's see if we can solve the problems he has set." Eve paused, looked at the old man doubtfully, and said, "What do you mean?" The old man recalled the past. His eyes were weathered, his voice was low and hoarse, and he slowly said, "I think back then, The Braves had good relations with many gods. For example, the goddess of harmony was the guardian of the Braves, the goddess of luck was the protector, and the goddess of virtue. He is the enlightener, and the goddess of wisdom has helped from time to time. Over the past thousands of years, the brave men have known countless great beings. Our human friends are missing, so they come to visit us. A very reasonable paragraph that almost explains the cause and effect clearly. In other words, the Lord of the Abyss once met 5 brave men. When he woke up and found that his old friend was not there, he came here on a whim to look for them. Is that what you mean? Eve was stunned for a moment and said to herself, how many years later did he say he would wake up? I don't know. But what is certain is that he should have no ill intentions towards humans. Then we'd better do our best to release goodwill. The old man nodded seriously and looked around at everyone again, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Everyone has witnessed the situation of this meeting with your own eyes. This is what happened. The Lord of the Abyss wanted us to find the missing heroes. We should have found them originally, but for some reason, we were not so active. There seemed to be an overtone to the words. Most people nodded in agreement. Judging from the situation just now, the other party should be able to communicate. If you can make friends with the Lord of the Abyss, it is equivalent to making friends with the 24 Abyss Lords at the same time. I would like to ask, what reason do you have for not doing it? Only a few people had stiff expressions. They didn't know what they were thinking of. They clenched their fists under the table, and sweat dripped from their foreheads. They didn't seem to want to find the missing heroes, but they couldn't directly deny it, which seemed to be a dilemma. Why did the Lord of the Abyss suddenly bring up something that had been buried for a long time? Can't they be buried under history forever? But contrary to expectations, the speaker finally spoke and agreed to form a special research and investigation team. The team level was SS level, which meant that they could access all confidential documents of the Alliance SS level and below, and they could mobilize executives above level 90. It is only an S-level team to deal with an ordinary country-destroying crisis, which shows how seriously the speaker attaches importance to this. He even wanted to raise the mission level to the highest SSS level, which is the crisis level for all mankind, but there was no way. To establish it to this level, at least 7 elders had to agree, which made the process more troublesome. First, complete the mission based on the SS level mission, and allow the establishment of a 50-500-person mission team. The captain will be Simon, the sword master who is not in the Alliance for the time being. Simon's investigation of the Memory Beast incident is almost complete, and he is just continuing to detect it there. Simon has met the Lord of the Abyss twice, and with his rich experience and strength, he should be the best candidate for the team leader. The speaker ordered in an orderly manner, and finally turned his attention to Eve. Eve, you will also help with the things you promised yourself, right? Everyone looked at Eve. Eve's blonde hair is smooth and reaches her waist. Since she is a magician and can control her appearance with magic power, her age cannot be seen from the outside at all. Eve is ranked 4th among humans. If she can participate in this mission, there is no doubt that the probability of success will be improved. Eve seemed to have nothing important to do in the past few days, so it would be great to be able, in this regard, Eve inexplicably remembered the nostalgic tone of the gray-robed young man. After thinking for a few seconds, Eve nodded and agreed to help. Let's find the missing hero together. This matter is actually not optimistic because if it could be found easily, they would have found it long ago. However, this time the situation is different after all, so they have to work harder. Moreover, it was originally their duty to find a brave man. At this time, in the bookstore, Hughes was silent for a while. I was too easily coaxed by the children, and when I came back to my senses, I realized how bold I had done. He actually went to the Continental Human League's Parliament and asked representatives from all over the world to listen to his orders. Although he really wanted to get his friends back, was there something wrong with this method? It was a fluke not to be discovered. When Hughes lowered his head to think, his arm was attacked by a warm, soft pad of flesh. The gray cat's head came into view, its eyes staring straight at him, and the moist eyes made Hughes soften for a moment. This is what the lovely children expect of me. As a father, how can I live up to the expectations of my children? Hughes inexplicably cheered up. He changed his dazed look just now and became a little worried. Speaking of which, what if we are discovered by the real Lord of the Abyss? He had asked this question before, but they were inexplicably confident and decided that they would definitely not do it. Now the gray cat still swears by it. It is impossible to be discovered, because the Father is the Lord of the Abyss. At the same time, the little puppet meowed, opening its paws like a flower and asking for a hug. It was so cute. Hughes was a little amused and lifted him up high, because you are at full level and are never afraid of fighting, so you don't have to worry about anything. My children are getting better and better at telling jokes. Hughes reminded, if you have reached the full level, you can become a human being. Yes. The little puppet became more confident upon hearing this and meowed immediately. You said you can turn into a human? Or a great beauty? Hughes paused for a moment, then simply smiled. You can have dreams. Of course, Dad believes that you will be a great beauty after you turn into a human form. Just the little puppet meowing. Just believe me. My father is so smart, Bragg. The gray cat couldn't help coughing when he saw this. Hughes turned his head and his eyes fell on the gray cat. But, Imposs, your artifact is too good, right? There are so many powerful people here, but no one can find anything abnormal. The gray cat nodded. He actually didn't do anything. He was simply acting as his father. Their father hasn't noticed his own specialness yet, but they all see it in their eyes. His father is definitely not just level 31. It's just a superficial level. The system is broken and cannot show the real level. When people outside do level appraisals, they also see the wrong system level. Let's call the real level inner level for now. He believed that his father's level was definitely higher than the full level. Only a few identification skills can identify the fact that his father is an exceptional being, and usually with them around, others don't even have the chance to use advanced identification skills on their father. Impose believes that, just as his father felt, only if his father learns magic can his true level be restored. What are their children going to do? Protect your father and let him sit where he should sit. By the way, when Beelzebub pointed out that there was a problem with the Brave system's magic the day before yesterday, he did not find the problem after deconstructing it, only the backdoor. The so-called backdoor is equivalent to a computer backdoor, that is, a virus that can bypass system security checks and gain control of the system. By arranging a backdoor in the system, the other party can remotely control your system and influence the danger of your system, or even your life or death. It stands to reason that this is a very dangerous thing. But the backdoor to their father's system has been cut off. The backdoor once existed, but it was eliminated, so they don't have to worry about their father's situation. I just don't know who did it. What a mystery. The gray cat was lost in thought and didn't respond for a few minutes until someone's loud voice broke the silence. Levin hurried over. He was so tired that he supported the wall, sweating profusely, and said, good morning, Mr. Aegeus. What's wrong? Almost at the same time, the other side. Eliog broke through the void, walked in the white marble hall, and looked directly at the beautiful young man sitting on the throne. The young man's sitting posture is not serious. The throne may be too big for him. He can neither sit comfortably nor lean on it. The most comfortable thing is sleeping. The back of his head was leaning against the armrest of the throne. His short, fine hair was just above his eyebrows. His snow-white skin seemed to have not been exposed to sunlight for hundreds of years, showing a somewhat unhealthy paleness. The age of the body chosen will affect the maturity of the mind to a certain extent, but it seems that he prefers to use a body of this age. It is between childishness and maturity, with an inexplicable borderline beauty. Eliog stared at the boy, secretly thinking that it was fortunate that he met Amon in the form of a boy. It would be troublesome if he were an adult. He called the young man's name, Amon. The young man turned his eyes, but was not ready to get up. He said without any care, Eliog, Shiku, why are you here? Eliog looked around the empty palace and knew that Amon had occupied this country for almost hundreds of years. Amon saw that Eliog didn't respond and said calmly, I heard, you guys gathered in the Oedipus Empire to cause trouble? Do you want the mainland to return to the Demon Era again? Eliog paused and looked back at Amon. Is there such a thing? I don't have a good relationship with them. Amon was finally willing to sit up, his dark green eyes shimmering, without the power of insight, but his eyes were oppressive enough. Oh, but you have the aura of Beelzebub. Eliog's face darkened. Don't say such disgusting things. Huh, you still like to act like you hate Beelzebub. It's not a show, it's just really annoying. Amon cupped his cheek and said, hate means that people of the same sex are mutually exclusive, which means that you're demons of similar nature. You say you hate him, but in fact you understand him very well. Don't mention Beelzebub. Eliog said bluntly. I came here to ask you something. Amon's eyes darkened, and his tone was a bit impatient. What's the matter? Eliog bluntly said. List what you have done in the past 8,000 years. Tell the truth, don't modify it, don't hide it. The air was subtly silent. Amon raised his eyebrows. Why are you asking these questions? Eliog, write a history about you. Amon paused, his eyes turned, green light flashed, and he didn't know why. Eliog said calmly, it suddenly occurred to me a few days ago that if my father comes back one day, how can we face him now? So, it is urgent to rewrite history. Amon seemed indifferent, staring into Eliog's eyes, and said, there is nothing I can't let my father know. Are you sure? Certainly. Amon was confident, as if he really didn't notice the bad deeds he had done over the years. Ilioli stared at him and asked, aren't you afraid that your father will be angry? Hearing this, Amon suddenly stood up. His eyes were cold and majestic, and he asked, why should I be afraid of my father's anger? It has been more than 8,000 years, and I have long since stopped caring about my father. Only you're still stuck in the past. I can't get out, but I've already got out, and now it's meaningless for you to tell me this. Eliog became angry when he heard this. Amon, have you forgotten your roots? You actually abandoned the Creator and wanted a demon to do whatever you want outside. Amon said with a completely cold face, that's ridiculous. I'm not like you. My father controls me to death. It's been more than 8,000 years for me to be independent and mature enough to stand on my own. Why should I be stuck in the past and not let myself go? Wait, someone who will never come back. Lots of nonsense. Who are you talking about being a father? Eliog clenched his fists, and his whole body was boiling with magic power. Amon smiled upon seeing this, and the young man's face showed a bit of naughtiness, and he said teasingly, Eliog, are you going to fight? Are you sure you want to fight me, who is ranked 15th, with me, who is ranked 7th? Eliog, Amon, I'm asking you one last time. Are you serious? Are you ignoring your father? Amon responded tit for tat. You should ask your father why you ignored me. The two demons are facing each other, and the magic power is twisting the void, as if a mythical battle will begin in the next second. After a few minutes, it was Eliog who broke the silence first. He glanced at Amon coldly and rebuked angrily. Unfilial demon, I am very disappointed in you. So what if you build an invincible giant divine kingdom? Just leave yourself alone as a demon. Amon sneered. Eliog, let's get back to the topic. What are you doing in the Oedipus Empire? No comment. Eliog glanced at him one last time and stepped into the void. After Eliog left, Amon's expression was gloomy. He suddenly clicked his tongue and his eyes were gloomy. What Eliog and the others did was definitely related to my father. Even though I said so, he still didn't tell the truth. He must have discovered information about his father, but hid it. Haha, do you think you can fight me? Obviously, Amon just said that deliberately. How could he abandon his father in the past? On the other side, thousands of meters away, Eliog cursed angrily. Amon actually dares to lie to me. How could he abandon his father? He is lying so that I can relax my vigilance and reveal my father's information. Haha, I won't accept this trick. If Impose or Buyer had been present, the information about his father would have been extracted. Eliog said in a deep voice, Amon, you want to play, right? I have a father, so the advantage is mine. Immediately afterwards, Amon grabbed a pure black crystal ball from the void. When Eliog left just now, he got Eliog's magic factor. If you want to hide information from me, there's no way. Amon put the magic factor into the crystal ball. The crystal ball immediately lit up, revealing the outlines of the main continent. Then there's a brightest point showing Eliog's position. Oh, are you still around here? Amon smiled. At the same time, Eliog created the clone 3 minutes ago. Amon will definitely track me, but I will not be tracked by him. Therefore, I set up an enchantment array to make him think that I am still determined to give up. And I do exactly that. But the next second, Amon touched his chin and understood immediately. This is a fake clone. The real Eliog is hidden. Let me guess where you are. Behind me, right? Amon turned around and saw Eliog walking out of the void with a dark face. You wanted to sneak attack me, but I discovered it in advance. Your plan was wrong. Amon narrowed his eyes and looked at the magic field that Eliog had not had time to cover the entire scene. If Eliog succeeded in setting up the trap, he might really capsize and lose to Eliog's move. Eliog, why are you so obsessed with this matter? What are you hiding? Amon approached slowly, his dark green eyes. His eyes were filled with cold light, like the reflected light on a blade, cold and sharp. Eliog didn't answer. The magic around him was still brewing, and a silent confrontation formed. Is it something I can't know? Amon approached Eliog, only one step away, and the threat was right in front of him. Eliog suddenly said, "Forget it, Amon. I know what you just said is false. I can tell you honestly, I am rewriting history, and you are indispensable. And your history is the most difficult to rewrite. You must cooperate with me and tell me your truth, why you want to occupy this country, and your motives and consequences." Amon stared into Eliog's eyes, as if he wanted to penetrate everything about Eliog, and suddenly said, "There is no truth. The history recorded by mankind is true." Eliog didn't believe it. "Amon, you and I are built on our father's humanity. I don't know your upper limit, but your lower limit will never be low. I don't believe in you, but in my father. I believe father's equal education for us." Amon's eyes were dark. He lowered his head and said nothing for a long time before saying, "Eliog, you won't understand." He showed an obvious rejection. Eliog's plan was blocked, and he frowned deeply, but Amon seemed unwilling to let go. He knew that he would not be able to handle it for a while. "Forget it, whatever you want." Eliog turned around. The void cracked open, releasing huge amounts of magic power. Ariorg walked into the void, and finally looked back and left a sentence. "Amon, don't let your father down." A few minutes later, Amon sat on the throne, holding his face with one hand, his short hair hanging down, covered with a heavy shadow, but his eyes glowed in the darkness. His face was gloomy, his figure was looming, as if his existence itself was unstable. Half a minute later, he didn't know what he remembered and whispered in a low voice, "Liar, father, you won't come back at all." The boy pressed his face, his voice trembled, and he seemed to cry. "You promised to play with me. You promised to do it next time. Why don't you care about me? Where did you go? Is it? I really disappointed you." The boy curled up on the throne, hugged his knees, and his expression was as ugly as crying. And when he was halfway through his grief, a message suddenly popped up, saying that the Lord of the Abyss appeared again, and appeared at the scene of the Continental Human Alliance Parliament. Amon was angry, and he repeatedly called,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.